There we go. right, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the 2022 Tech Ethics Symposium offered by the Carl G. Grefenstette Center for Ethics in Science, Technology, and Law here at Duquesne University. So I'm John Slattery, the director of the Grefenstette Center, and I'll be your host throughout the day today. We're very pleased you can all join us both in person and online. So just a couple of housekeeping pieces before we get going. The tables in section C are free to use throughout the day for breaks, lunch, or to answer a couple emails if you have to do that. Bathrooms are located in the reception area just a bit down on the left. And feel free to take pictures, post on social media throughout the day. We'll be hashtagging things DU Tech Ethics, so if you want to join in that fun, you can do that too. And that's all the housekeeping points I have. So without further ado, it's now my pleasure to introduce to you President Ken Gormley. President Gormley joined Duquesne University in 1994, serving as professor and then dean of the law school, where he led a transformation that elevated the school to national prominence. In July of 2016, he took office as the 13th president of Duquesne University. Through his leadership, Duquesne has continued to rise as a top-tier national university. Among his numerous initiatives, he has created academic centers that address pressing issues of our time, including the Grefenstette Center, and the Institute for Ethics and Integrity in Journalism. President Gormley is currently leading the historic launch of Duquesne's new College of Osteopathic Medicine, which is set to open in 2024. President Gormley is a constitutional scholar and the author of 6 books, including a New York Times bestseller. He earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Pittsburgh and is a graduate of Harvard Law School. And please join me in welcoming the 13th president of Duquesne University, Ken Gormley.
Thank you very much, Dr. Slattery. And again, it's my privilege to serve as the 13th president of Duquesne University, and welcome to the 3rd annual symposium of the Carl G. Grefenstette Center for Ethics in Science, Technology, and Law. Boy, I remember the first one, John, in the midst of the pandemic, and it is so wonderful to see everyone here gathered, and we are so honored to welcome 2 renowned keynote speakers this morning, Bishop Paul Tighe of the Vatican Dicastery for Culture and Education, and Dr. Alondra Nelson, Deputy Assistant to the President from the White House Office of Science and Technology. These 2 distinguished speakers will lead us in the first ever public discussion between an official from the U.S. government and the Vatican on this timely topic of technology ethics. And so we're most grateful to Bishop Tighe and Dr. Nelson for you. Grefenstette Center for Ethics in Science, Technology, and Law is really uniquely positioned to discuss the ethics of algorithms through a distinctive engagement with the Catholic faith tradition. And we believe that provides a very useful vehicle through which we can find common ground and discover new and ethical ways to share and validate information for the common good. And so I have to say how grateful we are to the Henry L. Hillman Foundation, whose generosity led to the creation of the Grefenstette Center. It's named for Duquesne University's preeminent alumnus and former board member, the late Carl G. Grefenstette. He was a distinguished 1950 graduate of our School of Business, went on to spend more than 30 years with the Hillman Company, where he was a trusted advisor, really the right-hand person to the late and great Henry L. Hillman, helping to transform that family-owned Pittsburgh-based company from its roots in heavy industry into a diversified global investment holding company. Carl was really the embodiment of ethics in all he did, and this center honors his memory and his legacy as one of our most respected alums in the university's 144-year history. A resounding thanks as well to John Slattery, our director of the Grefenstette Center, who has devoted himself to the center's important work advancing our historic Puritan Catholic mission here at Duquesne University. And our thanks as well to all of our impressive Grefenstette Center fellows who work closely with Dr. Slattery in shaping the conversations and the direction of the center through their time as fellows. And I do want to at least acknowledge them because it's an impressive group. Dr. Florence Tighe, Associate Professor in the School of Communication and Program Director of the Center for Digital Ethics and Policy at Loyola University in Chicago. Dr. Nathan Colliner, a Senior Instructor and Director of Business Analytics and the Managing Director of the Initiative in Ethics and Transformative Technologies at Seattle University, with whom we have partnered since our inception. Dr. Matthew J. Godet, Director of Ethics Programs and Initiatives at the School of Engineering at the University of Santa Clara, another great partner. Dr. Patrick Eula, Professor of Computer Science and Cybersecurity here at Duquesne. Senior Research Fellow Dr. Jerry McGill, the Vernon F. Gallagher Chair at Duquesne and tenured professor in our Center for Global Health Ethics, and Dr. Paul Schertz, Associate Professor of Moral Theology and Ethics in the School of Theology and Religious Studies at Catholic University of America. A big thanks as well to the Center's postdoctoral fellow, Erjan Avci, who graduated with his PhD in healthcare ethics here at Duquesne and who's been instrumental in supporting today's program. And our thanks to the numerous faculty scholars and affiliated scholars from the center, some of whom are here, who hail from schools across the university who further the center's important initiatives. And thanks finally to our virtual audience out there. We have many folks joining us virtually and also in person over the course of this great gathering. So I hope that you gain new perspectives and inspiration from today's rich interdisciplinary dialogue. So with deep gratitude to the Hillman Foundation and to all of our community partners, we welcome each of you to the third annual symposium of the Carl G. Grefenstette Center, featuring an all-star lineup. And on the subject of all-stars, it is my privilege to introduce and welcome next our county executive, the Honorable Rich Fitzgerald, to say a few words. I was just telling our keynote speakers a little about Rich, but he is truly just an incredible leader of our region here. Under his leadership, Allegheny County has advanced in terms of both economic development, and we see much of it out this window here behind us and going up the corridor of Uptown, and also job creation. He has been truly one of the most gifted leaders in the history of Allegheny County and the city of Pittsburgh. Please join me in welcoming an extraordinary public servant, our county executive, Rich Fitzgerald.
Well, thank you, President Gormley, for those very, very kind words. And I want to thank the students for being here today and being part of what I consider, Pittsburgh's growth and dynamism. And Dr. Slattery, thank you for leading this and bringing this, these two distinguished speakers, Dr. Nelson and Bishop Tighe, here to talk about a really, really important aspect of where we all go when it comes to decision-making, whether it be by public policy, whether it be by corporations, whether it be by institutions like this great university, on where we go. And now, as somebody who's in politics, the political world, whether you're from the White House or in courthouses across this, or city halls across this land, we're all tasked on making decisions. And how do we make those decisions? Do we make them with political influence? Sometimes that happens that way. Or do we make them purely on data and algorithms and the things that we know that the data will deliver to us? And what I would argue from both sides is neither one of them are perfect. Certainly we want to have data to make decisions, whether they be medical decisions, financial decisions, economic decisions, public policy decisions, et cetera. But also we need to know, what real people are doing. How it really affects people's lives beyond the data and how we do that. And I think discussions like these on these type of decisions will be very important. And to have two distinguished folks to talk about both aspects from the Vatican and from the religious aspect of things, and obviously also from the White House, from the governmental side of things on where we go. But I also want to praise and thank Duquesne for doing this, because I think Duquesne has really become a university that brings these really important decisions to the forefront, where we can discuss them in a good, open, and honest and transparent dialogue way to do those things. So I really want to thank Duquesne for the great work that they do, and President Gormley for his leadership and all the things that go on. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank the Hillman Foundation, which also contributes so much to doing the type of things that improve lives and improve the quality of life for those of us here in Western Pennsylvania. So welcome to Allegheny County, welcome to Southwestern Pennsylvania, and let's hope we have a very, very good discussion on this issue today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, County Executive Fitzgerald and President Gormley, for those words. So a couple of things I want to jump into here. As you know, the Grefenstette Center exists to take an unflinching look at the ethical intersections between science and technology in the modern world, offering a variety of programs, courses, and partnerships for students and researchers at Duquesne and throughout the Pittsburgh area. So I just want to highlight a couple of those things as listed in your program today. We have an event already just scheduled for the peak of winter time. You can come hear about the Artifice of Intelligence on February 7th, right back here in the Power Center with Dr. Noreen Hertzfeld. We have a student hackathon we are just beginning to plan between Carnegie Mellon and University of Pittsburgh and Duquesne. It's going to be a lot of fun, so set your calendars for that. We'll have a lot of awesome prizes and a lot of sponsorships, and it's just going to be a big fun event in March. And then we have two other things. One is a new student research scholarship. So for all the students in the student section over in the corner there, if you're interested and an undergraduate for the 23-24 academic year, think about applying for this in April, and we'll be selecting a couple of students next year to work with the Grefenstette Center and receive a $2,000 student tuition scholarship for next year. And then finally, faculty scholars have been a really big part of the Grefenstette Center since its inception. And we're really grateful to have a bunch of them here with us today. And those applications will open up in March. We're offering a number of courses in the spring. If students or your own students or people who might be interested are interested in some of these courses, feel free to sign up for them, and we'll keep expanding this repertoire as we go on. And then finally, you will have already seen the student posters as you come in. We're really excited to have a bunch of the student poster presenters here with us today. They'll be standing next to the posters during lunch, but the posters will be on display throughout the day, and we'll be announcing the winners right before lunch at about 12:20 p.m. So, all right. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our two plenary speakers for this morning's session. First, Dr. Alondra Nelson is Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Director for Science and Society at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. From February until just recently, Dr. Nelson also performed the duties of the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Dr. Nelson was one of the chief architects of the White House's blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which was just released on October 4th. Beyond the OSTP, Dr. Nelson is the Harold F. Linzer Professor at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, and the author of, among many other things, the critically acclaimed 2017 book, The Social Life of DNA, Race, Reparations, and Reconciliation After the Genome. Our other speaker this morning is Bishop Paul Tighe, is the titular bishop of the Devastrum and the secretary for the culture section of the Vatican's Dicastery for Culture and Education. He was appointed by Pope Benedict XVI in 2007 as Secretary of the Pontifical Council for Social Communications, and in 2017 nominated by Pope Francis to become a bishop and the Secretary of the Council for Culture, which recently became the Dicastery for Culture and Education. Bishop Tighe has dealt firsthand with social communications and technology from the Vatican, from helping with the Pope's first tweet in 2007, to spearheading conversations with tech companies, national governments, and multinational organizations on the pressing challenges of technology for today and tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nelson and Bishop Tighe to the stage. So we'll begin with some opening comments from both of our speakers, and then we'll have a bit of a conversation. Dr. Nelson, I'll invite you to go first.
Let me not get too comfortable there in that seat. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here. Thank you, Director Slattery. Really great to see you in this new position. We have a kind of prior life and other work and have been in conversation for a very long time. Thank you to President Gormley and Executive Fitzgerald for being here today to open us up as well. And most of all, thank you to Bishop Tighe for joining me in conversation today. This document that we released from the White House a couple of weeks ago, the AI Blueprint for the AI Bill of Rights, is really a document that's meant to foster dialogue, and so I'm very pleased and honored to be in dialogue and conversation with all of you today. I want to thank the university and the Grefenstette Center for Ethics, Science, Technology, and Law for hosting this important conversation and for the critical work to advance the frontiers of science, technology, theology to make our world a better place. The members of this university body bring together a wide range of experiences and a significant depth of expertise on technology issues. And I think what's most exciting about this center and about the conversation that we have today is that it kind of boldly brings together the perspectives and the people that we need if we're going to really understand and I think chart an ethical, a just, and an equitable course for new technologies, including scientists and engineers who are researching the latest advances in AI and automated systems, ethicists and social scientists who study the stakes of the important social implications of these new and emerging technologies, theologians who are understanding how religious traditions intersect with our everyday culture, and advocates who are ensuring that automated systems live up to our nation's values. So this university and this center, I think, is doing an incredible job of bringing together a diverse community of learners and doers who are dedicated to not only to excellence and innovation, but also to issues of justice and equity in the classroom and in our American society and in the world. That kind of education and that kind of research fosters a community of humanists, of scientists, technologists, and indeed leaders who are committed to research and education that can assist in the alleviation of poverty, in the promotion of justice, and the protection of human rights, and in respect for the environment. We are facing, as we all know, some significant problems right now in the world: climate crisis, persistent poverty and inequality, an ongoing pandemic, and we need all of us working together, I think, to chart a course forward for this work. In the Biden-Harris administration and in the Biden Office of Science and Technology Policy, we really understand the work of science and technology policy to be engaged in the work of advancing these core values about what society should look like in the future. We are the component of the executive office of the president that we say often is tasked with thinking about the future, and that future that we want to think about and create policy to give shape to very much has issues of equity and issues of benefiting all of America at the center of its work. One of the things that we're thinking about, of course, is artificial intelligence, automated systems, and data-driven tools, and how these, at their best, can empower us to help solve some of our greatest challenges if we harness them well, if we harness them wisely, and if we do so in a fairly sustained way. I think that, one of the policy challenges that we face with a lot of new and emerging technologies that are dynamic systems is that the policy decision is not just one decision that's made at one point and then you stop. It actually has to be an ongoing sort of process of governance, and that's a new way of governing, and it's a new way of doing policy work. As you all know well, automated and AI-powered technologies touch nearly every aspect of our lives, the cell phones that many of you have in your hands and everything besides. They've brought extraordinary benefits to our lives. Cancer detection, agricultural efficiency, helping small business owners cut costs. These automated systems have an extraordinary potential, and they must be leveraged for to improve people's lives and to be done in a way that doesn't, through data or through the technologies, predate on some communities at the expense of making improvements and benefits for other communities. And of course, the problems are in our headlines that we see, the challenges that we face. You know, every day one can read reporting, journalism, research, another study, hear about another person whose access to benefits, whose rights have been violated by these technologies. And as government, we've got to be engaged in the work of ensuring people's rights, access to opportunities, and the like. So AI promises, holds the potential for opening up the space of providing more access to benefits to more people if we harness it and leverage it correctly. But we are also hearing these accounts of how it is constraining people's access to opportunities in American society. More and more, we're seeing these technologies drive real harms in the lives of Americans that run counter to our core democratic values, including the fundamental right to privacy, freedom from discrimination, and indeed, our basic dignity. There are many examples to name. We can talk more about them in the conversation. A few here that will be familiar to many of you. Facial recognition technology that's led to wrongful arrest, healthcare algorithms discriminatorily blocking African Americans from receiving kidney transplants, hiring tools that learn the features of a company's employees and reject applicants who are different from existing staff despite being well qualified. The list goes on. As the President has said in the State of the Union address as part of his broader tech accountability agenda, we don't have time to waste in holding technology accountable for these types of harms. We don't have time to waste when it comes to protecting the civil rights, the civil liberties, and the privacy of Americans. And we don't have time to waste in ensuring that these systems are working for everyone. To answer this call, in part, we have a larger kind of tech accountability agenda, but in part, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy recently released the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. You should know that this was a kind of all of government interagency process that we led over the course of a year that included extensive engagement with the American public, which lays out 5 core protections everyone in America should be entitled to when it comes to AI and automated systems. We'll say a little bit more about this in the conversation. We intend this document really to be for anyone who interacts daily with these powerful technologies and for every person whose life may be altered by unaccountable algorithms. We understand it to be a resource for communities, a resource for students, a resource for policymakers. It's also for a resource for those who shape these technologies, who design them, who build them, and in so doing, make decisions that will have serious consequences down the line for the lives of all of our communities. So it's therefore extremely important that we have a nuanced understanding of the ethical dimensions of how automated decision systems are studied, taught, created, and deployed. I am eager to have a conversation about exactly these issues with with Bishop Tighe in the course of the morning. And the group here today, and the conversation here today really recommends the kind of approach that we will need, the dialogues that we will need to give shape to science and technology policies that will shape the future of the society that we want to live in. So I very much look forward to the conversation. In the course of that, I'll say a little bit more about the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, but for now I will turn things back over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. Now I'll invite Bishop Tighe to say a few words of welcome as well.
So I'm afraid of going over time here, so Dr. Nelson, I'd just like to begin by thanking you for being here and for being part of this dialogue and for the work you and your office have done. I think anything that it kind of serves to promote greater public awareness of what's coming down the road and how we can shape that, I think is very worthwhile. And I think this is something really worthwhile. My presence may be less obvious. Why would somebody from the church be here talking about technology? And that's a question that often comes up, probably not so much in a Catholic university like this, but it's often addressed to me. Why? But that's not really your core business, is it? But one of the things that I think is important is for people of faith, for believers, is that we have a faith that is important to us, but it doesn't exempt us from living and being part of the world in which we live. We have to have a concern for the world, for its future, and for the people who live in it. And one of the issues that's clearly going to shape that future is, already we see it with the digital technologies, are transforming our politics, our culture, how we live socially, transforming education. But AI promises to go even further and maybe obliges us to think about what it is that makes us human, what it is that makes life worthwhile, how we think of ourselves as being different from other creatures. So there's going to be very deep questions there, and it's an area in which I think the church will want to be part of the debate. But we won't be the only ones in that debate. If it's to be a good debate, or better still, a good dialogue, we're going to need to engage with different partners from different areas of society, people who have different understandings about what it is that makes life worthwhile, that makes us human, that gives us happiness, that gives us fulfillment. And that, I think, is where I'd like to position. One of the key dialogues will have to be between people of faith and the world of science and technology. And that's a dialogue that is going to require a little bit of work, because the history hasn't always been a very happy one. I think one of the things from the church perspective we're going to have to learn is we often begin with a worthwhile praise and acknowledgement of the importance of science and technology, but we move on very quickly to a few buts. I think we need to dwell a bit longer on celebrating the achievements of science and technology. There's so many ways in which our lives have been improved. Pope Francis has a lovely term in which he says we need to appreciate the wonderful products of science and technology, but also we need to see it as showing us the flourishing of human creativity. Human beings made in God's image and likeness have done extraordinary things, and that is something to be celebrated. And that celebration, I think, would help maybe to build trust again, where we can look and ask questions of each other about where we're going. And I think science and technology is doing that already. One of the things that I'm pleased to see, almost everybody working in the field acknowledges that this has to be AI for good. It has to be human-centric. It has to be trustworthy. There's so many different formulas there for it. But the aspiration is good, this idea that this won't happen automatically. And that's something I think in terms of where science and technology has been going. I think we're well beyond the early optimism that technology itself will solve the problems for us. I think Dr. Nelson used the word leveraged. It's about human agency. What are humans going to do with these technologies? One early way of looking at that was to say, well, the technologies are neutral. You could use them for good or bad. They have dual uses. And there's a truth about that. But I think also we need to see that science and technologies and the products of science and technologies are born in a particular world. They're born in a world with certain economic and political and commercial constraints. And very much they are already marked by those. Data, as we know, can already be influenced by historical injustices which has skewed the data. So we need to be attentive to that. We're not dealing with something that's neutral in itself. The priorities that will be given for research may be dictated by commercial factors rather than the intrinsic worth of the research. The amount of money that will be spent are more likely to be spent on products that we think could be immediately profitable than things that may in the long term offer benefit to our world, particularly to parts of the world that don't have great capacity to pay for them. But so we need to think about how we're going to address injustices. I think on behalf of Pope Francis, I would always have to say the original sin that Pope Francis is concerned about constantly is the one of inequality, and that will, I think, emerge in our discussion. But we know already that digitalization has increased the amount of inequality in our world. And that's something we have to be attentive about. I think it's even more, as Dr. Nelson said, as more and more services go online, those who have been excluded already digitally can be excluded from more important services. Okay, what do I think the church can perhaps bring to the debate? I'll make a couple of points very quickly, and hopefully they'll emerge in the discussion. One is, I think, AI is going to be a global technology. It's going to have an impact globally. Therefore, it's something we're going to have to address globally. Obviously, there's stuff about the UN and the other, but I think also that's about ethical. That's about how, given the variety and the diversity of different political systems, religious belief systems, ideologies, how are we going to find a way of making judgments together about what is truly going to be beneficial for humanity and what is actually could be problematic for humanity? And that's one of the areas where I think Pope Francis has been working particularly, is can we find a way, and his intuition would be it'll only be in dialogue. It'll have to be a dialogue that's truly inclusive. We can't leave it to experts. We need representatives of different traditions who will dialogue together in the hope of searching for truths, truths that will help us to orientate the choices we make, the directions we give to the technology. So that's one, this intellectual search for an ethical grounding that can be global. It's easier said than done. One area that I think a language that will help us on that is the language of human rights. Because human rights language, for all the criticism that there may be about human rights at times in the debates, it's a language that has achieved a certain credibility in the global community and marks for us certain ways of thinking about things that we shouldn't do. At least they tell us what we shouldn't do very often. We must respect the basic dignity and rights of people. What I'd like to do there a little bit is to push, rather than thinking about the individual rights, we think that those rights are rooted in a vision of the human person of having innate and intrinsic dignity. That human rights are not something that are conferred to us by a society or by a world government or by anybody else. They come from our being human. And all human beings have this fundamental dignity and worth that we must recognize. I'd be somewhat worried. I think we need to think a little bit about how we protect human dignity, how we protect and insist on the intrinsic value and worth of every human person. Already in the digital space, I'm worried at times that your worth and your value as a person in digital media often is a performative. You have to prove yourself, you have to celebrate your achievements, you have to look right, you have to win the approval of others. Whereas our understanding would be that human value and human dignity is something we have by virtue of being human, not something that has to be earned, performed. We don't have to live up to expectations, not something that can be measured. And our technologies are very good at measuring. And I think the worth has to be separated from the sense of measurement. I'll come back to that later. Second one is, we are all individuals, we have our individual worth and right, but we live in communities. How do we think about our relationship to others? Is it an accidental thing that we unfortunately have to share this space with others and we have to look after our own interest as best we can, accommodating and making allowances for the fact that others are here as well, and it's almost strategic or transactional relationships with others? Or do we believe that the others we meet are equally human, people of dignity and worth, and that it's in our very nature to be social? So how do we think about that sense of solidarity, not just as transactional? I mentioned two other ones, the mind-body issue. Sometimes in the artificial intelligence area, we are focusing on intelligence, and our human intelligence is something that's distinctive about us, but we're not simply disembodied minds. We're human, and the more we learn that our actually learning and our intelligence, it comes through our bodiliness in so many ways. So how do we think about the importance of the varieties of intelligence? Machines can be good at calculating, at gathering data, at memorizing, or processing that data, and can do it far quicker and hold more information than we can. But that's not the only form of intelligence. How do we think about the right questions to pose to machines so we separate between correlation and causality? How do we think about, in the human tradition, we've valued intelligence, but we've also valued wisdom, something about the capacity to make choices that promote our human well-being. And I think in that area then, a part of intelligence, that the whole area of art and beauty, that not everything in our world has to be functional. If we just do measurements, we tend to get caught in the area of functionality. But what about we think the arts that have created things that are great beauty, may not be particularly functional, but their gratuity, their graciousness reflects something of what it is to be human. but not everything is to be calculated. Not everything is the subject of a project. And finally, I think an area that cuts across those is the area of work. Work is something that to some extent can be threatened by the development of AI. Work is not just something we do for economic gain, which could be resolved then by giving us a universal benefit, but it's in work we express who we are, we find social solidarity, and we become and labor together with our world, with our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bishop Tighe and Dr. Nelson, for those words. Now, before we jump into some of the heavier topics, I do want to ask, Bishop Tighe, so you come from the Council for Culture, now the Dicastery for Culture. Why is this where technology is being talked about at the Vatican, this sort of the Dicastery for Culture, as opposed to, one of the other 16 councils there?
The first thing is not the only place where it's been talked about. But I think it's come into the culture area. The Vatican is very small. I want to say that. Our department, we have about 5 or 6 officials in culture working on the whole range of cultural issues. So don't think big, heavy government departments. But the real strength of the Catholic Church is not actually in Rome, thankfully, but it's through its networks globally, through the communities, particularly the academic resources we have globally. And the culture piece, I think, because one of the things that we would have determined very early on is that the revolution in digital technology was not just a technological revolution, but was actually changing the very patterns of human relationships, of how we form community, how we do politics together, how we look at social issues together, which are profoundly cultural issues. So therefore, that element came in naturally to the culture department. The other reason is a slightly different one, is that the Vatican's Council for Culture was born out of Vatican II, when the church realized it needed to be much more in dialogue with the world. It set up a department to dialogue with other Christian religions, Christian traditions. It set up a department to dialogue with the world religions. And then it tried to engage a dialogue with what they called at the time, not the happiest term, non-believers, because nobody is a non, but people whose fundamental vision and value systems are not rooted in a religious faith. Maybe that's, and that became part of our mission. So one of our primary concerns is to dialogue and to debate with people who would see themselves not as primarily find their values in a religious system, but in their human and secular formation. So therefore, and we try and dialogue with people not to talk about why I believe and why you don't believe, but how we can work together to make this world that we all share a better place. And that's particularly in the time of Pope Francis that has become a priority. What he calls when he talks about the climate change, he brings home this note, we only have one world. It's our common home. When we think about the human community, he wants to bring out this idea, we're all brothers and sisters. We're not simply accidental neighbors in a community. We're brothers and sisters. So how do we work together, valuing the insights of different traditions, so that that diversity becomes a richness that enables us together to find ways of addressing common problems. So that's why I think the culture is where some of this has happened. Sorry, long answer, but thank you.
No, that's fine. Well, let's keep on this theme of dialogue. That's one of the big themes of the conference here. And, with this historic first meeting between the White House and the Vatican on technology and ethics, and I'll start with you, Dr. Nelson. What do you see specifically as that role of dialogue between individuals, corporations, governments on these issues of responsibility, rights, and ethics in technology? What good can it bring and what limits does it have?
Yeah, thank you for that. So one thing I would say is, the Biden-Harris administration comes into office in the context of fairly extreme skepticism, public skepticism, and dare I say, distrust and mistrust of government, distrust and mistrust of public health, of technology, and the like. And so it created, I think, a context in which issues of trust and issues of dialogue and who are the stakeholders and how we think about science and technology policy were really front and center as a new administration was coming into office, I think in a different way than it might have been if we hadn't been doing it, let's say in the context of a pandemic, for example, in the context of, climate crisis and other sorts of things. And so I think that context really matters for I think the ways that we've proceeded in this administration to move forward with types of the way that the processes through which we do our policy work. And that is meant with things like the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, that process of deliberation continued for over a year, and it is still ongoing. So the document itself is the beginning of a process that is going to be ongoing. It is not the end of anything at all. It is meant that we try every single kind of channel that we can to reach people. So there is an email address that people can write to us at any time. We kicked off the policy planning process for this work with a series of public events with nonprofit organizations. We had weekly and continue to have weekly engagement sessions with folks across the country and indeed across the world, to your point about this being a global issue. So we meet regularly. I met last week with a colleague from the Council of Europe who's doing some work on kind of AI governance issues, for example. And so we understood, and of course there were technologists and engineers and industry stakeholders as well. But this issue of AI and automated systems, what they mean for society, global society, US society, is not an issue that can, to your point, Bishop Tighe, ever be tackled by one stakeholder group. But also if we want to live in a society in which people understand, feel like that their stakes are represented in what the technologies do in the world. And indeed, if we want to try to build trust increasingly in our society, and if we want people, moreover, if we want to leverage the benefits of AI to the extent that they're, splitting the line between the hype and the possibility, if we want to leverage the things that are truly possible, we've got to do so in a way, in the context of a community that trusts that the technologies are working for the benefit of their lives, their communities, their families, and their society. And that means having open dialogues with people. It also means, I think, for government, proactively trying to create a space in which more than experts can sit at the table about complicated technologies. So most of us, 99% of us are never really going to understand technology at a level of depth and complexity. But all of us must govern and all of us must participate in society. And so, what is the job of government and helping to bring people to the table and helping folks to understand what's taking place in the technological space such that they can make decisions about their lives and about the society around them. And so I think that learning how to level set so that we can have, all of us have that conversation also requires the engagement of a range of stakeholders. And in some ways, the part of me that's a teacher, a kind of educational process becomes the part of the work of government as well. So, I think it becomes cliche often in our work to say you need, the religious sector and the civil society sector and all of that. But automated systems and AI is truly a context in which this is kind of radically true and profoundly true. I also think as there become increasingly more new and emerging technologies, in OSTP, we're thinking a lot in that space. We're thinking about quantum computing and these sorts of things. I think to be able to create a system of deliberation in government, a system of deliberative policymaking in government that creates, to be able to create a kind of foundation, because the kind of new emerging technologies that we've never had to deal with before are just going to keep coming off, if I can use a 20th century metaphor, off the conveyor belts. It's a very old-fashioned kind of Fordist metaphor for these new technologies. And so we need to create a kind of ethical framework, a kind of justice framework, a kind of social implications framework that allows us to, I think, approach these technologies, whatever they may be, in a kind of foundational way.
That's great. Thank you. Bishop Tighe, how do you talked a bit about dialogue in that opening session, but how do you see that sort of practically influencing your work in this space?
I think the dialogue piece, I think there's the theoretical side to it. And I think the key thing about dialogue is, at its best, dialogue is not simply a technique. It's actually a willingness to actually say, I can learn from somebody who's bringing materials or insights that I don't have. At the practical level, one of the dialogues we've had, which has been running for about 5 or 6 years, it was a dialogue initiated by some of the senior people from Silicon Valley, some of the actual founders of companies and that, who came to the Vatican and said, look, we're beginning to develop something that is, even we're a bit concerned about it. And they were talking about AI. And they said, we think you need to be reflecting on it. We're obviously not handing over to you. We're not giving any responsibility to you. We will make our decisions, but we want to hear what your tradition may have to say to that. And I think what's been interesting in a dialogue like that is part of the thing about a dialogue is it has to be sustained. And in that, you have to begin to know the other people. So there's a lot of sounding out and learning about each other and addressing misapprehensions. But as the trust develops, then the capacity, as it becomes more a dialogue between people who at least understand and respect each other's good intentions, maybe not accepting every argument, but you're able to be more forceful in saying what you disagree about, or why you have a difference. You go, and my boss in Rome, until about a month ago, was a philologist, specialist in languages, and he always said dialogue, that we make a mistake when we talk about dialogue. We think that dia at the beginning is about two. It's not, it's actually a cross or between, and it's broader than two people. It has to be of its nature. And the logos of the different worldviews, our way of understanding. So we're bringing different worldviews into connection with each other. And that the dia also, it seems in Greek, I'm only trusting is about going deeper. And that's often where the real differences are. We have presenting issues we disagree about. But why? Because it's about our different understanding of what it is to be human, or about the different priorities we give in competing values. And it's when we know each other enough to go that little bit deeper and to explore together where those points of differences may be rooted, that we actually maybe get a richer dialogue. And so my experience has been dialogue, A, is an attitude. I have to have an openness. I can learn from this. I'm not just here to use this as a way of getting my point across subtly and rebutting every argument I meet. It's actually, where can I learn? It's about an openness and an awareness that none of us have a monopoly on truth, and that truth will only be discerned when we take the full reality into account, where we need the voices of different perspectives.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. And so let's go ahead and dive in a little bit to the AI Bill of Rights, Dr. Nelson. And so can you just walk us through for a minute the mindset behind its creation? What are some of the core protections that it offers? And why does the White House especially think that this is the right move in this moment?
Yeah, so I told you a little bit about the process, and that process continues to be ongoing. Clearly, we need some sort of legislation or some sort of regulation around AI and algorithms, but that's not the job of the executive branch. And so the question is then, how can the executive branch lead in this space? So, the vehicles that we have are, the bully pulpit. We can convene. We can convene for dialogue across stakeholder groups. We can lead also by example. And so partly what the AI Bill of Rights enables to do is sort of pull all of those tethers kind of together. So these are a set of 9, they're the 5 non-binding principles. So this is not regulation, this is not law, but it is, these are principles that are paired with practices. So we venture some suggestions about how people working in technology design and deployment can think both upstream before harms occur and the divine design of the work, and then downstream if harms sort of have occurred. And then lastly, the sort of way that we can, this is government leading by example, is areas in which we're beginning to build out in the executive branch and the federal government models of how this can be done well. So we have, for example, the Department of Labor has, the ability to compel reporting on worker surveillance in context of labor disputes. And so that's been the case for kind of conventional surveillance. they are now saying it's also the case for forms of automated surveillance. And so that is not to where Bishop Tighe ended in his more formal remarks, it's not a kind of blanket protection against worker surveillance or anything like that, but it is the Department of Labor saying, even when new technologies come on the line, there are fundamental rights for workers that still obtain in this space. And we're going to sort of think about the powers that we have, the authorities that we have to do that. So let me tell you about the 5 core protections. One is, the first is that systems that you use should work. They should be safe and effective. And so this is what I mean by level setting. Like, these are common sense, kind of simple things that people agree upon. These are things that people generally agreed upon in the course of our conversations over the last year. There's nothing here that I think will be surprising, but I think particularly across partisans divides, these are things that we found that people generally agree on, high school students to technology executives. So first, the systems that we use should work and they should be safe and effective. And if they're not safe and effective, they should not be used, is the allegory there, or the second part of the theorem there. Second, you should be protected from algorithmic discrimination, and automated systems should be used and designed in an equitable way. Third, you should be protective from abusive data practices via built-in protections, and you should have agency over how data about you is used. Fourth, you should know when an automated system is being used and understand how and why it contributes to outcomes that impact you. And fifth, you should have the opportunity to opt out, to have access to a human being or another way to access the right, the opportunity, the thing that you're trying to do, or another way to quickly solve a problem. So these principles we think outline the kind of world that we all want to live in, the world that we should expect. It will take all sorts of different levers to get us to this world, but we are beginning, as I said, by offering in this 75-page document, which you can find online, both kind of technical, practical things that can be done. Many of these are best practices that come out of industry and come out of academic research in this space, in addition to using the kind of first mover power of government, of the executive branch, to begin to move the needle in some of these spaces. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Bishop Tighe, I'm curious as to your response. You've been a part of a lot of standards and guidelines. You've worked with the EU a lot, and so, what do you feel is important about such documents? What are the difficulties and limitations?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I began with a certain weariness.
Sure.
That there was another statement of great rights that would be relevant. I think there was Stanford did a report about 2018, 2019. They reviewed something like 70 or 80 different codes of ethics and standard setting, and there was 5 or 6, and the core ones, we know what they are. But what I liked about your document is that it gives it granularity. It digs down with it. It's rooted in thinking about the people who are working in this area. And that's what I thought the win on this is. There's enough in it to give it meat to engage people. It's not just that we can say, yeah, it's lovely, yeah, of course. But no, it's grounded in a reality, and that's where I saw a win. I think also, there's a friend of mine, I better give him a call out, the head of the Fundamental Rights Agency in Europe, an old boy of the Spiriton School in Dublin, but who has worked in this area. And he says the thing we need to do is not invent new rights.
Correct.
We need to apply the existing rights.
Correct.
And that, I think, is something that's well worked here into that, and I think it's important. From a church perspective, I think these are very important. That's not fundamentally our business. We need to be part of that dialogue and engage with them, and that's right. Governments will need to regulate. Companies do need to bring good codes of practice, not just to avoid regulation, but actually to get there. I think one of the things that I always come back when we were in one of these, how are we going to gain trust again? The fundamental is you have to become trustworthy, and then the trust of the others may follow. But the first job is actually correct things rather than spend the money on trying to make yourself look good. Actually take responsibility for your systems. Final thing I think what is distinctive about the church and where I think we have something to do is, and it's true networks of universities, to promote greater awareness among people of what's happening. Make them alert to what they're doing when we glibly sign up to a next, of course I accept all your terms and conditions because I want your free app. How do we actually create a much more consumer awareness of how the industry works, of what we're paying or how we're paying, of the value of our own data. Some of it is not a great novel, but David Eggers has this one, The Every, which is people are basically signing away everything for the quick fix on the digital thing. And I see that happening. I mean, I think we need to look at how do we ensure that people consent to what they're doing, know what they're doing. And a bit like 20 years ago in pharmaceutical things, the consent forms were really exemption forms. I was saying that, well, if something goes wrong, I won't sue you. And I couldn't read. Then it became much clearer that they'd have to be addressed in a language that I could understand. I'd have a cooling off period to think about the decisions I was making. So how do we promote? And I think where the church has a role is through our education systems, making people alert to the issues and to the challenges and to their responsibilities. And then finally, I'll stop, is some of the changes that governments are going to have to bring in are going to call for sacrifices from people. So creating a constituency for change, actually helping people to understand that, yes, we're going to have to, not just on technology, but I think more climate change, we're going to have to make changes that are going to have an impact negatively on my immediate interests. And we create, and the politicians who are brave enough to put those choices to people, to create a constituency, say, yeah, we need to do that and be ready for it. Yeah.
Now, Dr. Nelson, with the blueprint, following up on what Bishop Tighe just said, where do you see sort of next steps with the blueprint? Sort of how does it interact with a lot of these, international things or things that are going on in the EU, as well as sort of, throughout the states? Obviously, you talked about wanting to get this legislative things going, but you only have so much control over that. So what are sort of the next steps as you move forward?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's really very much, so let me just first say, those of us working in the policy space in the White House here share the weariness about the principles. So we there have been, now 5 years at least of these, and none of them have actually changed the fundamental conditions and the harms that we're concerned about. And indeed, many of the harms have gotten worse. So we did not set out to, I mean, there are kind of principles, core kind of themes and issues here, but that was kind of not the point. So I wanted to say that we share that, although we felt like we needed to kind of have an assertion of the value kind of proposition for the document. So we're doing a few things. I mean, I think we are continuing to work with the government leading by example space. So the Bill of Rights document came out with what we call in Washington a fact sheet, which are things that we are moving forward with. So in addition to the Department of Labor example, I shared a subset of that. The Equal Opportunity and Employment Office, the EEOC, has put out guidance around, to your point, and I think a point that we all share, that the fact that already laws that forbid discrimination in employment and hiring, forbid discrimination in how you recruit candidates and how you solicit resumes and the like, are true in an automated world, are true in the use of automated systems. And so they are leaning into that space. The Department of Education is thinking in the ed tech space about the protection of student data. And it's a particular concern, I think, for young people. The president is particularly concerned about the privacy protections of young people and also about the mental health harms in social media. But, once certain types of data are we are sort of setting up a society, this is to your point about the digitization, where young people in particular can be tracked their entire lives through data. And that's a different proposition for some of us who are not digital natives or really, who are older. And that's something that's concerning. And so the Department of Education is thinking about how it can offer guidance and guidelines in the ed tech space, which we saw certainly as we're still in the pandemic, has been really important for some educational gains, even as we're in the context of folks being out of school and having teacher shortages and the like. But how can we do that in a way that is not sort of predating on young people and their data? So those are some of the things we're doing. We're also, we're having engagements with state and local legislative staffers. So we're thinking about a lot of the leadership in this space and the legislative space has been in municipalities and states, places like California, of course, as being an example. And so we're doing a series of briefings with state and local legislators. We continue to have these engagement sessions. We're engaging with companies. So we imagine, in a couple of months' time that this fact sheet had a series of federal commitments that people were making that are aligned with these kinds of aspirations, that we will continue to have stakeholders making commitments, certainly in the new year, more private sector, state and local government, business folks and civil society. And then it's been, a document that's really circulated. So people are doing reading groups and seminars and webinars and conversations around the document. And as I said, we really tried to keep it at a level in which it could be kind of informative, to Bishop Tighe's point about wanting people to understand. And so it's had a kind of important life as a kind of educational resource as well that we feel really pleased about. On the international piece, I would say, the United States is a member of the OECD, so we are a signatory and an active participant in these multinational conversations about multinational kind of principles and guardrails with regards to automated systems and new and emerging technologies. We're also variously a member on the Global Partnership on AI, which is a multi-sector organization. And so those conversations very much informed how we thought about the work that we're doing here, that we understand to be in response to a really important point that Bishop Tighe raised about foundational human rights, of course, but in government, we think about how those can be lived out or actuated in life. And in the context of the United States, that's often through civil rights legislation, which is a very particular U.S. domain of law and of rights. And of course, the actual framing of this, harking back to the kind of foundational Bill of Rights of the United States, is intentional and is intended to say that there are fundamental rights that should not change, even as the technology changes, that these core rights should obtain to all of us, no matter how quickly the sort of technological ecosystem is changing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that. One thing I really wanted to talk about this morning was something that I know that aligns both of you here today, which is this deep attention to issues of inequity and poverty. This essential part of Pope Francis' message from Laudato Si to his more recent documents. Dr. Nelson, I know this has been a guiding principle of yours for many, many years throughout all your work of scholarly work and public service. So my question is this, and I'll start with you, Bishop Tighe. Given the relationship between technological wealth and global inequity, how do we talk about tech ethics or responsible tech or trustworthy AI while still attending to these deep-rooted societal problems of inequity and poverty that are often exacerbated by modern technology? So Bishop Tighe, I'll start with you.
Yeah, one I think is even on the human rights piece. Very often in this space we think about the civil and political rights, privacy, autonomy, but we don't think as much about the economic and social rights that are being hugely, and I think that's one way we need to push things out. But I think the inequality thing, it's layered. One is the glaringly obvious wealth gap between the few and the many, which it seems is getting larger and likely if less people control more of what will be the algorithms that control so much more, and that we could see the potential for increased inequality there. And the material thing is hugely significant. But it's also then the level of access and power and influence that gives people in terms of lobbying and shaping political processes and determining where laws will be made, or jurisdiction shopping, whatever, all those. But there's one that strikes me, and it's one that I owe to, in its most graphic form, to an Indian writer, Arundhati Roy. And she has this lovely essay where she's talking about, she's in her obviously comfortable office in New Delhi writing, and she's working on a laptop. And she said outside in the street, the workers are laying the fiber, and they're working as they do in India by hand. They're scraping the ground, and they're there, and they're breaking for slight meals. They're working by kind of a very weak candlelight thing. And she develops the image, she says, she talks about India, but I think it's for the whole world. She says she has a vision of two people, two journeys, two caravans heading away, a small group heading off towards the light, and a whole other section disappearing off into the darkness. I think it's the loss even of the sense of solidarity around our human destiny. Even some of the extraordinary work that's been done on space research, which I want to say is of course, but who should decide where the investments go? Would there be not a lot to be done on more basic things we need to be working on, and who takes control of those decisions? So, you know, I sometimes prefer taxation to philanthropy and let democratic processes decide where we're going to go with things. So it's something about that failure to realize that we're all in this together. I think Pope Francis also picks it up on something that Michael Sandel is very strong on as well, which is this meritocracy idea, that somehow that this world is, well, if I do well, it's because I earned it, I was entitled to it, I merited it, I proved it, I've earned it. And he says, no, we don't start level. There are so many ways in which there are advantages and disadvantages, and why certain groups are destined to do better. And then, as he said, the Pope Francis picks the downside of that then is, of course, the next step is to say, well, those who don't make it, it's their fault. Yeah. It's culpabilization of their stuff. And I think in that type of a world, where it's either, am I going to get on the right side of that divide or am I not? That also can distort education, where education becomes the leverage point to be credentialed to get me on the right side of that division, rather than addressing some of the fundamental questions. And as we saw it in Europe, as we went online, we were good at getting the devices into people's homes, but then did they have the connectivity? Did they have the environment where the child was encouraged, where the parents had the capacity to actually be directing the education of their children? So I think it opens up for us real issues about how we try and it's a conversion of heart, really, that we see the other person always as having dignity, worth, and value, and not to be written off, and to think about how we can make this equal for them. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Nelson?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, this is my first time working in public service, and part of what drew me to working in this administration is a very clear commitment to equity, to the fact that there is not a meritocracy, and that people start life in different places, and indeed a commitment that not all, I think, administrations share, that the job of government is to help people who need help. And so that, to begin working in an Office of Science and Technology Policy, and an administration that in its first week says that part of the job of government is to advance equity in American society. That's racial equity, but it's also equity for veterans, for people in rural communities, for LGBTQ plus communities, a kind of very capacious idea of what it means to govern for all of American society, and to have an imagination of the wide kind of variety and diversity of American society as we're thinking about our policymaking. This is also an administration that began in its first week, in addition to an executive order on equity, with an executive order on how government should work to restore trust in government, and that is the job of government as well. And so there was a kind of real vision for both equity and democracy that sort of began for me as a public servant, as a civil servant, as I go into government, and that this kind of equity vision that includes a pretty populist economic vision in the Biden-Harris administration, and in the person of President Biden, is part of how we think about science and technology policy. So that means that, as I mentioned earlier, that, you know, the president has advanced, you know, a kind of tech accountability agenda, which is that we should just not be siphoning off resources from communities. We should just not be siphoning off data from communities. and that big tech has to come to the table with a value proposition for American society, for global society, that's just not only about extraction. And that also means that there is an economic vision that says that, the president is a really, he's a futurist. He's a really powerful, he believes very much in science and technology and that they can do good things in the world. One of the things he likes most to do, Bishop Tighe, to use your word, is to celebrate these things. And so, he celebrated the images from the first images from the James Webb Telescope. He celebrates the sort of great scientific and technological feats that we accomplish, but he understands that they are in the service to something, that discovery is important, that government should support R&D, but that these advances should be in the service of making people's lives better, of making the world better, of making life more equitable. And so you see that even with things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which comes with nearly $370 billion of investments, the biggest investments in American society ever historically, and climate change. And those are resources that go back to communities, that go back to transforming communities. And I think the science and technology policy and the sort of tech innovation pieces, including AI, are really being thought about in a way that's about how science institutions, how technology companies are kind of anchor institutions in society that come with kind of moral obligations. These are moral, should be moral institutions that are supposed to behave or do certain things in society. And to the extent that governments, through grant funding, through regulation, through the bully pulpit, through providing an example, can help give shape to a world that doesn't say that technology, new technologies inevitably, automatically have to sort of take us down a certain course of higher inequality, is the sort of job of government.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let's shift gears just for a minute, and I want to talk about hate speech and extremism online. So yesterday, as many of you probably know, the community of Pittsburgh commemorated 4 years since 11 people were killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue, the deadliest attack on the Jewish community in U.S. history. This attack was only one of many hate-fueled attacks over the last decade, a decade which has seen a marked rise in online hate speech, including anti-Semitic, anti-Black, anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, among others. Leaders both in tech and in government seem to struggle with how to allow freedom of speech without assisting the rise of hate groups with their very real-world violence. So, Bishop Tighe, I sort of want to start with you here. A lot of this hate speech comes from self-proclaimed Christians and Catholic groups, and individuals. So how does the church address this? And for those of us here today that identify as people of faith, how can we combat this problem as people of faith, as well as citizens of the sort of global technology community?
I think there are multi-layers to it. I think one area that I think there's relative clarity is that I think over the last 50, 60 years, the church has itself addressed some of that legacy issues of anti-Semitism and has made clear at the highest levels of teaching that there is no justification for anti-Semitism. And it has repeated that. So particularly in the document Nostra Aetate, which talked about the relationship to Judaism and the importance of that relationship and the shared origins that were all part of the Abrahamic tradition. And that I think it was marked in things like the Pope's visit to Iraq, when he spoke constantly with this awareness of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity having a shared root and trying to find something in that of value and worth. And I think even recent statements, the Pope about a month ago wrote to the Catholic organization that works for people working in production, Cygnus, it's a Catholic organization, and kind of made this very clear to be no room for hate speech. It's just no room for it. And that's clear. And then equally for the church, I think we have to join in supporting governments in finding ways of outlawing these forms of hate speech. I think also in supporting companies in taking on whatever role is appropriate to police those issues. But the one I think where the church has a particular role, I think, is that I mean, hate speech wasn't created by digitalization, but digitalization has certainly accelerated it and put it out there into the common areas, and has also some of the anonymity that's facilitated by digitalization has made this thing go viral and become even more problematic. But I think, and here I think it's a little bit about saying to people, the culture, digital culture is made up by a huge number of individual choices. Will I share something? Will I comment? How will I comment? Will I let the mood of another person's intervention determine my own? So one thing that I would try to do, I think that is important, is that we kind of say that digital media reflects lots of individual choices, and we call people to what I would call more mindfulness or attentiveness to what they're doing. Secondly, making them aware that strangely it's not all their own fault, that the polarization which is promoted by digitalization, because the company, the business models send you the material they think you're going to like to keep you in the loop of their thing, make us even more prone to not engaging with those who are different than ourselves. So for me, I think the particular role of the church would be educational, alerting individuals to their own responsibility, calling them to attentiveness, deliberateness in their engagement with social media stuff. And also, I think one is a willingness to call out what is not acceptable, to actually name what is not acceptable, even if it's coming from people who are on your side of the argument sometimes. But we have to be attentive to that. So one of the things we articulated at one stage was, because when the Vatican was getting involved in social media and the Pope was being put up, a lot of people said, don't, it's nasty, it's awful, it's terrible. But we said, if we don't not part of it, working with others to use it for good, then we're handing it over to the trolls. So one thing is, I said, be there, but do it differently. You're in the world, but you're not off the world. Don't let it contaminate and undermine, and that sense of holding yourself to responsibility, I think, is a particular role. I'm not saying there's all the other things, but I think we need to be so attentive to that, yeah.
Dr. Nelson?
Thank you for that. I mean, Bishop Tighe has already said so many of the things that I would say, including attentiveness to trolls, or ignoring the trolls. I was glad to know that the Vatican is keeping an eye on the trolls. You know, I would say, I mean, obviously the rise of tech platforms have just brought, and digitization, as the bishop calls it, has brought a lot of kind of profound challenges to us that we're still, you know, we will spend our lifetimes trying to, I think, deal with. You know, in particular, we saw, you know, this heinous anti-Semitism 4 years ago in a day. You know, the worst, I like to say it's the worst known in American history. I think there are probably instances of anti-Semitism in history that were as bad or worse that we don't know about in the same way, and that we should know about. You know, I will say, I would repeat some of what the president said, which is that this is a time, you know, we all have great admiration for the people of Pittsburgh and for the Squirrel Hill community and the way that they've been able to deal with this and not allow this to create more polarization in the community, that people have been very forthright, that this is, you know, heinous and hateful and wrong. But I think that we also have to be attentive, as the president has tried to be in the administration, to you know, a lack of traction around the ways that technologies really kind of fuel discrimination, anti-Semitism, and other forms of hate and discrimination. And the algorithmic amplification piece that the bishop alluded to is a real problem for this. And so talk about dialogue. I mean, we need to continue to, in the U.S. context, both, you know, abide the First Amendment and also get a real handle on, I think, algorithmic amplification that serves these things up to people. And also, I think, and this is the role that I think religious leaders and government can have, you know, a model of a world in that we want to live in, that you can't compel people or force people to do or to create. But I think, you know, there's, for most of us, there's a way that we want to live in, a world that we want to live in, and that technology is in many ways, social media technology, a hindrance to that. I would just say, with my Biden-Harris, hat on, that the administration has tried to be responsive in this space. So the president designated a special envoy to combat and monitor anti-Semitism, which is a new and very important role. We had a sort of national convening a few weeks ago, United Against Hate, which centered anti-Semitism and other forms of racism, bias, and discrimination, and the groups that are working to sort of forge a way ahead, including some leaders from technology and business there as well. And so there are things that can be done in the social space and the governance space, and that must be done in partnership with the technology space.
Bishop?
Just, yeah, I was actually thinking that one of the previous engagements between the Vatican and the US government in formal sense was in 2020, was a seminar organized through the American Embassy to the Holy See, bringing the Vatican and the US government together precisely to address these issues of anti-Semitism. But one thing, I think on the digital thing, my own experience of hate speech, and it comes from Northern Ireland, from what was small but nasty and very ingrained hatreds across communities. And one of the things that it becomes hugely important in that is getting people to actually know each other, to meet each other. And that's not easy to create those opportunities. But I think somehow one of the things with the digital, I think, is, although we can with Zoom see the face, very often it's not. It's a faceless type of communication, and I think something about the loss of the face-to-face, so Levinas's idea that when I look another person in the eye, there's a certain common humanity comes out. So I think it's somehow how we find imaginative ways to break the images. I mentioned Pope Francis on this one, but Pope Francis, about 4 or 5 years ago across Europe, there was this fear about what were the newspapers do, the hordes that were invading, the people who were coming out of Syria and were coming across the borders and were going to threaten all our values. And the language is hysterically dangerous. And Pope Francis chose to go to Lesbos and to visit some of those people. And I think what he did was, he gave a face to these very harmless, damaged, marginalized people. And the rhetoric of the horde somehow had to yield, as it did also that tragic image of the young kid who was washed up on a beach in Greece. Somehow we need to see the face, and it's too easy to hide behind the anonymity and the stereotype, and we need to break it through. So how we create opportunities for that, and that can also involve digital means of doing that.
Well, and I appreciated what you said earlier, too, about that intentionality of the individual. A lot of us, if you don't have access to other communities outside yourself very easily, there's an opportunity in the online space to say, well, who do you follow on Twitter? Who do you follow on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook? What are you watching come through your feed? And there's a possibility there for diversifying your own things and realizing that it's not just, well, we can't just let someone else solve this problem. You were saying before, every single person has to make those choices. Every single person has to say, well, am I making sure that I am not falling into the same biases, that I am not implicitly allowing these things? How can I be anti-oppressive? How can I work actively against these places online? So I just want to sort of affirm that piece from before. Okay. I want to talk positives for a minute here. And obviously there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot that we've already addressed here, and a lot is really, really serious. But not all of technology is bad. It's brought us wonderful advances in just about every possible field of science and society. So I just want to hear from each of you, what are some technologies today that you see especially have already had a really positive impact on some of these issues in society? And what are some advances that you're looking forward to or hoping to see in the next decade? And Dr. Nelson, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I have for almost 2 years now, I've had the great honor and privilege of living in an office that thinks about that and is in conversation with people who are working in science and technology in this, to do transformative things in the world. And so, there are lots of examples. I was talking over at breakfast with, some ways sophisticated, using sensors and other things, but in some ways very simple, clean air technologies, right? So one of the sort of lessons for us, I hope, that we will take away out of the pandemic is that, you know, there are things that individuals can do with regards to public health, but there are things that can be done through the collective. And so part of that is having more clean indoor air actually is better for cognition. It reduces pandemic, you know, and disease circulation and the like. And so we've been, you know, sometimes we're lifting up, you know, sort of cutting edge technologies like quantum information sciences, but sometimes it's the case that technologies we have can improve life and make a better experience for other people. So that's not in the AI space. As I said in my remarks at the top, I mean, there are, you know, we've got lots of folks in our office working on things like automated science. There are things in scientific laboratories, bench science, that you can automate and do a lot more quickly through automation. There's research in agriculture. There's obviously research and health. And so they're, you know, helping farmers grow food more readily, helping doctors identify and cure disease more readily, you know, helping small business owners have access to almost kind of enterprise tools that big corporations and large companies have for their organizations that small companies can't have. So there's a wide range of I think, possibilities that we're pretty optimistic about. And I think part of the, you know, the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights sort of gambit or conceit is that that these things can be done well, that they can add positive benefit to society, but not inevitably or not automatically. And that part of the work of innovation is that we can build innovations that build equity into them, or at least have a consideration upstream for equity and outcomes as we're doing the work. And so I'm very optimistic about a sort of slight shift in register or reimagination of what innovation is, and we're sort of placing the world that we want to live in, the types of innovations that we can use to have the outcomes we want in the process and in the conversation of science and technology policymaking.
Bishop Todd? I think I'd want to endorse that, that kind of that positive vision that we have to have and see the benefits. I have a cynical friend of mine who says, Paul, if you ever doubt the benefits of science and technology, look at dentistry 100 years ago. And it's sort of, lots of things we take for granted. And I think there are really good things. I think one thing on the terms of the hard sciences, I think, is shaping the attentiveness to where we're applying things. One of my sisters works as a psychiatrist in an area of medicine that has never got the resources and the attention of other areas. And I'm sure we could pick other kind of examples of that. So how do we ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes and we actually see the benefits? My own interest I'd like to explore more is actually where I see extraordinary things with technology and science is not so much the hard sciences, but their impact on our capacity to communicate, to learn from each other, to form community. I mean, I think even getting through COVID, how the technologies helped us in so many ways to maintain relationships. It wasn't perfect, but it did allow us to continue our functioning. And I think as we see things like I'm seeing some of the language translation services, so-called assisted by AI, who are doing things, you know, and I think what I'd really like to see there is, I think, in the potential is how these technologies, there is, I think, in people a desire to connect, to know each other, to build community, and how those technologies can also, even though for the moment, so many ways they're doing the opposite, they're dividing us, how we can take them in hand to recover that sense of the unity of the human family. And I think what I'd add to a piece that we only obliquely mentioned, I think, is how artists and writers and storytellers can actually be the ones that help us to forge a sense of identity with people across different cultures and different environments, so that engages us at the level of empathy and awareness to. So I think of the potential for storytelling that makes us alert to people who are different from us, to their human dilemmas, to their needs, so that we have that ingrained sense of the unity of the human family. We live in a world where it's too easy to push the hatred and fear buttons to have my tribe with me. It's how do we support people who help us to imaginatively see the other and understand the other and learn from the other. That's where I see great hope as those technologies taken by, so STEM is important, but I think we need the humanities for quite a while yet to keep us on that imagination. The capacity to see others and to relate to others is something that I think could be hugely important and is very close to our religious tradition. Yeah.
Fantastic. So I have another question. I'm going to ask them, but I did save a little bit of time for questions from the audience. So while we have this final question, if you'd like to queue up here at the middle microphone, and if you have a question for Dr. Nelson or Bishop Tighe, you can do that during our final bit of conversation, and then we'll have about 15 or 20 minutes for audience questions from there. Okay. So I'm just going to bring us back to this theme of dialogue. So I'm a really firm believer that, as you can see today, bringing very different people together from very different circumstances can help to solve problems in new and unexpected ways. So what are some ways that, some sort of practical things that you think maybe the Vatican and the White House can sort of work together on solving or at least beginning to, help to be a part of the solution to some of these big problems of technology going forward?
Yeah, so I mean, certainly one of my takeaways, so we did extensive outreach. We're a small shop when we were developing the policy planning process for the AI Bill of Rights, but we did not have at the top of our list religious communities as part of that conversation. So I think that, certainly people came to engage and offered perspectives, challenges, suggestions that came out of a religious experience variously. Yeah. But that was not something that we centered in the work. So one of my takeaways here is actually, I think, to think about, I think, religious communities and as a like particular sector that we should, I think, engage more deeply. We do in some of the work, certainly in the work of government, but not in the technology work. And so that's one of my takeaways. I think what we do share, what I've really appreciated about this conversation that I will also take away is the sense that, I think the church and government has a kind of obligation to, I think, help people see the world that they want to live in, to help people understand the world in which they're living, and to sort of put people of different perspectives and backgrounds sort of in conversation and be in service to people of different perspectives and conversations. And so I think that, I would hope that the White House and the Vatican and other, representatives of both, I think can take those kinds of pretty profound overlaps as a way forward for continued dialogue, which I very much look forward to.
I think one of the things, I suppose that for me, a key thing would be the Vatican, as I say, is small, and we shouldn't displace what happens locally. But certainly what I'd be taking is saying to particularly Catholic institutions of education is to engage with processes such as the process, because I see the value in your blueprint is actually as a process. That's the beginning of a and there's a flexibility, there's enough flexibility there to be able to open. I mean, I think as I was looking at the posters earlier, we need people who can disseminate that sense of alertness and awareness that something is changing and be part of be at the table. Yeah, I'm not saying we're the only people who should be at the table, but one thing I would be trying to say to people is, as I meet representatives from the U.S. Church, is look, think about your institutions and your people, and are they engaging with these conversations? An interesting one is where we have is a number of people from Silicon Valley who have identify as Catholic, and they're working in an environment that is a tech environment. They don't want to leave their values behind them. Neither do they think they're the only ones who have values within their world. So they're trying to work with co-workers. And I think really it is to encouraging people to participate in the processes to try and make a difference. And one issue that I meant to say at one stage is that in terms of ethics, the other area we need to celebrate is the conscience of individuals. I mean, some of the greatest ethical stuff I've seen in this space has been individual engineers refusing to work on particular projects at a sacrifice to themselves in places like Google. People who've been willing to go public and say, look, this business model is harming people. And some may be people of faith, some may not be, but to encourage people of goodwill to work together and to avail of the opportunities that are created by governments in different, so it's bigger in the United States, but it's encouraging people to be engaged. And when we see processes that I think are good, final thing just in dialogue, that I always think there's an element of risk in dialogue.
Sure.
And that's, I think, a very important thing. I mean, found myself getting a lot of criticism at times for entering into forum. Did you not know the person who has the following views? But he could have seen people who have risked talking to me and taking equally. Some of the people from the Valley are taking high risk and being seen to talk to a Vatican official, given how they're perceived. But I think it's that willingness to risk, to learn, and to reach across, to step over, to cross over, to learn from the other. I think, yeah. And I think governments creating that possibility is great, rather than simply playing to a constituency.
Wonderful. Thanks to both of you here. So try to keep your question brief, but please tell us who you are and where you're coming from, so we have a name to go with the face.
Great.
Hello, my name is David Witter. I'm in my final year of my PhD at Carnegie Mellon University. I study tech ethics, and in particular, why those darn principles that we're all weary of have not brought us the ethical AI we thought we'd have. I do this by studying practitioners, people who build AI, and they're not constrained by not knowing what fairness is or transparency is, but they're constrained by some of the other forces that were briefly touched on, the political, economic, market, forces that constrain their agency and feeling of responsibility. So I'm wondering, since you both seem to agree that you are wary of these principles, can you talk a little bit more about why haven't these principles, like what are the constraints on these principles being enacted? In particular, the sort of different interests that go into views on what is ethical, or different interests that go into what kind of technology is actually created.
I'm so glad you're studying this. I can't wait to read your dissertation.
Come see my poster.
Oh, okay, your poster's out. I definitely will. I mean, I think the answer is contained in your really great question, the way that you framed up the question, which is, that the principles only exist at a level, at a kind of high level, almost a metaphysical level, that then have to be actualized and made real in the world. And the ways to do that are political, are economic, are market, or maybe sort of cultural, to use the sort of categories that you used. And so it's not that the principles themselves are bad. I mean, I think, principles are our true north. They're our values. They're really important for an initial kind of first step about like where are we trying to go? Where's our mission? What's the society that we want to live in? What's the world that we want to create? But no matter who says them, whether it's a large company or if it's government or a religious community, they need things that give them traction, and those things are incentives. There's laws, there are regulations. That the principles themselves are just a first step. In our case, they're practices, and then we hope also, guidance and policy and government ultimately. So that's what I would offer. But I'm sure Bishop Tighe has a better answer.
No, David. Just the thing that struck me is it's kind of, I think you've captured something. It's the people building AI will not dispute the principles, I think. But one is, will they feel they have the authority to live by those principles in corporate environments that maybe don't seem to have a culture that supports them? That's one issue. And here's the thing, I used to teach a long time ago in two different programs. One was a medical ethics program and the other was a business ethics program. And in the medical ethics program, people hugely argued about what was the right thing to do in many situations, but they were all hugely committed to doing the right thing as they saw it. In the business ethics, everybody agreed that you shouldn't steal, that you shouldn't be corrupt, that you shouldn't. And yet, in the competitive environment, there wasn't the same adherence to the principles that they were upholding, okay? So it's something about about the business, the environment, and I think one of the things is to look at how do we make ethics part of socially responsible governance, bringing them right into the things there to actually changing the culture that people within a company feel, if I'm raising an ethical issue, I won't be seen simply as a crank. I will be seen as somebody who has something important to say, not just for the long-term profitability of the project, but actually for its ethics. I think it's something about the nature of ethics. And that ethics at times means doing the right thing, and it's going to be at a cost to me. It's going to be at a disadvantage to me. And that makes me question brings back ultimately, what is life about? What makes it worthwhile? Am I simply here to look after number one and forget about everybody else? So I think it's the bigger picture. And it's also about enabling people to have the confidence to find other like-minded people, because if we can work together, it's easier. So I think it's about one of the projects we're doing in Santa Clara with the Marcula Center is working on iTech. It's technology, ethics, and culture, because the cultures of companies, who can shape the culture of a company, and how do we address that there's within a C-suite an alertness to the ethical issues that individual engineers might have to have, that it has to, so try and align the values. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just add one more? Oh, go ahead, please, David.
I was just going to say thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, I also think the challenge that we face is that the frame of ethics, whether I appreciated the distinction between medical or business ethics or even tech ethics, is used often to skirt the issue of power, right? So we're actually talking about power, and ethics sometimes is a kind of epiphenomenon or a kind of high-level thing that doesn't allow us to sort of just to hit the ground with regards to economic power, market power, electoral power, and those are why principles fail, not because they're not well-intended or even good, but because ultimately ethics needs to have an interaction with power to sort of move the needle.
Thank you.
Hopefully a positive interaction with
Yes.
power. And not the other way around.
Not the kind of Voldemort piece.
Yeah, not that one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew Goudet. I'm the Director of Ethics Programs and Initiatives at Santa Clara University. And I want to key on something Bishop Paul said about who has the authority to actually make some of these decisions, that individuals working on these sometimes feel constrained by the decision makers who are above them, or often the clients who they're working for. And in this, I actually want to turn the question actually to Dr. Nelson. And I want to go back to something you said earlier, where you said that the Bill of Rights is non-binding. Mm-hmm. And I want to come to understand that completely, because government has had, particularly the executive branch of government, where we can't make legislation. So in the context of what you were saying, when we can't make legislation because of political barriers, the executive branch has had a role in, as you said, leading from the front and leading by example. And you used a great example of the Department of Labor. But I'm wondering, so is the executive branch, how far does this extend? And is this binding on the executive branch itself to include the military, the Department of Justice, the Department of Intelligence, some of these other branches? And I'm curious how this Bill of Rights is binding on those, on the government itself, particularly in those three contexts, but then also on the contractors who work for them, which has historically been a way that the executive branch has, not through law, but through force of, we're hiring you, so you have to follow our standards, a way of making these principles actually put into action. And so I'm curious if you could speak to that.
Yeah, good question, and don't want to get too wonkish, but I think your question suggests some of the nuances here. So it is not, it is not even binding to government. However, it is the case that many of the departments and agencies in the interagency understand, that they want to if they're going to use, or if the people, their contractors, or through, and government themselves through processes of procurement, or through, some subcontracting and the like, as you suggest, if we want to be exemplars in the space of, deploying or using or consuming automated technologies, that, the federal government, which is, if you include the Department of Defense, quite literally the world's largest employer, and has some of the largest procurement budgets, can, without having a binding document, have a real steer, both for American society and for global society, and what these technologies mean and kind of do in the world. And so it is using that, that sort of what we hope is kind of a centrifugal force and government. There is in the document, there's a little bit of a contradiction that you identify, which is that it's non-binding, but there is a kind of carve out for kind of national intelligence and the IC, the intelligence community, even as it's non-binding, and that's just an artifact of the document and what it means to sort of make sausage in government.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Greg Jones. I'm a PhD candidate and instructor in the Theology department here at Duquesne University of the Holy Spirit. And my question is for both panelists. Thank you for an intriguing and educational, academic, theological, philosophical, ethical discussion. I'm curious, when you are done academic-ing and Vaticaning and governmenting, when you engage this culture that you aspire to engage, particularly popular culture, in the movies that you watch, the books that you read, maybe the comics or video games that you may play, maybe not. Is there anything that makes the message that you want to convey here that much more disseminable for maybe non-expert audiences regarding tech ethics?
Yes, I want to say yes. I got into trouble for this. Not really, no. Promoting, we have a couple of seminar groups that are meeting online every month. John is part of them, Matt is part of one of them. And one of them particularly gets very heavy, and I just couldn't, I was lost, being very honest. I couldn't understand what was really going on, whereas into hylomorphism, use of theological, may have it, but I don't have it rate speculative, I'm, practical. But at a certain stage, I invited everyone to read Clara by Kazuo Ishiguro, the story of Clara, who is an artificial intelligence who is designed to be a friend, and who proves to be more human than most of the humans in the story. And I do think there are some people within popular culture who are able to there are some who are creating hyped AIs to then, but I think there are some raising really interesting questions about what it is to be human. And that was one I found. Clara and the Sun was excellent. David Eggers' work, he's done The Circle, he's done The Every. They don't work for me as novels, but they do work as alerting us to just how quick as human beings we are to kind of roll over and to trivialize what we're doing. Another young Irish novelist, Sally Rooney, who's doing a lot of work in her most recent novel, is all through the mediation. A lot of the stories are told through emails back and forth, which is not particularly that generation's primary way of communicating. And then there's another young Irish novelist, forgive me, plugging them all, who has hit a thing where I came across for the first time it's set she's 25, so they're her contemporaries, but where they find it easier to interact online than they find it ever to interact face-to-face, because there's a safety in it. So I think it's what writers, artists can do is alert us and make us conscious and and yes, open it up at a popular level. So I think that is hugely significant and worthwhile and worth encouraging. Yeah.
So I could just briefly, I'm a slightly less sanguine in the world of like broader popular culture. I mean, I think that, you know, the pick your favorite piece of the Marvel franchise or whatever, comic or television or movie, for example. You know, I think it makes automated systems and AI akin to magic, and I think it makes it look, you know, I think fiction are great examples because there's nuance, there's you interacting with the page, and there's a, you know, there's a different kind of, I think, cognitive experience happening there. I think in other forms of popular culture that automated systems are made to look magical, to look easy, to look like they're approaching something like general intelligence, which they are not. You know, and I think that that's more challenging in the space of culture, and I think it's less, to use your word, Greg, disseminable. It's less useful as a way of disseminating the sort of stakes of I think what we're dealing with. Thanks for the question.
I'll just toss in my 2 cents here. I'm a huge fan of N.K. Jemison's Broken Earth trilogy. And especially, you know, and I won't do any spoilers, but in the last 2 books, she sort of brings into this sort of like new life form. And there's a lot of questions about this. It's sort of like a biological, technological life form, but these questions of intelligence and worth really come into play about what have we created? Is it technology? Is it biology? And so I really love how she plays with those things and really pushes the envelope on what does it mean to be used? What does it mean to be extracted versus have intelligence and have dignity? So I'll just throw my 2 cents out for that one. All right, please.
Hi, my name is Alicia DeVos. I'm an HCI, Human Computer Interaction PhD student at Carnegie Mellon. And as you were talking a lot about ethics and the values, I study how we can reduce harmful algorithmic behavior by shifting power to everyday users of algorithmic systems. And so as you were talking a lot about values and ethics, I was thinking a lot about how in my own work with users, it's often highlighted how there's not a clear understanding of what ethics really means, what values really means, let alone what even like harms really means. People are often have conflicting opinions. And so I was wondering how you go about and how you might recommend others go about determining which sort of values, whose ethics we should prioritize when making decisions about algorithmic systems.
So I will say the theory of the case and the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights is not about values or ethics. It's about outcomes in people's lives. And so I think that we're not going to that we can have lots of conversation about the values and ethics piece, but I think exactly, Alicia, as your question suggests, there's not going to be any kind of universal agreement on these things such that we can proceed from that as the basis, although it is a critically important foundation for the good life and for our common humanity and how we need to live in the world. And so I think that this kind of harms-based approach, which is one frame that we might use for it, is really about what it means in people's lives. Are you getting a fair shake at that job? Are you being kicked out of even applying for a job in a STEM field or in computer science because they're using historical data and people in those jobs have only ever been men from a certain community, from a certain college or experience? And so so this effort is more practical, and it is also more about how the principles really meet outcomes in people's lives. And so I think there's very much alignment with your user perspective, like what is happening to users, and this is this enhancing and expanding, thriving in their lives and in their opportunities to thrive or not.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think in the Catholic world, the ethics is even more dangerous because people sometimes think it's something brought from outside to be posed on a area. I think that trying to get to an understanding of what are good outcomes that's ethics at its best. It's actually, and can we reach consensus on what are good outcomes? Because they are good not just for me, but for our community. So it's somehow a generalizing into, and I think sometimes we need to recover the sense of, in its best, ethics being something that's intrinsic to who we are, not imposed or not by law, not by moral teachings of another institution, but how do we think together about what are the best outcomes? I think the one that on human interaction, the thing that I particularly was taken by was UNESCO had brought up this thing, how our interactions with machines establish our expectations of human beings afterwards. And there's that lovely word, even YouTube even has it's even on YouTube how to pronounce it, anthropomorphization, which is that even people are talking about people coming into school and they're teaching the teacher like Siri. You know, you ask a question, and that the danger somehow is that we then begin to relate to people transactionally rather than having intrinsic value. So I think it's cutting both ways. So I think that part of it, the relationality, one of the things that makes us human beings is our relationships that are not about governance control or necessarily always about power, and about how we learn that respect for the other in relationship. So good luck with the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are right at time, but if you two can ask your questions really briefly, one after the other, we'll give you each a quick chance to respond before we close up.
Sure, thank you. I'm Andrew Connolly. I study here in my first semester of rhetoric, philosophy and communication, but I'm also finishing my master's degree from Pittsburgh Theological Seminary this semester. James Cone is my favorite theologian.
Oh, I knew James.
Wow,
Great.
that's awesome. And liberation theology is something that is a big interest of mine. Echo chambers are often made to be a boogeyman on the online spaces, but I don't think the positives are often talked about enough, meaning like if there's a press community that is too tired for this conversation, or a powerful community that is using it as a bully pulpit online. Yeah, that's just how can we talk about, how can we talk about the positives of echo chambers more in conversation and technology?
Thanks so much. Go ahead.
I'm Peter Osuji. I'm a faculty here at Duquesne University, Global Health Center for Global Health Ethics. I like the whole idea of dialogue. And I'm just wondering, we have a case in hand now with the big techs. So I'm sure all of you have heard that Elon Musk has just gone through with the deal on Twitter. And we know what Twitter stands for and how Twitter had been misused somehow. Now that he's bought it, there are rumors that he's going to let in those who have been kicked out of it. My question is, where does the government stand on this? How do you dialogue with, first of all, are you in dialogue with the big techs, especially in this issue? And how would, for instance, the church in the United States get involved in this, knowing the danger that we've heard from there and what it's going to do in the future?
All right, so we have big tech, Elon Musk, and echo spaces. You got 60 seconds. Dr. Nelson, we'll start with you.
Okay, well, let me say, first to Andrew, you know, James Cone was my colleague at Columbia, my neighbor in the building on 122nd Street in Harlem, and a great man and a great thinker. And I appreciate you bringing him and his thought into this conversation, because it did make me think. I mean, I don't have a good answer other than to think, like, how would we think about these issues from a liberation theology perspective? And I think your example of raising the empowerment aspects of how technology can allow, you know, kind of far-flung folks or like-minded folks who want to advocate to the good for a particular position is certainly a good example of that. So I just say thank you to you for bringing Professor Cohen into this room, into this conversation. It's really important to remember as we're thinking about the ethics of this. And I think, you know, Bishop Tighe was talking about, you know, outcomes as ethics. And I think, you know, liberation theology as a kind of applied ethics, I think, is also another way of kind of thinking through that. So thank you for that. You know, I think that government is in the business of protecting people's rights, including First Amendment rights. And I would say, you know, put on my personal scholarly hat on for a second, I'll switch gears slightly. So this is not in my capacity as a Biden-Harris appointee, but, you know, I ran an organization that spent a couple of years trying to work with a large tech company on accessing social media data so that we can answer these questions. I don't know where the gentleman has gone, but you know, I think we still don't know, actually. I mean, there's still empirical questions around how social media works, how echo chambers work, whether, you know, what is the cause and effect between something that happens in Twitter and something that happens in real life. And so I don't often, you know, I'm often a little hesitant to sort of jump from X thing happens and Y social media space, and then we know that this thing has happened. I just think the part of me that's a scholar feels like we need to know much more about that. Putting back my appointee hat, I will say that this administration engages, the president's quite critical of big tech, as I've said. Any opportunity that he gets, he's pretty clear on that point. But it is also an administration that is engaging partners in that work, particularly around, you know, content moderation, whether or not tools of media can be used to help and not hinder mental health, people's thriving, particularly young people, and certainly the Biden-Harris, you know, FTC, FCC are using their kind of powers and regulatory powers to look into the space of big tech. And so there's both dialogue happening and also, I think, an attempt to sort of figure out what guardrails might be helpful in making this space more accountable.
All right, Bishop Tighe, you get the last word.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm nervous about echo chambers. I believe we all need communities of belonging where we can share ideas and be supported in our ideas and maybe learn things that we're not going to learn in other environments. But I'm always nervous just about I think we also need to reach to try and see the other side of an argument, to try and understand the other thing so that we can engage with it. So I also think sometimes the danger on echo chambers is, certainly in church, it can be the little club of the pure. And they were all going to be more pure than each other. And the more extreme begins to dictate the thing. I always think of the old story of Winston Churchill bringing a new member of Parliament into the House of Parliament. And he said, this is where the Tory party sits, this is our benches, and there's where the Labour Party sits. And the guy said, oh, so the enemy are there every day. He said, no, the opposition are over there. The enemy is here. That within those groups, that little dynamic that can get unhealthy, we need to keep an openness and beyond. I'm just nervous of groupthink. Maybe I've seen so much of it. We need to be, yes, it's every now and again I need people to tell me how right I am and how correct I am and we're right and the others. But I do think that it's not good for me at the end of the day. The other issue, thankfully, on the Twitter, we won't have any real, but I do think one of the things is we need to watch that if we fracture what are at least publicly available, we get the development of more separate social medias that are purely for kind of are themselves rooted in a kind of echo chambers. I think the more we can create institutions that allow for at least broader engagement, the more important it is, and that we need to protect those and have good understandings and rules that support those. Okay.
Well,
thank you.
Please join me in thanking Bishop Tighe and Dr. Knight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, we'll have a short break now. We'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. So there's refreshments back in the main area. And thank you so much for being here this morning.
Is it the poor short-lived predecessor of yours was due to come, Eric?
Ah, wow.
We had him online for a conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, it was sad. It was tough. It was tough. But they had asked us then afterwards to continue. And I just said, we can't. It's an issue on which we can't afford to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing is just
I know,
tragic beyond words.
But
I'm happy to introduce the moderator of our second session. The session's titled, What are the Ethics of Selling Ethics? The Business of Creating and Selling Ethical or Responsible Technologies. So Dr. David Wasilewski is the Albert Paul Vera Professor of Business Ethics at the Palumbo Donahue School of Business and Executive Director of the Institute for Ethics in Business here at Duquesne. He's also the editor-in-chief of the journal Business and Society Review, an associate editor for the Humanistic Management Journal. He served as president of the U.S. chapter of the International Humanistic Management Association from 2019 to 21. And he is also the co-chair holder of the UNESCO Chair in Art and Science for Sustainability at the ICN Business School in Nancy, France. His academic research focuses on natural science approaches to understanding ethical decision-making and the formation of social contracts within organizational contexts. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Wasilewski.
Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate the warm welcome and introduction, and I thank you all for being here today. I'm honored also to be on the board of the Grefenstette Center, and I've been working with John here for some years now, and I really feel honored to be among such great thinkers and academics here today for this wonderful and important event. The way we'll run this session is we'll have the presenters present their research one after another, and then I'll ask a couple questions, and then we'll turn it over to the audience for your feedback in the spirit of the dialogue that's supposed to transpire here today. So let me introduce our very distinguished scholars here today. Dr. Nathan Colliner is a senior instructor and director of business analytics and the managing director of the Initiative in Ethics and Transformative Technologies at Seattle University. His recent research is on the ethical development of machine learning, specifically regarding the creation of explainable artificial intelligence. His teaching revolves around organizational ethics, focusing on the ethical implications of organizations' increasing reliance on digital technology. As you know, it's all very ubiquitous and with us at all times. As a consultant, he works directly with business, government, military, and religious organizations to assess risk in implementing big data and AI solutions. Dr. Colliner is also an external fellow at the Grefenstette Center and is collaborating with a team of interdisciplinary scholars on ethics in data, digital technology, and artificial intelligence. Our second speaker, Anima Anand-Kumar, is a Bren Professor at Caltech and Director of ML Research at NVIDIA. She was previously a Principal Scientist at Amazon Web Services. She received several honors, such as the Alfred P. Sloan Fellowship, the NSF Career Award, Young Investigator Awards from DoD, and faculty fellowships from Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Meta, and Adobe. She is part of the World Economic Forum's expert network as well, and she's passionate about designing principled AI algorithms and applying them in interdisciplinary applications. Her research focuses on unsupervised artificial intelligence, optimization, and tensor methods. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Nathan to present his research. Please give them a nice warm welcome of applause.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. As academics, we're used to traveling across the country to present our research to like 3 or 4 other people. So this is a really welcome, wonderful change of pace here. So we're talking about the ethics of selling ethics. This is quite a big area. I have a feeling my colleague is going to talk more about the creating side. And actually that is more interesting to me, the creating ethical technologies. Then we get to talk about algorithmic accountability and algorithmic bias, which are just really interesting, endlessly interesting things. But I've been thinking more and more about the selling side of that for the last couple years. And so I'm going to do my best here in the next few minutes to describe the contours of what I've been thinking and worrying about and why I think it's important. So first of all, I'm going to narrow that down quite a bit. When we think about selling, the first thing that probably comes to your mind is consumers. And it should, and that's already come up today, and I'm sure it will more. We have lots of interesting ethical puzzles. People seem to be happy to give away their privacy in order to, save 3 seconds logging in or something like that. So there's a bundle of ethical issues there with business-to-consumer stuff. But I'm specifically today interested in the business-to-business part of that story. So, and I can narrow that down even more. In general, I'm not thinking about businesses that are newish. I'm thinking about businesses that have existed for a while, that have cut their teeth in the analog era, that are used to acknowledging and solving business problems through traditional means, that just have existed outside of or before digital technologies really came of maturity. So those businesses, so now they're in a transition, right? So they've been used to doing things one way for a while, and now there's like different ways to do things. So it's like a mindset change. I'm also not thinking of businesses who have AI or analytics as part of their essential business functions. They've got their own set of challenges and opportunities. Okay, this has always been an interesting phenomenon, these kinds of transactions, and it's still new. All right, so this era where now these businesses march into other businesses, there's like a parade, and they say, hey, you've got these problems, and now we have ways to address them with data and data analysis and perhaps AI too. And so that's an interesting conversation in itself. But what's even newer than new is now more and more these conversations are being couched in ethical terms and framed in ethical ways. Here's a few examples I'll just buzz through just to prove that I'm not making this up entirely. I have no inside information of any of these companies. This is just a random Google search, and I know that's probably hard to read, so I tried to circle some things. But this company called True Era, drive model performance, increase trust, transparency, and robustness. So they're framing it in ethical terms. There's a company called Active Track, how to monitor your employees but respect their privacy, increase trust. Osano, this GDPR compliance, but they're like, ultimately the goal of this is to increase trust. Pega, it's not fancy companies that use chatbots. Everybody uses chatbots. Our universities use chatbots. You go to their website and they say, hey, I'm here to help you. So they're saying, well, people don't trust chatbots there. They prefer the authenticity and empathy of human interaction. So they're going to fuse AI with empathy. Okay, so this seems like a trend. So what are we to make of it? Okay, so let's try to use our imagination to get into these rooms here. The managers of traditional businesses usually did not get to where they are in their career by being tech geniuses. They understand business problems. They're good at making decisions. They're good at managing people, etc. So they're not in a especially great position to be able to evaluate these solutions, right? They're not in a great position to be able to say, no, this is not for us, or yes, this is definitely for us, or yes, but can you do it this way? That's just not their skill set. That's not what they're in their position to do. So how are they going to evaluate these solutions? Of course, how should they? We can think about really large, important questions like what tools should they be given, and who should be giving them those tools, and maybe some of you in this room will be in that position one day. But I'm even taking a step back from that for today and thinking about what are likely their attitudes as they're having these conversations, right? And that's a descriptive thing, but of course, more importantly, what should their attitudes be as they're having these conversations in order for this to go well? All right, so I'm just kind of imagining a few attitudes that might be showing up as these people are hearing these sales pitches. One is what we might call a tech solutionism attitude. And, you know, those of you who've spent much time studying this might see that as a bit naive. Like, are there people who think tech can just solve all the problems in the world? There actually are. And it's not a, I mean, I'm trying to, here's an attempt to develop sympathy with that. So in this space, I mean, I know this because one of my roles is Director of Business Analytics. And so companies, all companies, not tech giants, not tech companies, just like regular companies are working very hard to hire our students as interns, and then they want to get them when they're graduated. And I get pretty regularly approached by companies saying like, hey, we need some business analytics interns. And that's a great problem to have for me. If you're me, you like that problem. But it's, you know, it's like kind of get in line. Well, like everybody is wanting business analytics interns. Because it turns out that we have this basket of traditional business problems, well-known problems. How do I find the right people to hire? How do I know what my customers need and want? How's that going to be changing the next year? Like which product should I put on sale, and how deep should the sale be? Tons of questions, really in every single area. And it turns out that almost all of these problems can be addressed, if not solved, sometimes solved, but at least addressed with data and data analysis. This is something very, very recent. Like I think it's kind of caught businesses flat-footed, many businesses flat-footed. They just don't have these departments built up. They don't have enough people who have the skills to analyze data but also understand business problems. So this field of business analytics is fairly new, and there just aren't enough people who are doing it. So again, I'm trying to develop sympathy here with this tech solutionism attitude. So if you're in this position and you've been seeing this trend in the last few years that's like, oh, we have all these problems, and the way we used to know our customers is by guessing like what they want, or by focus groups or something. But now, like, there's actual data, and you can comb through the data and you can actually find what their needs and wants are. So if you're in this mindset, right, that analytics solves problems, then you're more sympathetic to this idea that, okay, well, let's just, look at all these cool solutions that are out there and apply them. Okay, so what's the problem with that? Well, I mean, real talk here. So, these publicly facing things about trust and accountability and fairness, they tend to get condensed into a single word when you're actually, trying to talk to the leaders of businesses, which is risk. These are really going to introduce, we're here to reduce your risk in your different stakeholder relationships. That's the word that's really going to get them to listen. Okay, so can tech decrease risk in various ways? Yes, that's real. It definitely can. But what we also know and are learning and find examples of every day is that as soon as you decrease risk in one area, you open up new areas of risk in other areas that you hadn't thought about before. This is just something that is a big problem for technology. And because of the nature of technology, sometimes this risk is at new scale, a scale that you haven't even confronted before. So, for example, going back to this active track company, they say, hey, we'll help you hold your employees accountable. That's a noble goal. You do want accountability from your employees. You are paying them to do a job, and especially if they're working from home, it's like, well, how do I know if they're really doing what they're supposed to be doing? So, good goal, accountability. But, if the solutions are things like taking a screenshot of their screen every 10 seconds, which is a real solution, I have no idea what ActiveTrack does, but like that is employee monitoring software, is a very real thing that's in use. You solve maybe one problem of like, well, we don't want people playing on their computers all day when they're supposed to be working. Okay, fine. But now, like the people who are actually like talented and have multiple, there's other places they could work, they're probably going to start looking at those other job offers. This is an example of being micromanaged, and never in a sentence have you heard anyone say, I like being micromanaged, right? Micromanage is always something that you want to avoid. In one sense, it's kind of the opposite of autonomy, right? People like doing things in their own way. That actually increases motivation and increases the quality of their work if they can do things in the way that they like. So the more monitoring you have, the less autonomy people have, and then your all-stars are like, well, why would I work here? Why would I work for a company that's taking a picture of my screen every 10 seconds, like, see ya? So this is the kind of thing that the tech solution attitude might engender. Ethics washing. Okay, so this is an easy one. I'm not even going to try to enumerate the problems. If there's any businesses, well, there are, but for businesses that see ethics as a way to just, we don't really care so much about ethics, but, we want to be perceived as ethical. Those businesses are a danger to themselves and all of their stakeholders. And the people that run those businesses are people that you probably don't even want in your social circles, because who knows. So all sorts of problems there. But I'm just trying to enumerate the possible attitudes that these business leaders could have as they're hearing this parade of, here's all our ethical technical solutions. Third, I'll call this the compliance attitude, right? So you think about, okay, so what sorts of laws are out there? What sorts of cultural norms are out there? We want to make sure we're not violating those. And, how can you help us do that? How do you help us comply with the law? So that is a very old attitude in business, and sometimes better described like with shareholder theory, this idea that, look, you as a business leader, your actual ethical responsibility is to maximize profits. That's the thing that's going to make the world better, is if you make as much money as possible. It's just that you have to make sure you're following the law and cultural norms while you do that. But once you've got those boxes checked, just go for it. Just whatever you need to do to maximize profit, do it. So, that's old notion of business, a very powerful, influential idea about business practice. It's still with us. And this kind of compliance attitude in this new space, it's still all the same exact problems, right? If you're telling yourself that you're just, for example, if you're telling yourself that you're just focused on maximizing profits, you're actually not focused on maximizing profits. You're focused on maximizing short-term profits, almost inevitably, right? The people that stay up all night worrying about how to increase their bottom line end up just being obsessed with like the fourth quarter sales, and they're not thinking about 5 or 10 years from now. So it's not truly about profit maximization. But then, if you view your stakeholder relationships with your customers, with your employees, with your suppliers, as not relationships, but transactions, where the goal of that transaction is to extract as much value from them as possible and give them back as little value as possible in order to increase the amount of value that you're giving to your shareholders, which is to increase your profit. That tends to do a lot of damage in those relationships. But so we've got, and we can keep going there. We've got some problems with that sort of mentality. But now in this new space, there's at least one more problem, which is that, look, we've got the GDPR, we've got California's privacy law, but there really aren't that many laws. We're working on that. Thank you. We are working on that, but there just aren't, right? There's algorithmic accountability laws that are being sponsored in Congress, but like who knows how realistic that is. We've tried this at the state level. There was one that I was really excited about 3 years ago on algorithmic accountability in Washington State. I thought it might have a chance, but it kind of got COVIDed out of people's awareness. The momentum was gone. So there just aren't a lot of laws. And here's the other thing. There aren't a lot of cultural norms. And I know that's kind of weird to say, but I think people in general are still figuring out how they really feel about things like privacy. We say in an abstract, like, oh, privacy is very important to me, but then, as I've referenced earlier, people tend to trade away from this new tech space, like what people value. Like that's one of the things about these scandals that come up, you know, with you know, Facebook produces a new one for us every week, another case study. And in retrospect, it's very easy to be judgy about that and be like, what were they thinking? What could they possibly be thinking? But I guarantee, like, these are smart people who, like, aren't terrible human beings. They're, like, trying to do something good in the world. And it's just this idea of, like, what are people, like, really expecting now? Like, and sometimes it catches them off guard that, you know, people are outraged about something. It's like, well, in the light of day, now we can see how that would make people angry, but it really didn't at the time. It wasn't obvious. So the compliance attitude, the check the boxes, check the law box, we're good to go, and then let's maximize profit, always been a pretty bad idea. I think even a worse idea in our new era, in our new digital era. And that leaves us with one more. I'm kind of being open about it because I think this can take a lot of forms. I'm just going to call it the strategic attitude. How can we use our knowledge of ethical values as a strategic advantage as we incorporate these tech solutions? And I know that might sound cynical, right? If someone's using ethics as an advantage, it's like, well, that's, you know, that's dirty stuff there. But this is supposed to be the good cousin. Like, the bad cousin was supposed to be the ethics washing one, right? That's the cynical one. That's where you're saying, like, who really cares about ethics? Let's use it for reputational advantage. This is actually a more sophisticated understanding where it's, I mean, look, I mean, at its heart, I really believe that ethics is just about a concern with human well-being. And if you think of it as that, you have these stakeholder relationships that are made up by human beings. And so really caring about, you know, what do our employees want from us as we, yes, we want accountability, but like as human beings that care, you know, autonomy is important to them, and autonomy is important in how they do their job. It makes them want to wake up in the morning and do a good job. They want to be able to trust their company. Our customers want to be able to trust us. They want to know that we're not selling them the bare minimum that's going to break easily. So actually thinking through the well-being of your various stakeholders in a genuine way is using ethics as a strategic advantage, but it's not in a cynical way. I think it's kind of the best of the worlds that we've got, that we hope these business leaders have as attitudes as they're evaluating these potential tech ethics suppliers. All right, so to put them all in one slide, and maybe I'd be interested if you could, anybody could think of more attitudes, but you know, we have this rah-rah for tech solutionism, which I think is more or less naive. Tech raises at least as many problems as it solves. You have the ethics washing attitude, which is just plain old bad, morally bad. No defense for it. You have the compliance attitude, which is, I would say it's on the right track, but it's short-sighted, or it's narrow-visioned. Like, yes, you do have to think about your bottom line. It'd be irresponsible to never think about that. But if that's all I mean, there's a big difference between thinking about something and having that be the only thing that you're thinking about. Those are two very different things. And the compliance attitude, the compliance mindset, I think has never really been a good mindset, but I think it's going to burn people pretty quickly in the digital era. Which leaves us with the strategic attitude. So those are my opening remarks. We'll have more time to discuss this. We're going to move right in. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Nathan. Please hold your questions for Nathan until both speakers present. I'd like to turn it over now to Anima.
Thank you, David and John, for inviting me. I really feel privileged to be part of this excellent event. So today I want to talk to you about, the business of creating ethical systems, right? And in particular, ethical AI, and what goes into creating trustworthy and ethical AI. I think to me, like, trust starts with intentionality. So it's not something you can slap on later after you built the AI system and let's say, oh no, we forgot about ethics. Let's go ahead and try to fix it now. But unfortunately, that's how it is being done in so many systems because you have them already running in production. And as Nathan was seeing, somebody realizes, right, or somebody external brings up an issue and it's like, oh no, we need to do these fixes. And the question is, at the same time, if you, as a company at NVIDIA, where I'm at, we are in the business of not just running AI systems, but creating new ones, democratizing AI and building an ecosystem around it. So we've open sourced lots and lots of AI models, right? We provide that to the community. We provide not only the code, but also pre-trained models in so many domains, whether it's in computer vision, language models, thinking about even healthcare and biological language models, for instance. So these systems will have a wide spread of use cases. And our philosophy is, we want to democratize and make this available to the community. But the question is, as we are doing it, can we also be better in being transparent and accountable in the models we release? And that's the intentionality that I'm talking about. And so one effort that I'm coordinating at NVIDIA with many other amazing people, Nikki Pope, for instance, who's coming from the legal ethics side, is to ask, can we create model cards that are comprehensive, they're transparent, accountable, and provide everything that developers need to know to use the AI systems and code that we release. And at the same time, it should be accessible enough even to non-technical people to understand not only what AI systems do, but also the limitations. And I think that's one thing that we as an AI community can do a lot better about, is to be more honest about the limitations, right? Indeed, we've seen a hype cycle of AI evolve, and along with it, I think there is now more reality hitting in, especially in the current economy. And I think that's a good thing because, AI is amazing in so many ways. And I've been so privileged to be there from the beginning and see how the progress has just sped up exponentially. At the same time, it's not a magic bullet, right? It's not going to solve all the problems. It's also going to create new problems. And I think it's our responsibility as well to be honest about it. And to me, model cards are a great framework to express that. And indeed, the notion of model cards itself isn't new, right? This was created by trailblazing AI ethicists, Meg Mitchell, Timnit Gebru, while they were at Google. And before many other AI researchers agreed about the need for monitoring and looking into the ethics of AI, they really paved the way. And the idea is to be comprehensive in terms of what are the kinds of data sets being used to create this AI model, right? What are the known risks? Can we monitor that? And it seems to me, right, as very essential, in fact, something basic you need to know, but really hard in many practical AI systems. Where does the data come from? That's not as easy to answer as you may think, because we start with, for instance, benchmark data sets, right? Like the ImageNet paved the way for AI to take off. For the first time, we had more than 1 million images that were available to researchers to train large models. And without it, deep learning would not be here today. But on the other hand, there are a lot of ethical problems in the way ImageNet itself was created. And there are also copyright and other issues in that data set. But most even machine learning models, even today, use some sort of pre-trained model or features that use that data set. Right? And then on top of it, they may use other public or private data. And so it goes through so many iterations, so it's very hard to keep track of what kinds of data is going into the model. And so I think that's why if you start thinking about accounting for it from the ground up as you're starting to create the models, I think it's really essential. Because just the act of recording it will make, for instance, developers think, oh, I should go and check the copyright here. How was this data set created that I used for training this model, right? So that's where we start. We have to start with the data that went into creating these models. And I think the core philosophy behind model cards is the need for transparency and accountability. AI is not just a black box, especially when we think about how the public views AI as either dystopian or utopian, right? They're both extremes that are not real. So I think we need to bring them out of those black boxes, and model cards are a great aspect of doing that. These are some examples of the original model cards. You may not be able to read all of it, but as I said, the data is such a key aspect of it. What was the training data that went into it? And what is the evaluation data? So the evaluation data is also really important. And people usually think about what data went into training it, but how did you evaluate and test this model, right? Because if you're only evaluating the model on data similar to the training data, which is vastly underrepresenting certain communities, then you're not testing it ethically in the populations where it will be used, right? For instance, skin tone and race is a big factor of underrepresentation in many data sets. So we need to be thinking about also evaluation data sets along with training. And they need not be the same. Let's say you're constrained by the lack of training data in certain protected classes. You just don't have that training data, historical or other reasons. But even in that case, you should be evaluating on populations where the model will be used, right? You should be evaluating across different demographics. And so that needs to be tabulated into this model card. And also the intended use. For instance, there is a lot of stories you may have read where, people take a model that was started out as a research project, right? For instance, even on ImageNet, we have researchers training the models, and then it suddenly starts getting used to evaluate hiring. So that wasn't the original intended use, and we as a community have been open sourcing so many of our models. Deep fakes is another big problem. There's a lot of now highly realistic generative models, and so we are going to face the problem where we will have not even malicious users, maybe even some clueless developers taking that beyond the intended use. So making that concrete in our terms of use on how you should be using these models is very important. And so if you're deviating from that intended use, then there is potentially liability, right, that could come up as we develop our regulatory framework further, as well as notifying what are the boundaries in which these AI models should be used. And so we are incorporating these model cards into our NVIDIA AI systems that we are releasing to the public. So what we call the NGC, or the NVIDIA GPU Cloud Catalog. So this is the catalog of various AI models. So we want to make it easy for AI developers and companies to get started. So we are providing them for free, but at the same time, we want to be transparent about what are the limitations as well as capabilities of these models. So this is now available as part of NGC for many of the models. And we are also enhancing these model cards with additional criteria, because the idea is we want to go beyond just what is today about compliance, but also give detailed information about the performance of these models. For instance, we've come up with additional 4 subcards, right, part of the model card, but more detailed information about these models when it comes to what is the bias in these models. how does it perform across different protected classes? Privacy constraints, right? So Nathan also talked about privacy. Can we quantify this? We as researchers have developed measures like differential privacy, but let's go ahead and measure and be transparent about that. Explainability, how easy is it to understand what the model is doing? Can you break down what are the steps that are going into the model? That's not always that easy because we talk about deep learning as being black box, but let's try to make it more explainable. And of course, safety and security, right? So especially, applications like healthcare, autonomous driving, where there is safety criticality, we need to be testing that extensively and being transparent about it. Not just claiming a car to be full self-driving without justification around it. Yeah, so as an example, for the bias subcard, we have the aspects of what was the data used, how underrepresented are certain communities in the data, but also what were the measures taken to mitigate the unwanted bias. Let's say we came up with an initial model that had bias. Did we do other algorithms on top of it to fix it? And if so, how? And how did we evaluate bias? These are all really, seem like straightforward questions, but it's still quite tricky to do that, especially on our large-scale AI models. Similarly with explainability. As I mentioned, what are the intended users, right? So who is this aimed at? Is it like expert developers, only they can understand this model, or can the general public just directly use it? For instance, what about the decision logic? For instance, in this example here, the model first looks at segmenting the head from the background and then doing the pose, right? So it's a hierarchical model. It goes step by step. So understanding first you have to get the head segmented out of the background, and then you're looking at the pose, let's say for a video conferencing application. That tells you more about how the model is going to perform. And especially, for instance, what data has been used. It's only been trained on video conferencing data. So it may not perform on, let's say, very occluded and crowded scenes if you're not in a standard video conferencing, like a pretty plain screen behind. So those are all aspects that we can bring into the model and be much more explicit about it. And as I said, privacy is so important, especially differential privacy as a measure of how much of potentially the personal identifying information can be revealed from these models. So what differential privacy says is, how is the model dependent on every example it is being trained on? And so we can quantify it, and that also informs people in terms of what are the privacy risks in this model, as well as what is the data that went into this, right? Were the subjects from whom the data was collected, did they agree to that? And in so many cases, that's not true, right? This was scraped off the web. We see lots of public benchmark data sets like that. So if companies are now building compliant AI models, they need to be thinking about even collecting data sets where subjects are agreeable to having their data be part of the model. And so making all that part of the model cards, I think, will really go a long way. As well as the safety aspect, especially in safety critical applications, how was this tested? Like what kind of failure modes? If, for instance, in autonomous driving, was that done during nighttime? Was that done under rainy conditions? Was that done under foggy conditions, right? So you need to kind of tabulate all the different stress conditions you gave it to the model, what kind of the robustness properties the model has, and make that be part of the model cards. And indeed, this very nicely aligns with also the AI Bill of Rights that Dr. Alondra Nelson spearheaded at the White House. And because we want to make sure that we have systems that satisfy the criteria of being safe, being transparent about what kind of algorithmic discrimination can potentially happen given the bias measurements, what kind of privacy are we incorporating into these models, and of course the explainability, how explainable and understandable are these models. And indeed, the human alternatives and fallback is part of the safety considerations, right? Because if AI by itself is not safe, how easy is it for a human to come into it, for instance, in a driving scenario and make sure that overall safety is present? Yeah, and this is not just one-time task, right? This has to be ongoing. And so what we are doing is not just creating static model cards, but making this dynamic, creating user-friendly audit interfaces for AI, where you can continuously monitor these models, especially because we're changing the models often. We are having new data come into the model, and the model gets retrained. And so also make it easy for users and other developers to evaluate on their own these large models, especially language models that are billions of parameter large. You can't just go manually and poke into every aspect, right? It's just too big and too much of a black box to do that. But by creating these interfaces, we can make it much easier for everybody, even the non-experts, to evaluate these models. For instance, we're giving like a UI where people can say, come up with what they want to measure. For instance, how does the language model conform to gender versus profession? So across different genders, is it biased towards and against certain professions, right? Whether it's technical versus, say, non-technical professions. And so you can come up with those yourself, right? You can come up with what attributes, what protected classes you want to measure. And the model itself will generate test sentences. So not just simple test sentences like you see here, which are templates. So you give this as input to the language model to be tested, and then you ask, what is the output, right? How likely are these sentences to be generated from this model? For instance, if the likelihood is higher for he is a carpenter versus she is a carpenter, that means the model is biased against women being carpenters, right? So if that is the case, and if this model is being used to recommend for hiring or other scenarios, this is problematic. But now you can kind of come up with those categories, very nuanced or refined categories yourself, and make it as part of the model. And then you can come up with the model verification of how it performs against these various attributes and protected classes. And I think these kind of interfaces make it much easier for us to use this model in production and maybe make all of this also transparent to the users in terms of what are the known biases in the model and is that acceptable or not. So we can also try to improve the fairness in these systems. As I mentioned, data underrepresentation is a big aspect of social bias that is present in these models, right? Not solely responsible through data, but that's a big part of it. What if we could generate synthetic data? Now we have generative AI that can generate very realistic samples. And what if we mix these synthetic samples with real data? So there's some technical issues here, I won't get into it, but how you mix the synthetic data with real data is a nuanced question, because the synthetic data can never completely mimic the real data, right? There's going to be a distributional shift. So how do you mix this well and retain good overall accuracy and at the same time improve fairness is something that we have been looking into. And our model does that much better compared to others that don't use synthetic data or use that in a very naive manner. And so which goes towards saying that we also need to think in terms of algorithmic design, better ethical AI algorithms. It's not just an afterthought that we record after we've trained these models, but we also from the ground up can create better AI that is fairer, that is more robust, that is more explainable. And I think that foundation is really important for us to get AI to the next level, to the next set of challenges. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. I think transparency, as I said, is a big aspect of making sure we move towards ethical AI. And model cards is, I think, a great way to bring standards to the community and make that also ultimately dynamic and provided through user-friendly interfaces, enhancing transparency and better use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anima and Nathan. Really appreciate your talks. I'm learning an awful lot from you. This is absolutely fascinating technology and fascinating work with huge implications, and that's sort of what I was thinking of listening to both of your talks. And I'd like to turn it over for questions for the audience. Really, I think it's more important that you have the dialogue with our panelists here than I. But let me start with sort of a higher order framing. Excuse me. In the entrepreneurship literature, a scholar, Dean Shepard, talked about some of the unintended negative consequences of entrepreneurial ventures. And it's led to a lot of different research in entrepreneurship and strategy, and it's always intimately linked with discussions about technology. So he talks about the downside, the dark side, and the destructive side of entrepreneurship. And I won't go into detail about all of them. Downside really are the negative effects on the actual entrepreneur, him or herself. The dark side effects are the unintended consequences associated with the venture and the venture capitalists. The one I want to focus on here for our discussion is on the destructive side of entrepreneurship, which is basically the unintended societal effects of new ventures. So any sorts of new technologies that are developed, sometimes even with, you talk about intention, the best intentions, we have these unintended consequences to different stakeholder groups. So my question to the panel, I think is related to both of your work. Are the analytic data and perhaps the model cards enough to anticipate the destructive side behaviors associated with new technologies and new ventures?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I really like the, what is it, the downside, the dark side, and the destructive side. I'll keep that in mind.
It's very depressing if you think about it, right?
I wouldn't say the model cards is the answer to everything, right? But it's a starting point. And so the way we're thinking of going forward with model cards research is to ultimately make this available as a public platform and have it be crowd developed. So now people can come up with their own attributes of what they want to test, right? And maybe different protected classes, even like going into intersectionality, not just the high-level protected classes. So that way it becomes living and breathing organism rather than a static card. And so with that, you discover new biases in the model and also ask, how could that be fixed? And in which applications is that okay or even necessary? For instance, if you're talking about race versus health, we know the pandemic has affected a lot more the marginalized communities, right? So some of that information needs to be there, right? So you cannot make this completely blind. I think that is one aspect. It's not about being blind to different social attributes or classes, but to ask what is to be kept in the model versus what is unwanted and unintended. And I think the answer is participation of all the global community and making that for us a possibility. Just the way Wikipedia now has the community, continuously editing the articles and maintaining them. And even though there are sometimes problematic cases, the moderators, ultimately, right, you get to a good steady state in most of the Wikipedia we see today. And so my hope is we do the same with AI models. Let the public evaluate it. Let's provide them with tools to do that seamlessly.
That's right, and that's a great message associated with the theme of this conference, too, establishing that dialogue with the stakeholders who may have some sort of effect or be affected by the technologies. Okay, thank you. Nathan, do you want to respond?
I think the beauty of the model cards, I mean, I don't think we wouldn't want to say they're sufficient or that we've got the boxes checked because we have the cards with us. But the beauty of them is that they do normalize a different kind of thinking about the product you're developing. So this was a topic that actually came up. We had a kind of some pre-conference activities yesterday, and this is one thing we talked about, which it's difficult, like, when you're wanting to develop an excellent product, there's one mindset that you have, and you kind of focus on that, and it tends to, the other things that aren't, I don't want to say an essential part of your job, but the things that you're not under such pressure to worry about, like, end up not getting worried about. And so just having a different way of thinking, it's normal to, like, wait, has anybody thought about, like, where this data is coming from? A point that Bishop Tighe made earlier was that, we actually, there are some genuinely difficult ethical issues that we just, struggle with. But mostly, more often than not, the ethical problems that we're worried about are things that, like, our moral compass has already prepared us to deal with these things adequately. It's more like what has prevented us from using our moral compass. And so, yeah, I think the model cards are kind of encouraging us to normalize, like, no, this has got to be part of the conversation. These things are here with us, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears, but still staying at this societal level, there's a German sociologist named Hartmut Rosa who's written a lot about the social acceleration of modernity. And one of the key drivers, obviously, you can predict is technology. And again, to some of the detrimental effects that it has on society, it's related to how technology is aiding us in getting things done more quickly, but in the process, we're trying to fit more and more into a day and not really caring about the well-being of the individuals that are equipped with these new technologies and new, faster ways of doing things. So part of the problem is, in terms of ethics, that the development of these new technologies and artificial intelligence, there's a lag in our ethical understanding of what is happening when it actually transpires. So these technologies are moving more quickly than our ability to analyze them. From a legal perspective on one end, but talk about ethics here. So my question to you is, do you think there are ways of what Rosa really recommends is trying to decelerate or slowing down some of the effects on modernity with the social and technological acceleration? Are there ways that technology can actually help us slow down these detrimental effects, or is that even something that we'd want to do?
Well, I don't know if you've read, like, Bertrand Russell, had an essay, right, in praise of laziness more than a century ago. And back then, there was the worry how just the print media was taking over and accelerating information flow too much, and it is really stressful and detrimental. And so, we may laugh at it now, but every generation has to grapple with new technologies and the impact it has on us and adapt to that. I think, to me, the important aspect of why this has become so also harmful for many communities, especially, let's say, teenage girls, for instance, and Instagram, for instance, right? Some of the studies showing how that has impacted their development is because of, like, thinking about single metrics, right? Like, if engagement is a metric, like how much time you spend on the app is the only metric, you optimize the algorithms and the recommendations that you do. I was even reading an article today about TikTok, like, only optimizing for this engagement as a metric, and people being shown suicidal or very depressing videos over and over again, and they're not able to come out of this rabbit hole. I think that's one aspect, right? I mean, that is not ethical, but we don't have today the regulatory frameworks to prevent that. And the other is, even in the best case scenario, sometimes it's hard to design this because we want to not only think about objectives for an algorithm to be trained on, such as engagement, but also interfaces, right? So how do we expose that to the users effectively? For instance, in a research that we are doing, we want to improve surgery, in particular robotic surgery, which is today requires very high skill. I work with Andrew Hung, who's a urologist at USC, University of Southern California. And what they've found is it's really hard to keep surgeons trained with the latest tools, but also the skill takes a long time. So can we use these AI systems to improve their ability to quickly learn these skills, right? And what we found in that research is it's not just about AI understanding the surgery videos. The AI is able to do that very well. It's able to understand the different gestures. It's able to understand when the low skill maneuver is made, when the surgeon is not doing it the right way, when there could potentially be a traumatic event like tissue tear, which is going to lead to very bad outcomes. But the problem is, how do you tell the surgeon as they're doing the surgery? Of course, as a first step, we want to do this when the surgeons are being trained, let's say, on a clementine, not on real patients, right? So that's the ethical side. We don't want to experiment on real patients. But also, while we are doing this, how do we give these training surgeons feedback? When do we tell them if they're making a mistake? Should we tell that immediately? If we do that, will that increase the stress level and they make more mistakes? How should we do that? Should we do it as a haptic vibration? Should we do it as a verbal one? And we found it needs personalization. People respond to different kind of feedback, right? So in this very controlled experiment, we can go ahead and look at what kind of feedback is good to improve the effectiveness of surgeons and improve their training. But yeah, it's much harder to do that in the free form in social media, for instance. But I feel the company should invest more in doing that kind of very careful research.
That's a very thoughtful answer. Thank you. Nathan, do you have a response?
Yeah, I'll just add on a little bit. That was really good. I do think deceleration, I really like that word. I'm glad you brought it up. I guess one way I can to think about my own attitude toward tech is that I think if there's enough deceleration, I think things could actually go fairly well. My concern is when they're to reference, this makes me think of Mark Zuckerberg's famous phrase, of course, move fast and break things. And I would say there's even a more intimate relationship between those two parts of his phrase. Like, if you move fast, you will break things. That's just what happens when you move fast without knowing what you're doing. So yeah, when people have time to slow down and think about it, I think there's actually a lot of cool, helpful things that could be developed. And I don't know what mechanisms there would be for deceleration except for law and ethics. I mean, those are kind of our the two ways that we decelerate these sorts of things. So there's not a ton of obvious ways to do that besides passing. I mean, it's good news when you hear companies say that, hey, GDPR is slowing things down for us. It's like, yep, that was kind of the point. So yeah, we could get more laws like that, and the kinds of things that we're doing, like the goals of a conference like this, is to increase ethics, create new cultural norms that will have this deceleration effect. It's definitely not easy, but I think it's our biggest hope.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you ended on a hopeful note there too. We just have a few minutes left because we're going to turn it back over to John to handle some awards. But we've changed the format for questions. We have time for one or two. Where if you raise your hand, then we can. We have a hand over here. We can share the microphone with you, and you can ask our panelists.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Gupta, founder, principal researcher at the Montreal AI Ethics Institute. Thank you both for your presentations and the discussion so far. My question is to you, Anima. Given that the work that you've been doing, well, I'll start with an easy question. The improving fairness on using synthetic data is that paper published, and can I read it?
Very soon, we'll be releasing it very soon. We do have some of the earlier work in those directions in terms of how to create synthetic data in a controllable fashion, right, according to different attributes. But this aspect of then how to use that in the pipeline and mix it with real data. So just to kind of go into it a bit more, the challenge is synthetic data will have some distributional shifts from the real data, right? The two can never be exactly the same. And so the question is, how much of synthetic data do we add to improve fairness while not giving up on accuracy, on the overall accuracy? And so that optimization framework we've developed is lightweight at the same time, is able to get the best trade-off. And that's something I also want to emphasize because sometimes, right, when we talk about these ethical frameworks, it tends to be utopian, right? Let's have no bias in the systems. I mean, absolutely, I would love that too. But in reality, there is going to be, right? So what is acceptable and what are the trade-offs involved? Because you could make the system completely bias-free, but it's going to have like no accuracy at all, right? It's going to be a random coin flip. Then it's not a useful system. So I think that trade-off is something we need to bring into the frameworks and have maybe ideally companies prove that they tried their best to make the best trade-off given the constraints, and within that, is that acceptable for use in different scenarios?
No, absolutely. And I think, well, sorry, I'm going to actually ask my actual question as well. But innovation is definitely a mechanism, I think, to achieve some of these goals. And so my question was on model cards were released in 2018, or were published in 2018. It's taken industry an extremely long time to adopt them. In my role at Microsoft before, I certainly saw practical challenges in adopting them. What are some challenges that you've experienced at NVIDIA getting model card adoption across practitioners, and any lessons that you can share for others?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. In a way, at NVIDIA, right, because we are releasing the models and open sourcing them, the challenge is less about using, let's say, private data, right? We've trained them on public benchmarks. But then once we go into the model cards, we realize even some of the public benchmarks are themselves problematic due to copyright and other issues. And then the question is, what are now some acceptable data sets to train this on and still keep it in the public domain, which is a different kind of challenge than compared to, say, Microsoft or Google, which is all about keeping everything private, but still asking what kind of information is it okay to reveal, right, while keeping competitiveness and any other aspects private. So it depends on the company, I would say. But the most important aspect is, because this is, especially production systems, this is continuously changing and you're adapting the model. So sometimes it may not even have known what the earliest model is because, right, that person left the company and you don't know what data was used to do the first model, but you keep fine-tuning or changing that first model. You lost track. So it could be something as simple as that to much more nuanced issues.
Okay, thank you for your question. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, and I know I'm the only person keeping you in to lunch, so I think we need to end our session now. Wish we had more time for a lot more discussion, but there'll be time for that between sessions at lunchtime and everything as well. So before I turn it back over to John for the awards, please give a round of applause to our distinguished speakers. They did a fantastic job. Gave us all a lot to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for that, for this really wonderful session here. I'm looking forward to more conversations about all these great issues. Okay, real quick before lunch hits. So I'm going to announce poster winners for each level. We actually have one grand prize, and because there were so many good posters, an honorable mention as well. We had 65 poster submissions this year, which is a record number for us, so thank you all for submitting such excellent posters. So I'll just go through, and then we'll go out there and look at all the posters ourselves. So to start, the undergraduate prize honorable mention goes to Caitlin Brannon. And her poster, yeah, round of applause. Clinical ethics seen with machine learning in healthcare. All right, and then for the undergraduate posters, the grand prize goes to Tamari Soy, Ann Harone, Maria Christabel and Tong, Rachel Burkholder, and the entire Big Idea team. So congratulations to them, bridging the digital divide. Congratulations to the whole team, and look for, I don't know how you're all going to fit around the poster outside, but it'll be a lot of fun, so we'll do that. All right, for graduate student posters, the honorable mention goes to David Gray Witter, Derek Sen, James Herbsleb, and Laura Dabish. Practitioner perspectives on AI ethics. So I know at least David is here today. And then finally, the grand prize for graduate student posters goes to Alicia Devos with a lot of people here, Aditi Dabalia, Hong Shen, Ken Holstein, and Motahare Eslam. So congratulations to Alicia. Okay, so those are our prizes there, and congratulations to all the student poster presenters. So I invite you all to engage with these presenters yourself as you enjoy lunch outside, and we're right back on time. So we'll get back started at 1:45 p.m. after lunch. Thank you all so much. Welcome back, everybody. I am happy to introduce the moderator of our third session, which is entitled, Can Biased Humans Design Unbiased Algorithms? Navigating the Boundaries of Philosophy, Theology, and Technology. Dr. Paul Schertz, who will be moderating this session, is Associate Professor of Moral Theology and Ethics in the School of Theology and Religious Studies at the Catholic University of America. He also co-directs the Joint Catholic Clinical Ethics Program with Georgetown University's Pellegrino Center for Clinical Bioethics, and is a visiting fellow at the University of Virginia's Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture. His most recent book, published earlier this year, is called Tomorrow's Troubles: Risk, Anxiety, and Prudence in an Age of Algorithmic Governance. This book examines the role of technology in predictive calculations of risk from a Catholic theological perspective. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Schertz.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us for this session on philosophical and theological approaches to the ethics of algorithms. We have two great speakers, Irina Raicu and Philip Butler. Irina is going to go first. Irina Raicu is the director of the Internet Ethics Program at the Markkula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. She did her undergraduate studies in English at UC Berkeley before pursuing an MA at San Jose State and receiving her JD from the School of Law at Santa Clara. She worked in private practice for a number of years before taking over the Internet Ethics Program at the Markkula Center. Her writing has appeared in a variety of publications, including The Atlantic, USA Today, Market Watch, Slate, The Huffington Post, San Jose Mercury News, and the San Francisco Chronicle. In her writing, she addresses issues like privacy, social media's impact on relationships, the digital divide, and many other important issues. So she really has engaged many of the most pressing problems that emerge from the ethics of the digital age. So I'm looking forward to her talk.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and for putting together this great day so far. I just want to mention that my views are my own, not necessarily those of the center. And let me start by acknowledging that bias, when we talk about biased algorithms, is a loaded term. We could have a whole conversation about how the term has a different meaning in statistics than it does in general discussions, about negative connotations, about definitions, and the difficulty of talking across disciplines. But that's not the conversation I think we want to have. So I would like to propose that we talk not about bias, but about subjectivity instead, about all the subjectivity that's embedded in AI systems that are often wrongly portrayed as objective. So I might rephrase the title of this panel as, can we eliminate subjectivity from algorithms, or more broadly, from AI systems? And then it becomes easier for me to argue that the answer is no. Since I have a short time to address a broad subject, I've decided to turn my presentation into a kind of annotated reading list for those who want to learn more about each of the points that I'm just going to sketch quickly. I have about 15 minutes to make 10 points, and I have 8 readings to suggest. 1, data sets and algorithms are both human artifacts. They reflect human choices. You will hear this in my presentation, echoes of the presentations you've heard so far already. Choices made in terms of what data to collect, how to categorize it, how to clean it, etc., and choices made in the design of the algorithms themselves. They embed subjective decisions, in other words, and they measure and assess only subsets of reality. The boundaries of those subsets are determined by human beings. But they also reflect human choices made by the broader societies within which the data is collected. Data about arrests, for example, reflects many societal choices about policing and choices about what drugs to criminalize or decriminalize. Data about employment reflects societal choices about which people fit into which roles. 2, there are other points where subjectivity enters. For example, when we decide which issues we want to address with algorithmic tools in the first place. A few years ago, to make this point, technologists working for a magazine called New Inquiry came up with an algorithm to identify white-collar crimes risk zones. This, of course, challenges implicitly the choices made in current deployment of predictive policing, which target particular traditional crimes. The authors released their tool and a related white paper in which they noted, quote, recently researchers have demonstrated, and please put quotation marks around that word, the effectiveness of applying machine learning techniques to facial features to quantify the criminality of an individual. We therefore plan to augment our model with facial analysis and psychometrics to identify potential financial crime at the individual level. As a proof of concept, we have downloaded the pictures of 7,000 corporate executives whose LinkedIn profiles suggest they work for financial organizations, and then averaged their faces to produce generalized white-collar criminal subject unique to each high-risk zone. Future efforts will allow us to predict white-collar criminality through real-time facial analysis, end quote. Thinking along similar lines, if we use AI in hiring, why are companies not using AI in the process of appointing CEOs? To be clear, I'm not making that recommendation. 3, that mention of the 7,000 pictures of corporate executives brings us back to data sets. On this, I would recommend an essay by Deb Raji, who is one of the co-authors listed in the model cards that were discussed earlier, which appeared in the MIT Tech Review called How Our Data Encodes Systemic Racism. Raji writes, I've often been told the data does not lie. However, that has never been my experience. She explains what she means and then asks, quote, tell me, what is the difference between over-policing in minority neighborhoods and the bias of the algorithm that sent officers there? What is the difference between a segregated school system and a discriminatory grading algorithm? Between a doctor who doesn't listen and an algorithm that denies you a hospital bed? In her article, all of those references to different algorithms are links to other articles about algorithms that have already been deployed in our communities, algorithms that are already playing a role in shaping our current reality, in turn influencing the data that we might collect then for future work. Although Raji's questions are rhetorical, critics of current AI deployment would say that one difference between discriminatory practices and discriminatory algorithms is the obfuscation of discrimination behind veils of math. They would refer to this as bias laundering. In terms of articles about algorithmic bias deployed at scale, we have many such examples by now. One of the people whose work has been seminal in bringing awareness to algorithmic harms is Cathy O'Neill, the author of a book called Weapons of Math Destruction, published in 2016. It is very accessible, and I highly recommend it for anyone interested in questions about biased algorithms. I recommend it in part because it will make you angry. Angry that we've been warned since 2016 and we still allow systems to be deployed, usually in the name of efficiency, but also with a purported interest in objectivity, even though they cause harm at scale. 4, data categorization and labeling are other points where subjectivity enters. One striking example is detailed in Kate Crawford's book, Atlas of AI. In it, she discusses ImageNet, the data set that came up in our earlier, in the panel, an earlier conversation of the earlier panel. A data set that's been the foundation of many object or image recognition algorithms. As Crawford explains, ImageNet initially, and for a decade, contained more than 2,800 subcategories under the category of person. Among those subcategories were debtor, boss, colorblind person, but also failure, hypocrite, slut, and unskilled person. These were labels for images of people. After 10 years, in 2019, the ImageNet Roulette project, led by artist Trevor Paglen, drew attention to this fact. The response was an effort that led to the elimination of 1,593 subcategories. However, Crawford points out that ImageNet still contains, or did at the time of her book's publication, distinct subcategories for things like assistant professor and associate professor, as if, she points out, a promotion might lead to biometric changes in one's face. Classifications, Crawford writes, are unavoidably value-laden and force a way of seeing onto the world while claiming scientific neutrality. 5. By now, most researchers and many policymakers are aware of issues of biased data sets, but again, that's not the full scope of the problem. There's a great Twitter thread by researcher Sarah Hooker in which she unpacks why algorithmic bias is not purely a data problem. As she puts it, choices around model architecture, hyperparameters, and objective functions all inform considerations of algorithmic bias. The thread links to research papers for those who again want to delve deeper. And I'm not a technologist, so I'm not in the best position to explain all of that. By the way, panels that address AI ethics should always include a technologist. Technologists need to become public speakers. We need the realism of technologists to counter the hype pitched by other technologists. Without their input, we can't get our societal responses right. Point 6. What about efforts to debias algorithms? I'm sure you've heard of them. I think they are important, but their limitations need to be understood and clarified, just like the limitations of AI in general need to be. For example, one of the areas in which algorithms have been and are being deployed with deeply problematic effects is in the criminal justice system. But we can think of the whole criminal justice system itself as an algorithm. For a very long time now, people have worked to adjust its parameters and procedures in an effort to unbias it. Those efforts are important and are ongoing, but they have not succeeded in eliminating subjectivity from the system. 7. On this topic, by the way, I would recommend the report on algorithmic risk assessment tools in the US criminal justice system, published by the Partnership on AI in 2019. I'm a member of the working group on fair, transparent, accountable AI. That's part of the Partnership in AI. Here's a bit from that report. Quote, decisions regarding what data to use, how to handle missing data, what objectives to optimize, and what thresholds to set all have significant implications on the accuracy, validity, and bias of these tools, and ultimately on the lives and liberty of the individuals they assess. In addition to technical concerns, there are human-computer interface issues to consider with the implementation of such tools. Human-computer interface, in this case, refers to how humans collect and feed information into the tools and how humans interpret and evaluate the information that the tools generate. These tools must be held to high standards of interpretability and explainability to ensure that users, including judges, lawyers, and clerks, among others, can understand how the tools' predictions are reached and make reasonable decisions based on those predictions. This draws our attention to the fact that we can't address subjectivity only in the context of algorithmic design. We need to address it in algorithm deployment, too. 8. That brings us to the human-in-the-loop issue. If we can't design objective algorithms, some propose to address this by either placing humans in a fail-safe role or overriding specific bad algorithmic decisions or suggestions, or by keeping humans in the role of ultimate decision makers with the algorithms just there to offer and assist. This is where we might talk about studies showing that humans are reluctant to override decisions made by algorithms. But what I'd like to stress is that I find myself increasingly troubled by the term human in the loop, referring as it does to this kind of final arbiter role. When it comes to algorithms, as we've just seen, it's humans all the way down. There are humans in the loop from the very inception, the very conception of the loops. 9. Given that, it is deeply important to bring even more people into the loop by helping those who are not data scientists or machine learning experts to understand more about those loops. Just this week, for example, I came across a great essay titled How to Read an Image, The Datafication of a Kiss, by artist and AI researcher Eric Salvaggio. It is an analysis of an AI-generated image of two people kissing. Salvaggio begins by explaining that, quote, AI images are data patterns inscribed into pictures, and they tell us stories about that data set and the human decisions behind it, end quote. He carefully explains what he means by that in a way that, again, like almost all of the other writing I mentioned today, is accessible to those of us without a technical background. He then adds that careful analysis of those patterns inscribed in pictures moves us ever further from the illusions of neutral and unbiased technologies, as he puts it, which are still shockingly prevalent. He says that's pure mystification. They are bias engines. Every image should be read as a map of those biases, and they are made more legible through the use of this approach. More of us need to learn how to read the bias maps. 10, final point. So how can biased human beings, can biased human beings design unbiased algorithms? In anticipation of this panel, I had a conversation with some of my colleagues at the Markkula Center. I told them that I wanted to answer no. At least one of the engineers thought that that would be a bit presumptuous, though he put it in a nicer way. But maybe there's presumptuousness baked into the question itself. In our conversation, my colleagues pointed out that we can use data and algorithms to detect bias, and that we can put in guardrails and keep adjusting them to address bias. So maybe a better question would be, can biased human beings design biased algorithms that still enhance human flourishing? There is a wonderful free online textbook by Solon Barokas, Moritz Hart, and Arvind Narayanan, titled Fairness in Machine Learning, Limitations and Opportunities. Its introduction is one of my favorite readings about this topic. Toward the end of the introduction, after detailing many, many issues to be addressed, the authors offered their reason for optimism. Quote, that the turn to automated decision-making in machine learning offers an opportunity to reconnect with the moral foundations of fairness. Algorithms force us to be explicit about what we want to achieve with decision-making, and it's far more difficult to paper over our poorly specified or true intentions when we have to state these objectives formally. In this way, machine learning has the potential to help us debate the fairness of different policies and decision-making procedures more effectively. On that note, I would add that we can and need to quickly also get wiser about where and how to deploy or not deploy algorithms. And on that note, I would recommend the book Automating Inequality by Virginia Eubanks. I will stop here rather abruptly and look forward to my co-panelists' comments and to your questions. Thank you.
Second speaker will be Philip Butler, who is an assistant professor of theology and Black posthuman artificial intelligence systems at Iliff School of Theology, where he is also partner director of the AI Institute. He received his BA from Morehouse College, an MDiv from the Candler School of Theology at Emory, and a PhD from the Claremont School of Theology. His work examines the intersections of neuroscience, technology, spirituality, and Blackness. He has extensively engaged questions concerning transhumanism in theology in his many publications, especially in his fascinating and groundbreaking book, Black Transhuman Liberation Theology. So with that, let's welcome Philip.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Thanks for all the organizers for putting this together, and thank you for a wonderful lead up. I don't think I need to say much after that, so we can call it, right? But nevertheless, I think I want to start by troubling a few notions. In particular, I would like for us to call into question some of our primary assumptions of what reality consists of, and we'll start with the concept of the human. This symposium, this particular panel is meant to ask the question of whether or not biased humans can make unbiased machines. But my question starts with, are there humans to begin with? And I'm asking this question not because us as a convening group of hairless bipedal individuals sitting in a room, but I'm doing this mainly because of our expectations and notions of what a human is stems I think today still very much so from an intellectual genealogy of Enlightenment humanism, which would not have suggested that I was human to begin with at all, neither my panelists. And so if this is the case, whether we, excuse me, are thinking about kind of a Kantian humanistic ethic, right? A Rousseauian kind of citizenship model, right? A Linnaeus kind of biological construct, or any of, kind of the succeeding framings in terms of what a human is, I make the claim that the concept of the human, and therefore the construction of this universal conception of what a particular being is, right, is a kind of a cybernetic, more of an epistemological framing that stems from a Western European, which has kind of led to this kind of more larger white supremacist version of what ought to be as a figure, as an end user, so on and so forth. And I'm raising this question mainly because if the idea of a human, even if you look at kind of this Vitruvian male perspective, right? The human was once and primarily considered in the back of our minds still kind of a white male kind of club. And if everybody else operates in degrees of difference from this particular club, right, then anybody who attempts to assert themselves as human is still doing the work of attempting to find themselves in space within this club. And if that is the case, then when we talk about the formation of algorithms, the formation of data sets, and the use of their kind of technological amalgamation into what we look at today as different versions of artificial intelligence, we are essentially looking at the ways in which white men in Silicon Valley predominantly, and other folks who are fitting within this larger ecosystem, are projecting onto what people ought to understand themselves as, let alone what they are projecting onto what people ought to accept as a kind of a UX environment, or as a production of this kind of technological milieu. And so all that to say, I'd argue that nobody's human. And if that's the case, then you could raise the question, what are we? I think a good place for us to land right now is person. And I know some of you are probably like, hey, Philip, this is semantics, stop it. And I'm like, no, not right now, right? Just hear me out. Because the idea is more or less how I understand a person, right, is this idea of a local and complex subject. While a human would be kind of considered a universal construction of a particular type of being, a local and complex subject has a history, right? This local and complex subject comes from somewhere. It has ancestral history as person. It has people that it's attached to. It has kind of a local ecology. Like, where is it from? Not only is it from a certain space and the sociality around that space, but what is the ecology there, right? What kind of fish are in this land? Is it landlocked? Is it near the sea, right? Does it have, what kind of relationships does it have with ancestral space, in terms of, like, I think a lot of people nowadays are telling us what land, right, their buildings are on. So what land is here, and all of the histories that come there in this kind of complex way. And so local and complex subject also includes their mode of embodiment, right? I think right now we are, especially within religion and theology, we ask people to kind of state their social location, and that becomes one way to attempt to engage in personhood, but it doesn't necessarily grasp, I think, fully again, right, the ways in which people are not only standing alone as complex subjects, but are part of a larger social milieu that is complex in and of itself, that requires something that needs to be considered when producing technology for or with, right, these subjects. And so I know we talked a little bit about bias, right, previously, but even more so when we talk about bias, whether it be somebody's intention towards a goal of making technology, or bias that stems from machines learning, right, or being taught something, I think we're still kind of looking at bias in a negative way because of what it has produced historically and what it is producing now. And so one of the things that I'd like to kind of put forward is the idea that if people, local and complex subjects, were making technologies for other local and complex subjects, then maybe bias wouldn't be such a bad thing. And here's why I say this. If we continue to say, can we remove subjectivity from machines, or can we remove bias from machines, right? I think if the answer remains no, right, and we're continuing to do so, it seems as if, right, we're that kind of insanity loop. We're kind of attempting to do the same thing, hoping for different results. But if the users and the creators were in some type of symbiotic kind of progressive space, potentially, right, the formation of these things with intentionally biased towards the localities and the complexities of the receiver or the recipient or the user, then potentially the technologies that we have could, one, make the world more like what we want it to be. Or we want a more ethical, more equitable world, fine, then make some algorithms that do so, as opposed to engaging in historical modes of policing and perpetuating that through things that are automated and kind of speed up the trajectory of said kind of types of policing, right, or discrimination. Why don't we engage in the type of ethical considerations and taking our ethical books and questioning the assumption that we have of what a human is, and taking seriously what and who we're making these things for as a methodology, as a framework, in order to build technologies that would better their lives, as opposed to suggesting that the larger concept of humanity will be better for it. Because at this point in history, especially in the Western space, bettering humanity stems from an assumption of what that human is, and in many cases tends towards privileging whiteness over anything else. And if we look at maybe a global demographic, right, we're probably making technology for less than 15% of the world, but suggesting that we're making it for everybody. And if that is the case, then something has to be reimagined or done differently in order to actually make technology that is for people that are not only around the world, but down the street in Pittsburgh or back in Denver where I'm from, or in DC where I grew up. But nevertheless, the idea is to make the technologies as precise as possible, as opposed to engaging and extending the life of the predictive mathematics that we find ourselves kind of in conversation with. And if we're doing predictive mathematics to maintain the way the world is under the concept of, again, universalism or even kind of democracy. I mentioned the word democracy, right, because overseas, especially in Europe, there's an idea that artificial intelligence is something that ought to be done in a way that benefits the state under the guise of democracy, as opposed to recognizing within, in America, it's the industry that leads the conversation, and then government is kind of in response to it. But nevertheless, the idea is more so that bias ought to be, I'm arguing that bias ought to be built into it, but that bias ought to be built towards the world that we say we want, and not just the things that we hope might happen. I think that, especially from the theological framing, I mentioned this earlier, right, I'm intentionally pessimistic because if you're not pessimistic, we're not going to actually recognize what we have. There's this concept called holy mystery, where we kind of believe into the abyss and are okay with there being like kind of very large gaps in our understanding of the world. But I'm not necessarily okay with holy mystery, because I think in some ways it allows for a dependence on a particular type of being that may or may not exist and has not historically come to save the day. And if nothing's coming to save the day in a way that we hope, and we can look at this in terms of kind of larger kind of political landscapes, right? You look at American Revolution, French Revolution, Haitian Revolution, so on and so forth. If you wanted to have a difference in the world, politically, then it has happened a certain way. And I'm mentioning this mainly because if we don't intentionally make technology for the world that we say we want, that we find ourselves hoping for somebody else to do it, but the main examples we have are not the ones that we say that we necessarily want to repeat. And so the question becomes, we don't want to repeat certain things, what is the space in between? And so this brings me back to the idea of pessimism. The pessimism removes the veil of what might be there and looks at the granular, kind of gritty, and sometimes ugly aspects of what is actually there, and which gives us then the more tangible material tools and even conceptual realization in order to build something different with what we have, as opposed to hoping that we might get somewhere different by hoping that it might come to pass. And I think, I'll be doing on time. Am I good? All right, so last couple of things I'll say. In terms of like progressive UX or progressive technological design, there's more of what we're seeing, I think, is researchers come from certain spaces, hang out with local communities, and then build something for that community. And I think that this, again, extends the life of the human because one, these people who are the technologists see themselves as human, and they're looking to help a community, and then they build something for the community. Even in the space where they were working with the community, they're still doing what kind of I think Placid Temples did with the Bantu people. Oh, this seems like a philosophy, right? So for those that are not familiar with Bantu philosophy, this is where we get the concept of Intu and looking at vitalism. But again, this is listed placid temples coming from Belgium to make an assessment of what's happening in Central Africa, and then making that assessment and going back and telling folks so that they have better ways to come back and then engage in, kind of more colonial ways of relationality with the Bantu folks. And I'm saying that mainly because if we don't engage in kind of the technologies of exchange and bias towards what these people actually want, and then get to the space where these people actually have the capacity and the tools to build what they need for themselves, it'll always be this kind of paternalistic, supervisory aspect in which somebody is gifting something to someone else and is not actually allowing these local communities to build on their own behalf and giving them and allowing them to exert the type of self-determination that might be required to live in a world where there is actual exchange as opposed to, again, this kind of paternalistic mode of gifting. And last thing I'll say is one example of this, the work that we're doing at ILIF right now. We're working on 2 projects. One is it's under the banner of this concept called the 80-20 project. And so we're looking at kind of making a critique on data mills and labeling by asking people to, one, consent to be a part of a facial recognition data set, label themselves as opposed to the way that data mills are labeling people. And then through those particular modes of labeling, we give people ownership. So we're building a data set that is, it's called 80-20 mainly because of emphasis on the global majority and kind of shifting more towards global demographics. And then we want to kind of work towards policy-based models that allow for not only data ownership, but revenue sharing with the larger companies that have been kind of profiting off of people's data for so long. And then on the back end, working on a natural language processing model. We want to build this one from scratch, and we're going to start. Basically, we're going to start with Black literature from about the last 100+ years, and we're going to use that as a way to build a language model grounded in Black vernacular. I know African American English or vernacular has become something that seems a bit, I guess it's come to the surface more nowadays, but folks been speaking like this for a while. And so we're grounding a new we're grounding this model in this mode of embodiment as a way to not only suggest that it's valid, but also to bring race, culture, ethnicity into this digital technological realm as a means to then open it up. I think the next one we're going to have is Chicano literature model, and kind of so on and so forth, as a means to broaden and widen this kind of precision-based approach to technology that I think is much more honest as opposed to attempting to engage in this kind of predictive mathematics approach. Thank you.
Thank you for those 2 wonderful talks. Before we get into questions from the audience, I just wanted to start off with a couple of questions of my own. I was fascinated by how both of you were engaging this problem of objectivity, right? You were talking about how we think something is objective, but it's really subjective. And I think objectivity is also tied into this enlightenment ideal of the human, is to describe the human in terms of certain kind of mathematical properties. And it seems that this goes back, this is why we have always wanted to use algorithms and this predictive mathematics, is to get rid of subjectivity, right? So even going back to the late 19th century, Ted Porter's great work in Trust in Numbers about how they didn't want to trust the prudential judgment of politicians, so they started looking at math. And then you move into, okay, those kinds of metrics they were using get too complicated, so we wanted to use algorithms that would allow us to take more kinds of factors into account, right? Oh, we realize those are biased. And where do we move from here, right? So on one hand, you, Irina, as you seem to suggest, then we can, in some ways, use these audits of algorithms. But of course, we're also finding that these auditing algorithm, these companies that do the audits can get captured by corporations. So then you need the government to come in and start auditing the auditors, but then there's regulatory capture, so you lose objectivity there. So we're on this kind of hunt for objectivity, which I think is this problem that both of you are pointing towards. So, can you discuss your two ways of getting out of it? Irina seems to suggest that we can kind of, get more information on how the bias is occurring. Philip, you're seeming to suggest we just need to get away from using these algorithms altogether? Or no? Okay. Can you explain how do we get out of this kind of
Right,
a little bit more about how we use these decisions?
Yeah, so when I say bias towards the world you want, like if we're noticing, like I think the example that was given about white collar crime, like that's one example of attempting to either flip the tables or at least take the gaze off of certain communities, right, and putting it elsewhere. But I think in many cases, if we say that like, you know, we want you know, better hiring practices, but then we deploy artificial intelligence that automatically scans people for not only the schools they went to, right, but then also like names, right, and then, you know, zip codes. And so all of this is already said, all right, these folks with these names, which are probably either of some ethnicity, right, they don't get in. These folks who don't go to, you know, like the Ivy League or the schools that are, you know, kind of adjacent to Ivy League, they don't get in. And then we have zip codes. So right now we've already honed in on who we want versus who we don't want. And so the question becomes, how then do we create models that privilege what we want as opposed to what we say we want? And so like, okay, we want highly educated, you know, experienced people. So that probably looks like we want these schools, these zip codes, but if that's not what we mean by that, then we need to reassess that and then bias towards something different.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think what I heard Philip argue is that since there's no getting away from bias, which I think we both agree on, then you want to, first of all, make sure that you recognize it, which is what I was trying to do, basically answer the question that was asked, which is, can biased humans design unbiased algorithms? And to say no, for all these reasons in all these ways. And then Philip said, and then we want, you know, then choose the bias you want. Have intentionality in your bias. And I love the projects that you describe because they create new data sets. And one of the things that, you know, I didn't stress enough in my comments was that question of like, what's missing? What are the data sets that we don't have? I have to say that like, I wasn't really trying to offer solutions. I was trying to answer the question and to maybe, because I think we have to answer this question over and over again, right? I mean, we've been told in ever so many ways that there's bias baked in, and I still think most of us don't, right? You know, by now most people have a sense that, yeah, data sets can be biased, but the fact of the labels, I think, is still news to most people. And the notion of people labeling themselves is so revolutionary, and how come nobody thought of that before? You know, well, they didn't think of that in part because these data sets are just scraped off of the internet, as if the internet presents an accurate depiction of reality, of how people talk in real life, or how people look, or anything, right? So we already have these very weirdly shaped data sets on which everything has been built, and we had an earlier presentation discussing exactly that there are models built on older models. We no longer know what data set that model relied on, and we're still using it to this day. So I think it's absolutely, you know, you were talking about revolutions. It's revolutionary to decide, oh no, we're going to create our own data sets, and then we're going to put them out in the world and compete with these existing data sets that were fake and were mostly gathered because they were easy. And then, you know, it was the easy way to collect data. And I will say the other thing that is sort of often unspoken is that when people develop things in the, you know, AI ML community, sometimes it's because there is a data set. It's not because there is a problem to be solved. There is a data set that somebody can do something with, and they can do their PhD, and they can, you know, write, or they can develop something cool with this existing data set, right? As opposed to, there is this problem in this world, and we don't even have the data to begin to address it. So I think, again, the sooner that the general conversation kind of absorbs these facts, the sooner we can then move into actual solutions. We're not ready yet to even talk about what the solutions are, except the sort of preliminary solutions that Philip is describing. New data sets, new labels, new ways of empowering, and you know, showing the parts of reality that we aren't looking at right now.
That's wonderful. Are there any questions? The audience.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Vasco. I'm here at Duquesne. Thank you both for your presentations. My question really is, what are the ethical questions that we're not asking? I'm really, appreciated, Professor Butler, how you pointed out that there's a presupposition within the question in and of itself, that you know, objective neutrality is best and that it can be achieved in some ways with regards to AI. And in a lot of ways with regards to philosophy and theology, that assumption is a white assumption. So I was thinking a little bit about that. And I'm not a computer scientist, I'm a theologian and an ethicist, so I'm hanging on by a thread. But what are the questions we're not asking with regards to ethics and AI? And I'd be curious to hear from both of you.
I think one question we're not asking enough is what are the things we do not want to automate, and why? So there's a great piece that talks about why we might not want to have AI priests, for example. Why? You can go ahead and find it. It's very interesting, right? Do we want to have AI parents? At some point, a company announced at CES for real that they were going to have a product that was, you might have heard about this, they named it Aristotle, as if to troll the tech ethicists. I'm not kidding, because what this product was supposed to be is a tool that started as one of those like baby cams in a baby's room, and you know, film and allow parents to see the child, but it would then use AI and grow with the child. So it would start singing songs to the baby, telling stories. Eventually, a young kid could turn to them for homework help, and all of this stuff was going to be automated in this product that was announced with great fanfare by a real company. And then there was, a petition where tens of thousands of people signed a petition saying, no, we shouldn't do this. And then the company never came to market. I mean, the product never came to market. So that was an instance where somebody didn't think about why we might not want to automate certain things. But I would also say, sort of on a broader level, anything where we as a society don't agree yet on what the right thing to do is, and there are many issues, there is no business for us to have AI in those spaces, because otherwise we're just picking the choices of whoever is designing that AI. Does that make sense? So anything where we're still as a society not sure about, we should not be trying to do algorithmically or automating those decisions in any way. Okay, I'll stop there.
Sure.
I'm seeing lots of like lost faces or confused looks, but I really think it's that broad.
Yeah. No, and I think conversely, I would say, like in many questions. All right, so I'll start kind of with that. For me, I don't think AI should be a broad approach, because I think that we're going to lose a lot of people that way. And so, in many cases, I'm curious about what are the ways in which how do we get to the point where the machines can hold enough context for the person that it's engaging, right? Because if it's a broad kind of technological solution, right, then it assumes certain things about not only the person but also like the idea that we need everybody to agree for how we ought to live our lives on an individual level, right? But then I think beyond that, we're also thinking about the ways like that we can prescribe, right, this algorithm, and so it's, in many cases I wonder about how that can be something that hangs out on the individual level, but what I'm hearing you say in many cases is, what does it do then, right, when companies adopt certain technologies to then monitor people or kind of predict their lives based on their behaviors. But I think even a kind of a question that came to my mind that I don't think we're asking is, what are our assumptions about the world? Like, what do we, like, I think we're probably, and I could be wrong, but I think we're at a place in history where the world we are given or has been gifted to us through history is something that we see as kind of a hard and fast thing. Like, we see America as a thing. Like, we see France and, in these other countries, and we see the cartographies that are mapped out for us as things that are hard and fast and are fixed. But if we look at history again, like, there are, I think, not only time spans in which these geographical spaces did not look the way they look now, but also in which the the folks within those cartographies could not see themselves in the way in which they are understood right now. And so that I say that to suggest that the next 50 to 100 to 500 years, if we continue on thinking that things are hard and fast, then I think we could very easily suggest that we can produce and replicate what we have. But if we call into question even the very foundational concepts of what we perceive to be real, then I think that it will give us maybe entryways into new ways to produce not only technology, but to live alongside with. 'Cause I think one of the things and forgive me if we haven't discussed this yet, but about not only the ecological implications of what it takes to build our data set, to build a model, and then to build subsequent models based upon previous models. And so computing power and what that does, right, for the environment. So what does it mean then? So what questions are we not asking that? What assumptions have we not called into question that would allow us to kind of knock down the doors to the virtual space that we perceive to be what it is now?
And I think, again, that points to the need for technologists to be involved in all these conversations, to make sure that we do understand all of the real implications that are really hard to see from the outside. It's interesting because you were talking about cartographies, and I was thinking with the digital world that we're talking about, how some of those boundaries have changed, right? And that you now have the land of Facebook, which covers a lot of different countries in different ways, right? Or these other lands that cross those kinds of boundaries in interesting ways and have created kind of new cartographies. So yes, things are changing all the time.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Drew. I'm studying here. Another theological question, but I think it's relevant to both of your points. Lamentation during worship services is a pretty new thing for people that look like me, but probably not for your community or a lot of other communities. I've experienced it more recently, and it's a beautiful thing, disturbing at the beginning, but now I understand it. Well, I don't understand it, but you know what I'm saying. It's starting to come in and soak in. Is lamentation or these negative complaints and, crying almost into the ether, kind of really resonated with what you said before, like crying into the ether of like, when you were opening. But how much is this verb lamenting part of either of your, or both of your works today in this?
Why don't you start?
Sure. Yeah. I think, so I start with Barbara Holmes, right, and her text, Joy Unspeakable, where she talks about this concept of crisis contemplation. And so I think in some ways we have kind of a cycle of quote unquote stability or equilibrium, and then things happen. And then we've seen histories where folks kind of cry out as a result of what's happening. But then, time passes, and I think this is, where some people would, deploy the term or the phrase that time heals, right? And I don't necessarily agree, but I'm just looking at this particular cycle, right? So we have equilibrium, an event, this crying out, and then time passes, right? So you can think of it as a heartbeat. Things are regular. We have depolarization, repolarization, kind of flatline again, or normalization. But nevertheless, within this framing, right? I think so. One of my critiques of crisis contemplation is the idea that we have to. So in terms of spiritual tradition and so on and so forth, there are spiritual practices that could be deployed as a means to buffer oneself from the dynamicity of life, and not only the dynamicity, but also the tumultuous aspects of living, right, in this kind of environment. And I say all that to suggest the cries of the past to become, in many cases, the fuel or the fodder, right, for for that which ought to, or that which is what folks I think are putting their energies behind. And so I would not necessarily say that that this particular tradition is one that, and I'm trying to answer this in a way that does not take away the utility of the practice. I'm looking at this in terms of what it means then to to have kind of this epigenetic factors that live inside of you that recognize that things ought to be different. And as a result, you then utilize the different types of expression and physiological responses that come from witnessing the world as it is and hoping for, and not hoping, but doing the work to do something different.
So I will say that I don't think lamentation is really connected to my work or to my sense of AI. And I want to clarify one thing. I don't mean at all to say that AI is bad or useless, and that wasn't the question I was asking, right? I think it's also really useful to keep in mind that a lot of the really problematic uses that we see are related to use of AI in terms of very personal data about human beings. And there's a lot of data out there that is just a perfect fit for tools that look at data patterns and try to spot those that are extremely useful. So we're not, if you're not talking about oceanic data or, the Internet of Things, objects connecting to each other, not the ones that are in our homes, but like the industrial Internet of Things and using AI for those purposes, it's fantastic, right? And, it still has the environmental implications that are really important. But I think we have to be careful when we're talking about human beings and about personal data, much more careful than in other contexts. What I will say is I think in terms of, I think my work resonates more with the Jewish concept of tikkun olam, which means to heal the world. So the idea is rather than lamentation, you look at what is, and it's your duty to make it better. And I think my work resonates more with that.
Yeah, and lamentation really isn't about complaining, right? I think it's stating very clearly what's going on, but doing it from like a deep place within one's being. And so, like, I think if you look at, kind of like spirituals and so on and so forth, right? These come from a very, very deep place, and so but it's also a commentary on what's going on. And in many cases, depending upon one's tradition, it stems from a trust in something outside of oneself. And I think what I'm arguing for is a recognition that nothing's coming from outside of you. So you have to be the agent in this regard.
Thank you both. I had a quick question here. So earlier today, we had a presentation from Dr. Anand Kapoor from NVIDIA that sort of pushed a little bit against what you were saying, Dr. Butler, and I want to ask you about it. So she's talking sort of about the similar process and how AI is trained on data sets, which are trained on data sets, which are trained on data sets, all the way back, right? And at this point, there's not a lot of access to those original data sets. There's not a lot of access. You can't really unweave that web. You just sort of have to keep building on it. And she talked really well about how at the corporate level, they're really trying to do this and mitigate the bias and do all these different things while recognizing that bias is going to be a part of the data systems. Now, what I hear you saying is sort of, in some ways, it's sort of the opposite. It's like, well, there's a responsibility in technology and in AI to maybe not to unweave, but to build different webs that this is possible. And I want to ask you about that, especially looking at like the history of science, where in the history of science, you have all these examples in the history of science of bias, of oppression, of all these various things, from Henrietta Lacks to the African diaspora to all these pieces that really tell us that we can't build a new web in science. I mean, science, the scientific industry is what it is. We have to take the best of what it is and sort of work with the biases that we have now. So I guess my question is saying, are you saying that the world of technology is new enough or different enough from science that we don't necessarily have to take that route, we can build it somewhere different, and what would that look like?
Yeah, no, so I have a recent critique, right, on Western empiricism and on kind of Western physics, right, that is, I was having a conversation earlier today, and we were talking about like epigenetics and the connection between like ancestors, right, and the conversation, and we were also talking about the ways in which, like, modern scientists are now discovering stuff that, that indigenous communities and, black communities, so on and so forth, have known for, centuries. And so, this raises questions, right, for actually just how small science and technology actually is, right? If we've only been allowed to explore technology and physics from predominantly white male perspectives, what have we, like, what kind of physics, what other physics are there? Like, what does it mean then when you actually go to the, like, back to the continent and go to the various, like, 50 plus countries and explore their perspectives on the world as through an empirical lens? Like, all right, this doesn't work, but we still believe this, so let's fine tune it a little bit. And fine tune it a little bit till we can actually materialize with the kind of speed and, you know, that we have now for something as simple as like a microphone or, you know, email. And so if we were to open up the catalog and really take serious consideration for the various modes of kind of ontological realms that have material potential, then I think that we'll be able to see like the type of stuff, you know, that we only witness in like Star Wars or whatever, because we've been able to open up open up our eyes and our conceptual minds to what could be, as opposed to saying this is only what is.
I had a question about, so two things that you both were talking about is the kind of need to engage with people actually designing technology. And you're doing it in both different ways, like the actual building and the, and then also in just being on panels and like critical engagement. And that's difficult for a lot of theologians and philosophers who are just kind of in our own departments and things. So can you recommend ways that you've built these connections, or how can we do better in theology and philosophy to kind of build that dialogue, right, which is a theme of today?
Sure. Oh, all right. So I mean, for this, I think it's two ways, right? So for me, like, I'm more leaning towards the technological. Like, I'm more of a technologist, I think, in many ways, because of, like, you know, wanting to actually build stuff and then going to build stuff. And that's mainly because, again, I think that if you want to, you know, have like some real say in what's happening, then you got to be part of that process, right? But at the same time, I think there's room for people who recognize, like, you know, I think there's so much for the theological and philosophical perspectives to provide, right, to these various, so not only, but to the industry more broadly, mainly because, again, if the primary kind of user at the end is conceptually, right, a human, and the people on the other side, on the making side, still see themselves as such, right, then we're not necessarily, they may not be as willing to call into question the kind of foundational elements of reality for them. Right, and so as a result, like, what then could decolonial theory provide, post-colonial theory provide, like anti-colonial theory provide? What could womanist perspectives provide, right? What could, you know, Middle Eastern perspectives provide? You know, what does a Muslim perspective have on this? And I think what I really appreciate about Islamic perspectives is the juridical sense of it all. Like, it's very, very detailed. And so, cool, let's apply these very, very detailed ethical perspectives to the formation of new technologies. And so people have a role. Like, we're all in this pipeline, whether we acknowledge it or not. If you're just on your phone doing stuff, you're part of the pipeline. You just don't recognize that you're in the loop, right? You're constantly in the loop regardless of your intentionality. And so this intentional engagement, finding your place within the loop, and then kind of digging your feet in and recognizing that what I do in this loop is pertinent to the loop and ought to be kind of seen as such. And so this is about interrupting loops in order for the formation of newer ones.
So I will add, I guess, if you're talking about how theologists and theologians and philosophers can engage more with technologists, in the context of academia, it's relatively easier, right? So one way to do that is to engage with the tech students, with the engineering students, the data science students, the various other STEM students who are interested in questions of theology and philosophy, and find them and talk to them and get their insights. I know that at Santa Clara University, we have something called the Tech Ethics Faculty Group. It's open to the entire faculty, and maybe once a quarter, we hold an event about some tech ethics related topic, and we send an email, and whoever wants to come comes, and they've been virtual for the last few years. And so we get people from the music faculty, or, you know, law and engineering and psychology and sociology, all talking about this issue and hearing each other's perspectives. And they're some of the best meetings we have, right? Because you really, like, if you talk to the people in your group, you kind of tend to hear the same things over and over again, right? If suddenly there's like a music professor telling you what he thinks or she thinks about AI, it's super interesting. So I think creating those kind of places where you can talk to folks and who very much want to hear from theologians and philosophers, I think that'll happen. And then in terms of reaching the technologists themselves, I know a lot of technologists who are very interested in these questions too. So I think, I had the privilege of coming into Santa Clara University where those networks already kind of existed, so it was easier. I'm not sure how to create them, but I think, again, if you're in an academic institution like this one, if you put on events and you open them to the public, you might be surprised who will come in, right? And especially if you invite the technologists and if you assure them that this is not something for the theologians or for the philosophers, that it's really about them informing you as much as, you informing their thinking, they will come. And again, those conversations are some of the best ones you're going to have.
Thank you for that.
Other questions?
Can I say one more thing that hasn't come up? Because we talked earlier about, the formation of engineering students as professionals and about, the role of technologists. And we haven't stressed, I think, enough the fact that technologists are citizens just like all the rest of us, and they are subject to the same forces that the rest of us are subject to, right? So I think it's really helpful to remind them of that whatever algorithms are being deployed are also going to be deployed on them at work. We were talking about worker surveillance, or, when their kids go to get hired, they're going to have to face the next AI algorithm. And so that's a really useful way to just, again, break them out of whatever the bubble is, and we all live in our own bubbles, right? So if they're in a bubble with other techies talking about how wonderful all this stuff is, and you just remind them that, again, the implications even for them, their families, their communities, might not be that great, it helps broaden the conversation.
And then one way that we've built these partnerships is just we've had like kind of closed workshops where we've invited like a very small amount of people, and then told them about the things we were thinking about, and then extended like if you're interested, we'd love to keep the conversation going, and so that's kind of been the ways we've been able to do that.
I really appreciated in this context what Bishop Paul had to say earlier about how dialogue takes time to build, right? That you can bring in people one time and they don't know you and they're not going to have the comfort level to really get into a proper dialogue with you. So building some of those longer standing relationships where people come back and the next time they talk to you differently, that's really important too.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Great. Well, thank you very much for this. I mean, this has been a wonderful conversation, wonderful talks. Please join me in.
Thanks.
Likewise. Super interesting.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, they were. They were.
It had one this morning, thankfully. It was good. All right. I am happy to introduce the moderator of our fourth and final session of the day. The session is entitled, How Can Social Institutions Work Toward Ethical Outcomes in Technology? The Needs and Hopes for Better Tech Governance, Policy, and Transparency. So just a really small, limited conversation here, not too many topics for our last one. So Dr. Florence Tighe will be the moderator of this panel, and she is an associate professor in the School of Communication and the program director for the Center for Digital Ethics and Policy at Loyola University, Chicago. She is also founding director of the Social and Interactive Media Lab, Chicago, devoted to the in-depth study of social phenomena at the intersection of society and technology. Since 2020, she has served as an external consultee to the Freedom Online Coalition's Task Force on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, and is a key constituent of the United Nations 3C Roundtable on Artificial Intelligence. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tighe.
Thank you, John. It's definitely a pleasure to be visiting for my first time in Pittsburgh, and thank you to Duquesne University for the warm welcome and the Grefenstette Center for this wonderful event. It's my pleasure to be a fellow of the center for this academic year, and our panel today is How Can Social Institutions Work Towards Ethical Outcomes in Tech? The Needs and Hopes for Better Tech Governance, Policy, and Transparency. So we have two speakers with us today. One is Abhishek Gupta, and one is Beth Schwanke. Abhishek Gupta is the Senior Responsible AI Leader and expert with the Boston Consulting Group, where he works with BCG's Chief AI Ethics Officer to advise clients and build end-to-end responsible AI programs. He is also the founder and principal researcher at the Montreal AI Ethics Institute, an international nonprofit research institute with a mission to democratize AI ethics literacy. Through his work as the chair of the Standards Working Group at the Green Software Foundation, he is leading the development of a software carbon intensity standard toward the comparable and interoperable measurement of the environmental impacts of AI systems. Beth Schwanke is the executive director of the University of Pittsburgh Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security, Pitt Cyber. In that role, she directed the Pittsburgh Task Force on Public Algorithms. Her commentary and writing have appeared on CNN, NPR, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal. Schwanke was previously the Senior Policy Counsel and Director of Policy Outreach for the Center for Global Development and an associate at DLA Piper. She holds her JD from the University of Michigan Law School and served as an associate and contributing editor in the Michigan Law Review. Okay. Our first speaker will be Abhishek. Thank you.
All right. Who's excited? Woo! All right. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that. I mean, you know, it's a post-lunch, post-coffee. I don't know if you got coffee. There were some decaf options out there, too. I got decaf. Otherwise, I'll be too wired. And so, you know, we were just talking about how we want to make sure that this is a little bit exciting, potentially controversial. Ask the hard questions is basically what this is about. No, but so it's my first time in Pittsburgh. Thank you to John, to Erjan, to Duquesne for welcoming me here. Go Steelers? Is that, am I saying that right? Yeah? I wrote that down. I was like, oh, I'll make sure to get it right. No, but it's great to be here, and thank you for sticking around, and to those who are listening in online as well. And I think it's important that we host conversations like these to talk about how we can harness the power of AI systems in a way that makes a positive impact on society. I think one of the themes that's recurred throughout the day is that the future isn't fixed, and that was, I think, something that we spoke about at dinner last night, and through some of the breaks today as well, that there is room to reshape the future. And it is through interventions like these today where we bring together people from different walks of life to talk about how we can go about doing that. In fact, if you think about image generation capabilities, for those who are not familiar, OpenAI published a system called DALL-E 2 at the start of this year, early part of this year. And what you do is you provide a text input, text prompt, and it generates images that don't exist. And those are pretty realistic depictions of what you provide as a text input. And those images are things that can be as bizarre as you want them to be, right? So one of the canonical examples that was published was a chair that is made of avocados, or an avocado-shaped chair, something like that, and it comes up with a pretty impressive image, I have to say. And then, as we were all amazed by that development, in a few months, we had Midjourney come out, yet another image generation model with fantastical capabilities. And to a technical practitioner like myself, prior to this, I worked as a machine learning engineer at Microsoft, and I thought I had a good grasp on what's possible in the ecosystem. And then came out Stable Diffusion from Stability.ai, again, blows everybody's minds. All that to say, if I make any statement today that makes any predictions beyond 18 months, please disregard it and come and slap me in the face after and say, why are you making these predictions? Like, there is no way that you know what's going to happen beyond 18 months. And that actually aligns with how, folks who study sort of predictions in fields talk about this as well. So, you can look at the work from Phil Tetlock, who's done the Good Judgment Project, and Super Forecasters, who also talks about the same thing, where trying to make predictions beyond an 18-month time horizon is basically pointless. Anyways, with that in context, I think one thing that I want to highlight as I get into the topic that we have for today's discussion is that AI is not magic. And I think we've tried to emphasize that throughout the day. From Arthur C. Clarke's quote, any sufficiently advanced piece of technology is indistinguishable from magic. This is what this is. AI is not fairy dust. It is fairy dust if you're trying to raise money, because you can put that in your slide deck and venture capitalists will basically sign over all the money that they have to you. So, you can do that, but it's in reality just math, right? It's a set of matrix multiplications, computations that enable some very, very impressive advances, but let's not forget that that it is just, a fundamental piece of technology, importantly built by humans, built by groups of humans, organizations of humans, and so that's where accountability should lie when we think about the impacts that AI systems have on society. So keeping that in mind, I think social institutions have a key role to play here, in the sense that they are tremendous instruments to operationalize some of that accountability in practice in ecosystems. And it helps to position it in a way where when we are thinking about who are these actors who are behind these AI systems, who are the organizations, who are the groups, they are often driven by profit motives, right? And I think that's been fairly obvious through today's discussions as well. And so social institutions can serve as a counterbalance, as a counterweight, as a way of even sourcing some of those diverse viewpoints, sourcing some of those unheard voices, marginalized voices, and equipping and empowering people with the right sets of knowledge, skills, and abilities as well to contest issues that they don't even sometimes know that they're facing, because, well, if you don't even know that you were judged, let's say, by an AI system, however are you going to contest it? So before, diving in deeper a little bit into sort of, how I see social institutions playing a key role, let's quickly summarize what we, heard about today in terms of what are these ethical outcomes that we're seeking, right? And there are, at this point, like so many different formulations. If you go to OECD.ai, they've got, I think, and this was, emphasized in the opening panel today as well, a little over 150 documents on there. I haven't read all of them, so don't come and ask me about them. But a lot of them have significant overlaps, right? The way I like to sort of sum all of it up is in areas of fairness and inclusiveness, in terms of ethical outcomes, in terms of accountability and transparency, safety and reliability, privacy and security. And those, of course, align quite closely with what Dr. Nelson spoke about today with the AI Bill of Rights as well. But ultimately, what we want here is to harness the amazing potential of AI technologies, at the same time ensuring that they are designed, developed, and deployed in alignment with the values of the stakeholders, keeping in mind the aspirations that they have, and that they're ultimately meant to serve those communities and not the other way around. And I make that point not lightly, because AI systems are still built on the back of humans. So you can think about data labeling services, data annotation services, content moderation systems that still involve humans who have to look at traumatic content so that we don't have to look at it when we're consumers on those platforms. And so there is an entire set of invisible labor that is serving AI systems to make that magic happen. We need to flip that where AI systems are serving us. And one of the other things to think about before I start to dive into why I think we need social institutions to play a key role is we need a combination of both technical workflow changes and organizational governance and structural changes working together in harmony to address some of these harms. You often see a lot of pushback against technical solutions to inherently socio-technical problems, and rightfully so. Because AI systems are inherently socio-technical. But technical approaches are nonetheless important because these systems are still, they do have a significant technical component. And there's a fantastic paper that talks about how technical solutions can serve as a diagnostic, at the very least, to help drive some of these initiatives towards achieving these ethical outcomes that I just outlined. So why do we need social institutions to play a key role? I think they are much, much closer to impacted stakeholders than some of the organizations who are building these systems. And that's a tremendous opportunity to hear from impacted stakeholders in terms of what are their needs, hopes, aspirations, worries, concerns, and what is it that an ideal world looks like for them that won't be necessarily captured by organizations. And so having social institutions who are much closer to these stakeholders is a great way of going about doing that. And they can surface some of those unarticulated needs and aspirations of that community and stakeholders, and they can also support in the creation of some of those necessary capacities, as I was saying, in terms of questioning and contesting these systems. So you can think about the information asymmetry that exists when you have very, very complex AI systems that are hard to understand, that are often opaque by design when companies don't reveal how they actually work, and you trying to contest when you faced an unethical outcome, be that the system was biased against you or there was a privacy intrusion, for example. So how do you go about flipping that power dynamic? It's a little bit on organizing ourselves in collectives through social institutions so that we can pool resources together, not only to gain the expertise that we need to question and contest these systems, but also to reduce information asymmetries by bringing in other SMEs, subject matter experts, and having collective power to question the organizations that are building these systems. And social institutions can serve as the mechanism for aggregating people together. And protecting human dignity and value in this context is something that, again, social institutions can help empower, can bring together people and organize those needs, as they were, into an instrument that is much more powerful if only an individual were to try and go and raise those concerns. In terms of governance, when we're thinking about the role that social institutions can play here, there is an opportunity for co-governing systems, and it is a complex notion, and it's not something that exists today, but it can be possible when you start to think about, for example, content moderation systems on Reddit, where you have automated components to content moderation. You also have some content moderation staff that is hired by Reddit, but then you also have community content moderators who are much closer to the context that Reddit community is all about. And so you can have co-governance models that are potentially enabled by social institutions. And I think there was an interesting point raised in one of our panels earlier today on being able to imagine a new future. And this is where I encourage us to, sort of activate our imagination engine and think about, sort of novel governance models where social institutions can help, become an instrument for co-governance. And, I think that in itself acts as that counterbalancing force that I was talking about earlier, and ultimately also help to unearth some blind spots and serve as essentially a gating mechanism for the unchecked power that these systems can have over lives of individuals, especially, again, if we go back to the example of Reddit, where you might have marginalized communities having that maybe as one of the venues where they can share their views, but even if they start to face suppression there, they really feel disempowered and disenfranchised. In terms of policymaking, I think social institutions can help to write flexible policies that allow the community to use and benefit from AI systems while keeping in mind how those stakeholders are going to interact with these systems rather than simply relying on desk research. You also can use social institutions to work with established structures and channels of policymaking by leaning on some of those existing relationships that exist when you want to bring about change. And finally, I think social institutions can also help push for higher standards of accountability in that policy writing process itself by involving stakeholders, appropriate stakeholders, by injecting them at various stages of that policymaking process. In terms of transparency, I think involvement of the community reduces the surprises that they might experience once a system is actually deployed in practice, where AI systems in particular, have a tremendous power to alter entire ecosystems and communities. And having stakeholders be involved through a social institution mechanism early on in the design and development of an AI system can help reduce some of those surprises. So then what does a world look like when we don't have social institutions playing this critical role? It looks a lot like what we have at the moment, unfortunately, and possibly getting worse as, I was talking about some of these more complex emerging capabilities of AI systems. What we see is that our ability to meaningfully propose regulations, to meaningfully propose controls, is reducing very, very quickly because we have limited understanding and the progress is quite rapid in itself. And this doesn't just apply to image generation, as I was talking about, which can help produce some, spectacular assets that you can use in disinformation. That applies to even things like text generation capabilities, or you can think about, safety concerns in self-driving vehicles and all of those contexts. And of course, we in earlier panels mentioned the adoption of AI in critical healthcare settings, in judicial systems, et cetera. And all of these are, by the way, causing real harms today, right? So this is not some future dystopian scenario. It's all happening today to real people, some people that we might even know ourselves. And it's without having social institutions to mediate some of these needs, hopes, values, and aspirations of stakeholders, policymaking in particular has the possibility of being overwhelmed by special interests from the makers of these systems who can steer policymaking towards a place where they stand to benefit and not as much the stakeholders. It can also end up being used heavily in contexts where there is a high risk of violation of fundamental rights. And that's why I think something like the AI Bill of Rights was quite useful, where it at least puts forward a stance from government on what things they value and how they want other actors in the American ecosystem, in this particular case, to think about the deployment of AI systems. And when we're thinking about governance, if we don't include, if social institutions, either through lack of funding or through lack of resources or through lack of momentum, don't participate critically, what will end up happening is governance will just emerge organically in a structure and format that again benefits those interests of the organizations who are putting these systems together. And transparency, of course, will be impacted severely because without social institutions, without collective action, without the ability to peer into and participate in the design, development, and deployment of these technologies or the policies surrounding these technologies, you have little influence and even lesser view into what's actually going on. And then to maybe leave it on a little bit of a hopeful note, what can the world look like if this vision of having social institutions succeeds in playing a key role in the governance, in policy making, in transparency around achieving ethical outcomes in technology? I think we will be able to put in place or design, develop, and deploy technology that actually benefits the broadest set of stakeholders. It will also help, in my earnest hope, help individuals actualize their potential. I think it was Irina who used the term human flourishing in her comments, and so I think collectively it will help society, it will help human flourishing happen in society. So eudaimonia, the idea of human flourishing, where we live in harmony with each other, with the environment around us, and are able to live fulfilling, happy lives, which is ultimately, I think even from a perhaps religious standpoint as well, from a theological standpoint as well, why even bother, right? The attempt is to try and live a happy, fulfilling life, and hopefully technology can be steered towards enabling that. And then finally, I think a participatory method here where we as stakeholders collect into social institutions and participate in all of these processes, that is our chance, our opportunity to inject our views, to make sure that we shape the future that we want. I again want to reiterate what I said earlier. The way AI systems are set up now is we have humans serving AI systems to make that magic happen, and I hope that we can flip the power dynamic so that we have AI systems serving us to achieve our potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fabulous to hear, and I hope a good setup for what I'm about to tell you about. All right, so where is the clicker? This is it? Oh, fabulous. Okay, so I am here to talk to you about the Pittsburgh Task Force on Public Algorithms. So what I hope I can do today is kind of take some of the strands of what Abhishek was talking about, what kind of has happened all throughout the day, and give you a really pretty concrete example of what a social institution, what the University of Pittsburgh has been trying to do in coordination with other social institutions to kind of create and drive and provoke, frankly, more algorithmic accountability. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about our motivations and our process, because I do hope that our task force can actually be a bit of a model for other localities as well. And then I'll, of course, wrap up by sharing our recommendations and also where we're headed. So we actually first started this effort in 2019. At the time, there was kind of just starting to be a bit more engagement around algorithmic bias and privacy private sector algorithms, but there was a lot less attention to public sector algorithms. But right, as we all know, as we've talked about here a little bit today, local, state, and federal government are increasingly turning to the use of algorithms, and sometimes with success, but also sometimes with truly disastrous results for human beings. So we see algorithms being used by the public sector in nearly every context, including criminal justice, child welfare, benefits, employment, right? The list just goes on. But most of these public algorithms aren't receiving much in the way of scrutiny. But we all know, we've talked about today, that if algorithmic systems aren't developed, are not implemented, are not overseen correctly, they can and will be biased. They can reinforce and even accelerate discrimination, accelerate inequality and surveillance. So let's move on here to kind of some of the specifics of our local context here in Pittsburgh. There are actually quite a lot of algorithmic systems in play for a mid-sized city and in our county, Allegheny County. I've pulled a few here that I think are especially interesting to note. So in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh sits, the Department of Human Services actually uses a system to help child welfare screeners decide whether or not to send in a caseworker. The municipal courts use a system to help magistrate judges decide whether someone should be granted bail or kept in jail before trial. The city police used to use a system to help decide where to send additional patrols. This is actually now suspended in part because of task force work. So given these systems, as well as many others, and I think the real potential for explosion of use both here and elsewhere, we at Pitt Cyber really wanted to study our local government's use of algorithms and oversight, if there was any oversight. So we did what you should never, ever do when you want to do something quickly. We convened a task force. So we formed the task force to study the process around how our local governments were implementing algorithmic systems. So there's two things here the task force is not, right? The task force was not auditing the algorithms themselves. We were really just looking at the processes surrounding system development and use. And we weren't a government entity, despite the name, which I feel like is sometimes confusing. We were independent. So our ultimate goal was really to create recommendations for local governments to improve their algorithmic accountability. So I've mentioned the task force quite a bit. This is who we are. So our task force members were drawn from academia. We had tech and data experts, domain and subject matter experts, and we also had a lot of local civic leaders and people who worked with agencies as implementing partners and so on. We had a really wide range of viewpoints, which certainly made it a challenge, but a pleasure to reconcile. And then you'll see we also had a government advisory board. So County Executive Fitzgerald, who you heard from this morning, and then Mayor Peduter was kind enough to appoint some folks to this advisory board. And it was indeed purely advisory. They didn't sign on to our recommendations. We did not want them to. They were there to kind of provide us context and make sure that we actually knew what was really going on in government. And so I think this really helped us to balance between being independent, but also making sure that our recommendations were relevant and implementable. So let me tell you a little bit about our process and how we actually came to the recommendations that I will talk about. So our task force, of course, conducted our own research around the use of algorithms in our region. We also looked at different structures of accountability from really around the world, like the Seattle Surveillance Board, the New York City Automated Decision-Making Task Force, and actually the Shadow Task Force as well, New Zealand's national guidelines for obtaining social license, Canada's algorithmic impact assessments, all sorts of things. We heard from experts beyond the task force itself, like Meredith Whitaker, Rashida Richardson, Kathy O'Neill, a lot of the folks we've all referenced today. But the most important part was our community engagement. So we held community meetings. Actually, all of these pictures are from the Wednesday before everything shut down on Friday for COVID. Luckily, no one got COVID at the event. meetings. And then we were able to shift to having a lot of online meetings. So for this initial stage process, we heard from about 150 people. We tried to make it really active and engaging, which I hope is what these pictures show. We heard from a lot of people at the beginning of this process that community engagement wasn't going to be valuable, right? It was just too technical. But as every single person speaking or asking questions has mentioned today, it is so useful, it is so valuable, and it is just necessary. So our recommendations really do reflect what we learned and what we heard in community meetings. If you do take a moment to look at the report, you'll see that there is learning from our community consultations weave throughout the report itself, and there's also a detailed appendix at the back from our community lead about the process itself and our findings. Okay, so our findings. So we did find that our local governments here needed to do more to ensure that algorithmic systems don't lock in and exacerbate inequalities, biases, and other harms. Overall, the task force wants to be making sure that if our government is going to use an algorithm, they're using it because it's actually better than the human alternative. We really aimed with these recommendations to facilitate a balance of mitigating potential for harm, creating an environment for more equitable use of algorithms, and then ensuring innovation for the good of residents. So let me pull out a few themes from these high-level recommendations that I think are especially useful to this conversation. So the first theme is transparency, right? Meaningful transparency is, of course, crucial. In our local context, we found a real range of how agencies were approaching transparency. Some provided no information to the public about relatively high-risk systems, including in the policing context. Others provided substantial transparency through their website and otherwise, including a genuine effort to engage with researchers and with media and with public. Now, there's a lot of work around what meaningful transparency actually means in the algorithmic context. For my own part, I will say it is not thousands of pages of documents on a web page. I think we've all seen how full transparency can really be opacity. And at base, I think there needs to be a really strong emphasis on public legibility. So we ultimately recommended a county-city public registry website for algorithmic systems in our region. The goal, of course, would be to provide a very plain language understanding of proposed and implemented systems. So kind of key categories of transparency that we would want to see, and I think echoes a lot of the conversations today, including the model cards, for example, the system's purpose and policy goals, the system's intended outcomes and benefits, description of relevant data sources, how the system supplants or replaces existing processes, likely or potential harms to be mitigated, identification of vendors and funders, and how the public was consulted. All right, but transparency, while necessary, is of course always insufficient, which brings me to our second theme of recommendation of public consultation. We recommended that agencies engage in meaningful public participation commensurate with the risk level of any potential system. So again, in our region, we saw a very wide range of public consultation, ranging from none to work to really directly engage stakeholders on a consistent basis. So for higher risk systems, the task force encouraged public participation at key stages in the life cycle of a proposed system, including from the very beginning of conception through any substantive changes post-implementation. I'll say we heard from community members over and over again that they weren't against the use of algorithms, but instead were concerned about not knowing about their use and then concerned about the policy goals for which they were being used. Which residents were really concerned weren't reflecting community values and needs. I'll note that there was strong support for the development of algorithms that are used to identify resource gaps and allocate resources accordingly, but concern that most systems in place in our region were in fact punitive. And I think here, making these systems more participatory not only is it crucial to improving them, but it's also crucial to building trust in their use. I think, right, we need this kind of social license to make them work, and we've actually seen examples of where not having that trust, not having that social license, even for actually a pretty decent system, leads to possible abandonment of the system. So I think, developers would be wise to take that into account. And then a third theme of our recommendations is a need for external review. Our task force did consider a really wide range of accountability options here, including some pretty significant, stringent oversight regimes. Ultimately, within our local context, we did come to the conclusion that being too prescriptive was not going to be effective right now. So we focused on external review as a particularly important measure of accountability for our local context. Again, we saw a very wide range of use of external review in our region, ranging from none to quite a few. So using third-party reviews and audits at multiple points in the algorithmic system's life cycle, including ethical reviews, process reviews, impact evaluations, seems absolutely crucial to us. Algorithmic auditing is a pretty nascent industry. I do hope that we'll see more standards put in place. Certainly we're, everyone here I think is rightly worried about ethics washing. But I do think these can be valuable if done right. So here, I'll point you to our report, which lays this all out, of course, in a lot more detail and has some additional best practices. One best practice that I do want to take a moment to highlight is around procurement and vendors. In the government context, I think agencies really do need to be creating explainable public records around creation and use, right? We have due process issues here. And this doesn't often happen when an agency procures a system from an external vendor. All right, so that is a quick and dirty summary of the task force's recommendations. I mean, none of these recommendations, right, are especially surprising or radical, but I actually think that's part of why there is the potential for really pushing these forward for implementation in our region, and the city and the county have been really good partners in exploring how that could happen. So kind of our next steps as a task force, we spent the winter and spring sharing the work back with all of the communities we met with, as well as heading to public meetings across the city and the county to share them. So our work is continuing. We have, quite a few academic publications in the works using some survey data of about 1,000 residents, as well as data from our community workshops. And then we're in the process of finalizing a prototype for an algorithmic registry for our region, as well as creating toolkits for citizens around algorithmic accountability, and hopefully just continuing to be a resource for our own local governments and hopefully others as well as they push toward implementation and improving their algorithmic accountability. So I will wrap up there, and Florence.
Thank you very much, Abhishek and Beth, for such a mutually, comprehensive discussion from your vantage points. So both of you talked about the process and some of these pain points. I'd like to actually probe into some of the procedural pain points that, as you see, in bringing together many stakeholders in your respective work, what are some of the issues that you've identified that you would share with others who are trying to do similar things?
So, I think I'll take this from the community engagement vantage. For us, right, it was a lot about people feeling like they were not qualified to have an opinion about an algorithmic system or algorithmic accountability. And so helping people get to the point where they realize that their perspective, their identity, their lived experience, all of these things had tremendous value in understanding and and providing feedback to whether it was a system under consideration or whether it was, you know, a process around accountability under consideration was really challenging. And I have to say, like, I came away so genuinely impressed and heartened by our community engagement process and like how much value residents really are able to provide to these conversations. I had some folks doing analysis of the transcripts from our community engagement sessions. We had somebody, you know, essentially taking down a transcript. And you know, these are postdocs who are deeply engaged in algorithmic accountability work, and they kept being like, did you read this? This was so smart. Like, so like, I really like, I think that, you know, getting people to the place where they feel comfortable making those types of contributions is a challenge, is absolutely worth it, and really necessary.
No, and that's, I think that resonates with a lot of the work that we've done in bringing together stakeholders in the work that we did with the Montreal AI Ethics Institute as well. I think one of the pain points that takes a lot of time to get right is the varying levels of knowledge that people come in with. Varying levels of knowledge, just not just from the technical standpoint, because that's the one that usually gets a lot of attention, right? Where people say, hey, we need to get Tech 101 or AI 101 for policymakers because they don't know how AI systems work. And that's kind of true. But guess what? A lot of technologists don't know how policymaking works either, right? And so we need to educate technologists on the policymaking process as well, so that again, the recommendations that they're making are actually actionable. Right? So you have both of those components where it cuts both ways, right? So that varying level of knowledge is not just from the technical standpoint, but also from the policymaking, social sciences standpoint. And so getting that right requires investment and working. And so that's been one of the, I think, pain points. And then, you know, sort of echoing what you said, where, you know, people don't feel perhaps welcome. It's, again, that investment of time and you know, building up engagement with these stakeholders so that they feel heard and they know that their input will be considered. And I use that word carefully here, that their input will be considered, because we also should not set up false expectations that any and all input that they provide will be incorporated, because sometimes it won't, right? And so having transparency around when you're not going to incorporate their input, but acknowledging it, and letting them know that, hey, we heard you, but for this and this reason, we're not going to include it. And so that, I think, is important. And I think a, you know, great way to think about it is when you're inviting these stakeholders in for participation, they shouldn't just have a folding chair in the back of the room. They need to have a proper seat at the table, right? And so I think that's where we need to get to when we're talking about how do we bring these stakeholders together. It starts with making them feel welcome. And that, I think, you know, requires a great degree of trust, and that only happens over time, right? So what for example, we did with the Montreal AI Ethics Institute was we had a, you know, a recurring set of people who engaged with us over many, many months, who then felt comfortable and confident in sharing their opinions. In fact, we convened 3 sessions leading up to the G7 AI Summit in 2018 in Montreal, and when Canada had the presidency of the G7. And we sourced inputs from about 400 people, and I was able to carry those voices. And to your point, some of the insights that came out of that were absolutely brilliant. And we were able to carry those voices in, but people only felt comfortable sharing that because we had invested the time over many, many months, allowing them to build rapport, to build trust, and to share freely what they thought.
Going on this conversation that you and I had earlier was building upon data that is already regarded as factual. And, you know, going into public records that may be problematic. I was wondering if you had any kind of specific experiences, perhaps with the recommendations that you've made. Just a very, can you tell the story of any of them that delved specifically into some rather entrenched data that was already factual but actually problematic?
So, you know, fortunately, we don't have, we haven't found any real examples in Pittsburgh of kind of individual cases that would, you know, make you scream when you read the story. Not to say they might not exist, but, you know, I think that actually a lot of the problem is we don't know what a lot of the data sources are, for example, and we don't know. And often I think we're finding, particularly in the local government context, so it's what's happening is people are procuring an algorithm and they have no idea what went into that. It's not even necessarily data, for example, from here. You know, it might be data from California. So I think that's also a really big problem, you know, when we look, you know, especially at local governments that maybe aren't as well resourced and they're frankly being sold like these systems. They don't know what data's in them. They don't really know necessarily what they're even intended to be used for or not, right? Like there are examples, and this isn't one from Pittsburgh, but of municipalities that have, for example, procured systems to help judges decide whether or not somebody should get bail, and then all of a sudden they're also using them for sentencing, right? And it wasn't designed for that. And so I do think that we need to, you know, it is so important to dive into these questions of data, but like there's so many like really painful questions, particularly in a local government context, that need to come first because we don't even have the answers.
I think that point on procurement is very important, and it will become more important as we have AI systems that are more generalizable, right? In the sense that they're not purpose-built. And so that just exacerbates the problem that you're talking about, where you have systems that are supposed to be fine-tuned and ensure that they, you know, become purpose-fit, but sometimes organizations don't have maybe the technical expertise or the resources to do that fine-tuning, and so they just sort of take that system that is highly generalizable, and so, you know, you can think about some you know, GPT-3-like systems, I will say, and they just use them out of the box, right? Because that's the easy thing to do, and they all have fairly decent performance, and that's where I think, you know, the point that was made on we should only strive to use these systems when they definitively perform better than humans. Maybe that's a consideration that you need to bring in here, when if it's just right about at human level performance or maybe slightly underperforming, and in the interest of saving costs, you bring in this highly generalized system where provenance is just unknown, right? And there's no way to know. And most of the times it wasn't built for that purpose. So it's only going to get exacerbated as we have very, very large scale, multimodal, multitask, generalized systems that are going to be used. So going to become a more prevalent problem.
Yeah, this is pretty much a tension that has been repeated throughout the course of the symposium, is this like how macro do we get in our collective efforts to forge universal tools, empire, and the objectives inherent in empire, and also at the micro scale, the community scale, how to discern and adequately serve the communities that are in most need. So in the recommendation that we not exacerbate inequalities and only use automation if it's doing it better than human intervention. The question was earlier, what is human? And how how do we arrive at what is adequate intervention in that respect?
That's, yeah. And that plays off of my initial bravado in asking her to pose extremely difficult questions, right? So.
Oh, I have more.
You have more? Oh, she's just getting started. All right. So if you want to take a stab at it, then.
No, you started.
I started.
Talking,
Okay, so take the grenade, right? So when we're talking about like what is adequate in terms of human performance, right? It's important to have So I think it was in Anima's intervention when she mentioned the role that benchmark data sets have played in progress of AI systems, right? There is always the sort of ceiling, as it were, that this is we're striving towards human performance and whatever that is characterized as. I think the context for that needs to be a lot more nuanced in terms of who are these humans against whose performance we want to threshold, right? Are these expert humans? Are these lay people? Are these, what kinds of resources do they have, right? Because it's also not, sometimes is it a collection of humans against whom we're evaluating this, right? How much training do they have? So all of these things, I think, play into that. And then when we're thinking about how these systems are set up as well, there is, the formulations of or various flavors of human in the loop as well, right? So you can have, humans playing a critical role in how decisions are rendered, or they're, just overseeing them, or they're completely off the loop. And so all of these factors, I think, need to be considered when we're trying to answer that very difficult question, which is basically my answer is a non-answer, but at least lays out some of the nuances that I think we need to think about.
Yeah, so absolutely. And I think, too, I wanna go back to what you were saying and add, like, just as an example, when we were doing some of our community engagement sessions, one of the questions we would kind of pose at some point in the conversation is, look, let's talk about like the judicial context. A lot of municipal court judges are notoriously biased. There's, certainly unfortunate documentation of that. Would you rather take your chance with that judge or with the algorithm, right? Like, I don't know. A lot of people are going to answer the algorithm. And so to your question of like, which human, I think that's a really important one. I will say, I suppose I was maybe a little imprecise in when I said, let's benchmark against the previous human process and say, I think what really we're saying is when we as citizens, as residents, or whomever, are looking at the possibility of a new algorithmic system, I think what we want to be doing is we need a clear understanding of what the previous process or the previous whatever was, right? And so whether that was human performance or what exactly that was, we need to know that before. So like, in the policing context, I actually happen to think that like we should not be using predictive policing tools, but certainly I have heard from people who have said like, look, like right now it's just a bunch, of whomever in the police department that are, deciding where to send patrols. Who are you to say that an algorithmic system isn't actually doing that a lot more fairly? Right. So I think knowing and understanding what the previous processes in place are is really crucial.
And the processes are not static either, right? Mm-hmm. In the sense that I think even the role that humans play in a sort of hybrid hybrid, technical system and human, whatever intervention they have, in the loop, off the loop, on the loop formulation, we have to be careful of how it dynamically evolves over time in the sense of two notions, right? So there's automation bias and algorithmic aversion. So fatiguing in the capabilities of humans where they trust too much in the outcomes that the system provides, so they just accept and by default just roll with whatever the system is recommending, or in the algorithmic aversion context where they've experienced some early negative results or things that weren't right from the system, not trusting the system enough. And so I think it's almost a co-evolutionary process between the capabilities of the human and how the machine behaves in that process. So but even when we're trying to get an understanding of what the previous process was, I think those dynamic, the process might have started with certain good intentions in terms of human having this oversight and behaving in a particular manner, but maybe over time they've just delegated away all their authority and just accept whatever the machine tells them. And so I think being even cognizant of that dynamic is going to be important.
Yeah, if it's okay, I want to kind of pull on that a little bit more because I think this is a really underappreciated point, particularly about automation bias. So, there is starting to be quite a bit of research about how essentially there are, in groups, there are, white males feel really comfortable questioning the results that they get from a predictive risk analytic system. Black women do not, right? And so there's all sorts of problems we've found in the municipal context, with the training around these different systems and do workers know how precise or imprecise these systems are? Do they know when and how they should be questioning them? Do they have any idea what's gone into them? And I think, often that's not happening, particularly when we're talking about risk scoring systems. I think that's the automation bias issues there are a real danger where we see people who you'll hear from kind of the developers or the higher ups, but there's a human in the loop. Right. It's okay. They know they can question this, but they don't. They're not empowered to question it.
And the agency, I think, point is, sorry, I'm just going to continue pulling on that. The agency point is very important, right? Because if you don't feel empowered and you're at a place in your organization where, and there was that fascinating poster outside on practitioner perspectives in AI ethics. I don't know if that individual is still around, but that was a great poster. So you all should check it out if you haven't. And it makes a point around what is the degree of agency that the human has. And sometimes that agency is influenced by factors that have nothing to do with the piece of technology, in the sense that they don't want to question their bosses because they're scared they'll lose their job, and that might mean losing the visa where they're working at, or they have a mortgage to pay, all sorts of things, right? So agency is impacted by those sorts of factors as well. And then, on a very practical note, what does 70% confidence mean to you versus what does it mean to me versus what does it mean to someone in the audience? Those probability, we as humans are not built to think probabilistically. We don't get that, right? It's either yes or no, right? And that's why even some of the work that's done on Likert scales, where you have, a 7-point Likert scale, what does a 3 mean versus a 6? It's really difficult, right? So I think all of those things play into that quite strongly as well.
Absolutely. I'd like to open the floor to any questions from the audience to give adequate time in case there's immediate. Yes, Rena.
Oh, I hope these are hard questions, because we literally spoke about that before. It was ask really difficult questions.
I didn't agree to that.
Sorry,
You didn't
this
agree to
was
this? Oh,
sorry. This I don't think this is a hard question. First of all, I just wanted to thank you both, because I think a lot of people don't realize how pervasive these issues are. And I served for a while on the Privacy Advisory Task Force of the City of San Jose. and we were dealing with some similar issues, and so I'm interested, you talked about wanting your process to serve as a model. I was going to ask, I don't think there are trainings for municipal employees who are dealing with these issues on how to do it. I'm wondering whether you might envision something like a MOOC even, where you could share your insights with the kinds of people who are, purchasing and implementing these all around the country. That would be really useful. Sorry, that's not even a question, let alone a hard question.
No, but that's such a great idea. I love it. No, I love that idea. I'll also just add to that and say, I think the other thing is, right, like, the agencies themselves need to be training their workers on these. And they also need to employ people who actually know what these systems are doing, right? Like this procurement out of a box, as you say, like that is really scary in a lot of cases, especially again when we're talking about these like really high risk situations where we're talking about like an individual's liberty or like their child is at stake. Like that's really serious. It doesn't get much more serious than that.
Yes. I'd like to thank you both for what I found very hopeful presentations, also what happened in Pittsburgh here. The question is about the scalability of that. If we're looking at global governance, and maybe Avishek, it's just, I used to in a previous life have to represent the Holy See at ICANN, but the multi-stakeholder governance model is one that I wonder, is it something that could be transportable to the area of AI? With all its limits.
With all its, yeah. So, Paul Graham's got this very interesting things on do things that don't scale. And I think this is a place where immediately when we start to talk about the notion of scaling up governance and scaling up all of these initiatives, for some, at least in my reading of it, and I'll admit this is my bias, comes from a technical, startup world sort of mentality where anything and everything that we do needs to be scalable. And I think the experiences, at least that we've had, and I don't know, maybe that resonates with what you've done as well, the community building work on, sort of trying to bring together multi-stakeholder groups and meaningfully engaging with them is not scalable, and maybe it should not be scalable either because it requires deep investment, it requires deep, meaningful engagement over a period of time. And I don't know, maybe that doesn't always need to be scalable and that needs to be organized. And that doesn't mean that, that it's not possible to do it in various places. It's just that I think it needs to be locally organized and done at a small enough scale where you have multiple sort of initiatives doing that versus leaning on one group to scale up their efforts and try to achieve some sort of a global consensus. Global not in the world global sense, but global in whatever the universe for that is defined to be. So I think maybe, I don't know, do things that don't scale.
I do think you're right, but I'll add, just because I know, everybody does love scalability, right? I do think that there are lots of, models and pieces of, I'll take our example, right? That can be used and grabbed by others, but I think you're right that we don't want some of this to be scaled, particularly if we're talking about a government context, right? Like, I want that local agency, I want the Department of Human Services here to have to hear directly from their constituents. I don't want, that to be a broad.
No, I'm not saying, in theology we have kind of this subsidiarity idea. You should do locally what you can do locally and do it properly. But there are certain issues with AI governance that can't be resolved locally. So not the scalability of the exact model, but the idea of the multi-stakeholder. When we have the crisis we have at the UN, where it's going to be difficult to find any agreement, where we have to somehow get an approach that will be unified, otherwise just the powerful will govern it. The ICON model, I just wonder this kind of, which has worked well in terms of keeping the interoperability of the internet, has something to contribute here.
So I don't know enough about the ICANN model to weigh in. So I don't know if, I mean, but I do think you're right that yes, there does need to be multi-stakeholder engagement at an international and national levels. I mean,
we also have a question. Oh,
No,
so I don't mean to
try to answer it first. Go
Okay.
for it. Give it a shot.
Yeah.
No, and I think when you're referring to the ICANN model, it's in terms of the internet standards that have led to interoperability across, where any part of the world, because you follow the ICANN standard, you can plug into that global network. And that's what you're talking about, right?
Controlled by any one government. It was a stakeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. If that's possible to do for AI governance at a very, very large scale. I don't know. I don't know if it's even efforts at partnership on AI, for example, have brought together many stakeholders together, but I don't know to what extent that has actually led to many outcomes that achieve that kind of outcome that you're talking about, that we see from an organization like ICANN. So, and maybe GP AI, I forget who from one of our panelists was a part of GP AI. I think it was Dr. Nelson who's a part of GP AI. I don't know if you've seen anything that has been successful from like many governments participating together and getting enough consensus to get that sort of AI governance at a global scale.
It's certainly, OECD has been helpful here with various kinds of multinational visions for AI and started doing it fairly early, actually. Before we had, I think well before we had GDPR, OECD had, multinational conversations about governance of new technology. So, but it's just, it's a hard, it's both a time of kind of global planetary huge problems and a really difficult time for multinational governance. It's not as strong as it was in 1968 or 1978 or not even, 1988, whatever.
But maybe there's also, and sorry, now this is going like crosstalk everywhere, but while I have you, I'm wondering, does it even make sense when you have maybe even regional cultural variations in values that several countries hold dear that other countries maybe don't value as highly, to try and force that unified view, as it were? Maybe it does actually help for some countries to stick to their own.
I think wearing my political appointee hat, I would say we got to try. I mean, I think that there are, we do know that democracies look a lot of different ways, right? So there's parliamentary government, representative democracy, and they manifest themselves in different ways. But I think that there are some fundamental things. This goes back to Bishop Tighe's earlier point about human rights, to which, differently situated regions, municipalities, countries, nation states can be aligned on, and I think one of the efforts that we've tried in the Biden-Harris administration has been led by my colleagues in NEC, include particularly Tim Wu, has been this new kind of compact for the future of the internet, which is like a lot of countries, some differently aligned on the spectrum of what you might call democracy, but making commitments to, almost commitments to standards, right? Like, we are going to allow the internet to operate in this way, and we're not going to constrain people from speech and these sorts of things. And so, that's not taking place in the context of the OECD or the UN, or, it's a different kind of vision. So I think, I think of GPay as being that kind of thing too. It's not nation state, it's multi-sector, it's somewhat not autonomous but independent, and it feels like it's risen to solve a particular need rather than being committed to a certain multinational formation to solve all needs or something. I don't know. I'm literally just thinking of this as we're having this conversation. So that's why we like conferences, right? Except for when you're a political appointee and you're not supposed to just
And you're
say
not
things.
supposed to comment on it. So no comment.
Yeah, my question was sort of related to this, and so, you know, can choose not to take it or not. But I mean, we're talking about all these sort of small sector stakeholder things, which are so important. I mean, I can't imagine the foster care system trying to sort of you know, monopolize what it should look like across the country and not having those stakeholder questions about should a child stay or not, and is that, you know, governed by algorithms. Same with policing. But the reality of corporations and you know, especially, you know, all the big giant tech companies, that they're not small time. The algorithms are deployed globally constantly. And so there is when we think about what social institutions, and like I said, you were just sort of getting to this a little bit, but what social institutions can do at this global scale of algorithmic development when you can't have individual small-time stakeholders. And I had a conversation with Google last year where we were talking, I was sort of pushing them on how do you develop that question of responsibility and trustworthiness and ethics on a global scale. And they gave me this sort of long rambling answer that didn't really mean anything, because I think it's a really, really challenging question. So I sort of want to throw that to you and say, what, you know, do you have sort of any thoughts in that regard that, yeah, you can't really scale the stakeholder model up that big. It doesn't really work, but what can work at that level?
So, I mean, yes, agreed. You can't scale the stakeholder model up like how we did it, for example, right? No way, you shouldn't. But I think that, you know, examples like we were talking about earlier about creating these better data sets and, like, you know, right, there are clearly some algorithmic systems that are going to impact certain communities more than others. Like, let's consult with those communities, right? Like there are ways to do really smart, valuable stakeholder engagement that doesn't need to be like, you know, make sure you hit every town hall or whatever. And so I think it very much depends on the system and the context to figure out what that is. But I think people need to do it. Like, I think it is inexcusable not to be doing it.
Hi. So just one comment and one question. So I actually want to go back, Bishop, to your question. So I'm going to put on my former life hat for a second here. And in my former life, we did bring some global agencies together for this very conversation around how do you do governance globally, right? And so, Dr. Nelson, to your point, standards, yes, right? And we were having these conversations around standards, but language got in the way. Context got in the way, right? And so it goes back to the conversation you all were having about doing it on sort of this local scale, but at some point there needs to be interoperability between all of these local governance structures, all tied into sort of one global, consistent value structure, and maybe not using the words trust, maybe not using, you know, explainability, but actually talking about engineering practices that get us to those end results or the outcomes that you might be looking for. And so definitely a challenging question. But the question I actually wanted to pose is incentives, right? So Abhishek, you mentioned certain things around, you know, sometimes people may not want to speak up because of, you know, they're worried about their visa or things of that nature, right? So these governance structures often are held together or are sort of put together based on incentive structures or a byproduct of incentive structures. So I'm just curious, like, what your thoughts are for either one of you in terms of maybe from a city or a local government perspective, what are the right incentive structures to promote the right governance structures or outcomes, and how do incentives play in that, even from a business or a corporate perspective?
So maybe I'll take the business corporate stuff because that's what I'm familiar with, and sure, I'll leave the government to you. So I think, Alka, you're absolutely right. No matter what governance structure you put in place, right, the incentives are in, fortunately or unfortunately, fortunately in the sense that if we recognize that, we can shape it. Unfortunately, because they're kind of an ugly truth, incentives drive human behavior a lot more than governance structures, because governance structures are artificial, top-down. Incentive structures are what intrinsically will or extrinsically shape behavior. So, you can think about what are the things that I'm going to be evaluated at the end of the year, right? So let's take a very concrete example. You're a software developer at a firm, right? You have put in place this new ethics, guidelines process. Hey, let's even more concrete, like create a model card, right? And it's maybe not included in your incentives as a core thing that you're going to be evaluated on, right? If that's not the case, come deadline to deliver a product or service on time, which is what you're going to be evaluated on at the end of the year. And by God, if you want that stock refresher as a software developer at a big tech firm, you're going to prioritize getting that product out the door, even to the detriment of actually maybe creating that model card, right? And this is just, a contrived example, right? But it shows, to your point, the power of incentives, which is the incentive in this case is that bonus at the end of the year, which is determined by what you're going to be evaluated on, right? And governance, by the way, governance came nowhere in this question, right? So we completely bypassed all of that. So I think when we're talking about incentives, if the reality of the incentive structure, either you alter the incentive structure, or if you're going to stick to that, we need to make sure that that is captured in the governance model. Because without that, we're really setting ourselves up for failure.
One more question.
Oh, so sorry, she was going to talk about government.
It's okay.
No?
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's take the last question.
All right, one more question. You've been waiting so patiently in the green. All right, yes. And we need to wrap.
Hi. I forgot what color I was wearing today. So. Okay, yeah. Initially I was going to ask a different question, but I wanna get on that thread of what do we do for global governance, because this is the kind of question that I get a lot often, and I don't really know what to say, because the truth is, I don't know if we figured out as a global community. And I think some of the questions that come up in the context of responsible AI are the same questions that are coming up in different contexts. How do we get participation in the public in democracy? Honestly, we don't know. I don't know. How do we get a universal set of ethical guidelines? I don't know. I mean, how do we do that in other areas? Like, how do we don't have universal agreement on any ethical framework. So why do we expect to have it in AI? If we don't, what do we do? Like, these are like big questions I cannot answer, but I'm thinking, are there good models? This is, in some sense, AI is new in many ways, but in other ways, it might be questions that we've already encountered in other fields, in other areas, and I just wonder, do you know a good model? What is a thing we can copy from so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to those questions? When it comes to answering them, or when it comes to figuring out what to do if we can't. So like, what do we do if we can't have a universal, someone literally asked me this question. How do you find a universal set of rules that will always work for everyone everywhere? It's like, I can't. I won't. But I get where the question is coming from, because AI is affecting everyone globally, but we're not going to have the universal system. So what do we do? And it's not the first time we're encountering that question. So I haven't yet found good analogies to pull from, and I just wonder if maybe you have ideas for that.
So this is a bit of a dodge, but I do go back to what Dr. Nelson said earlier, which is like, we actually do have a lot of globally agreed upon principles and understandings, whether it's in the human rights context or otherwise, and like, we're just talking about it as applied to AI, right? Like, all of these, 180 odd documents and say, like, they all say the same thing. thing. Bergman Klein did this like great analysis a few years ago where they essentially like mapped every single one of them, and it was like, oh, look, they all said the same thing. And so I do actually think there's so much agreement, but then of course the rub is in any sort of details, and if we're talking about standards, that's really different. But there are like processes and models and all sorts of, whether it's ICANN or like other, models and examples of governance that have worked. And even, already in the AI setting, we're seeing where, this very relatively nascent field in terms of AI governance has learned from other sectors. Like I'm thinking about how, algorithmic impact assessments really came out of, environmental impact assessments, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't have a great and here's the fabulous treaty model we should look to or whatever, but like it's out there. We'll find it.
Yeah, I think for me, all of those, it's an interesting phenomenon with the, thank you. Also, I know we were over time, so sorry about that. So I just want to quickly follow up on that because all of those AI ethics documents. And all of the different reviews that give us a different kind of unifying themes, but of course every study gives us a different set of unifying themes. One problem that we have with those AI documents is that I don't know if it's agreement or echo chamber that is going on, especially given how the sources that they're coming from, right? They're coming from Europe and the US mainly, and they're coming, the recent studies that I've seen on this, although things may have changed in the last year or so, but still. And I've also seen really interesting studies comparing those different principles based on what kind of organization formulated them. Is it academia? Is it a government? Is it a nonprofit? And you see, so according to that study, when they emphasize different kinds of things. So you would not be surprised to hear that those corporate AI ethics principles de-emphasize privacy. What a shock. And documents coming from governments de-emphasize accountability. And I'm not floored. And so those AI ethics documents, they do represent, people are people. We do have institutional incentives. And so I'm very cautious about those AI ethics principles, where they're coming from. They are coming from the West, and sometimes they are reproducing mistakes of other fields, like bioethics, that has overlooked, African countries, whatever. So these are mistakes that we've made. And so I guess, I'm glad, I guess, that we have those set of principles that are kind of converging, but at the same time I'm worried because I don't know if it's a good kind of convergence or is it echo chambers, and I do know that it's leaving out a lot of voices, and we haven't been doing participatory engagement very well in AI ethics so far, I think. So so that's why I'm kind of looking at perhaps other fields that are not AI ethics have done it better, because I think we have a long way to go.
Thank you so much. I would be so remiss as moderator to go further into the next slot, but please thank please join me in thanking the speakers for a wonderful panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please join me in welcoming John for the final panel.
That's right. It's late. We're good. We're just a few more minutes here, people. So we're not going to stay too much longer here. What I'm going to do just a minute. I've queued them up, so hopefully they got my messages. Is I'm going to ask Dr. Nelson and Bishop Tighe to say a couple of words of their reflections on the day we've had. And then I will close us out and ask all the speakers from today and tomorrow, where are we going to stand for the picture? Where do you want us to go? Great. So after we finish, all the speakers, not today and tomorrow, from yesterday and today, we're always looking in the future here, to just stand over here for a picture right before we finish. So let's just bring a mic over. Bishop Tighe, do you want to start here? Just a couple reflections on the day.
Yeah, just one thing that I think the importance of a day like today is that it kind of airs issues. And these are important issues, but it's how do we get it out to a broader audience. One first seminar we did in Rome on this topic post-COVID was with the German embassy last year, September of last year, born out of the idea that the German ambassador at the time said, look, one of the biggest problems facing humanity, or one of the challenges, is this whole area of AI and technology. I said, at that time they were having the parliamentary elections in Germany. I said, this is not an issue anywhere in our election system, even though it's going to hugely impact people. And yet it's never become something that is sufficiently close enough for people to kind of get their interest going. So I think one of the things that's important in a day like today is the need to push awareness of the issues into a public arena. And I think that's a very important thing. I think where I worked, I used to work in culture, we're now working culture and education. And I think what we would be hoping is to make education institutions, particularly universities, literally places that try and impact the culture. From the Catholic perspective, we're asking Catholic universities to bring the faith perspectives into that dialogue, which isn't just for ourselves. That's good. The hopeful one that I just take, and it's on the governance that came up as I was listening to your question about where would I find hope for governance. The better than most of the ethical standards, the 180 documents, I think for me the single best one is the one produced by the IEEE, the Institute of Electrical Engineers and Electronic Engineers, which is globalized. It's about 500 participants from 6 different continents, all essentially speaking a language of engineering, all coming from a profession, all having commitment to certain ethics that's intrinsic to what they're doing. And I think something like that offers us hope. The final thing I think is that I think an AI studying all the documents that exist already could probably write a very good AI ethics standards at this stage, because it's just a matter of processing that language. But maybe what we have to do is get beyond the simple normative tradition of naming ethics and principles and realize that good ethics also involves people making choices that may at times be against their immediate short-term interests. And that the virtue tradition within our ethical tradition of how do we produce good engineers who are good in their technical capacity, but good as people who will ensure that what they do is at the service of humanity. I think that's another issue we may need to think about more. How do we mentor, how do we show people examples of being ethically responsible practitioners? I think that becomes an important part of our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bishop Tighe. Thank you so much. Dr. Nelson? Oh, turn your mic on.
Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
The bishop is always a hard act to follow, and I'm afraid I missed some of the conversation, but let me just offer 5 or 6 disconnected tidbits about what I heard. I mean, first, I think, you know, the sort of headline is really just a sense of gratitude for this convening, for all of the work and the people here dedicating time and energy, many of you over many years, to one of the most important challenges of our time, a challenge for governance, a challenge for culture, a challenge for theology, a challenge for how we live together in society. And so, you know, it is going to take all of this advocacy and great thinking to get us to a good place. And so my initial takeaway is just a profound sense of gratitude to all of you and also to Duquesne and to Dr. Slattery for his leadership. Second observation, because it came up a few times, is the kind of humans in the loop. And, you know, I think that we have to just stipulate that humans are always in the loop, and the procurement of tools and the use of the tools and the choice of the tool as opposed to doing other things. And we often cede to the space of the automated system. That's where the human is in the loop. Like, is the human in the loop with the automated system? But the choice itself, the sort of first order choice of procurement, the first order choice of design and deployment are human in the loop choices. And so I think that we want to, you know, I think we need to be able to think about that in a broader sense. And I think about that as with my policymaker hat on, and think that each of those are opportunities for more democracy, for governance, for participatory, you know, engagement in each of those human kind of moments in the process of algorithmic design. Another takeaway was about the students and about these posters. The posters that you have here are amazing. It's hard to believe this is just a subset of, you said, the 65 that were submitted this year. So some of the students were here. I was able to talk to some of them. I mean, just completely blown away by the breadth of and the scope of their topics, by the methods, by the questions that they're asking, and to the question, how can algorithms be ethical? The 20-odd or 2-score ones out there offered us, double that in answers, 2x, 3x in sort of answers and methods and ways we could go about it. So even as I think some of us who've been working in this space for a little while might lament, that we're not getting anywhere other than creating more ethical documents, I think I feel so inspired and encouraged by the computer scientists, the policymakers, the social scientists, the ethicists, the humanists doing the work here. So I think that should be a source of encouragement for all of us and a source of inspiration for all of us as well. I wanted to, let's see, I have maybe just really one thing just is, two things to end. One, I wanted to defend the ethics documents a little bit. I mean, so I do think that if we look at them, they do all have these kind of foundational principles, and that's okay. I mean, the reason we love the classics, the reasons why we go back to original conceptions of the demos and these sorts of things is that there are things that are evergreen, that are always true, that we hope will be true for democratic principles and documents. But I do think they've changed over time. I mean, so I was struck by Bishop Tighe's mention of the IEEE version. Some of you might have tracked that ACM put out a document this week on responsible AI systems. And so to the extent that we do have fatigue, there's a lot of them, there has been a kind of evolution in how we think about them. And for ACM to sort of say, this is how we think about algorithmic systems, and to move to a space of not just responsible AI, but algorithmic systems, is actually conceptually a shift and some of the other 180 documents that I think is worth dwelling on, even as we continue to be somewhat fatigued by them. The other thing I would say in defense of them is that they are attempts at self-governance. It's the thing that we often say we want, right? So we're frustrated with them, but these are companies, organizations, nonprofits, NGO actors, trying to step into the space of governance. And to the extent that it's more than just a kind of performative PR thing, I don't, again, my policymaker hat on and my political hat on, I don't want to discourage that. I don't want to discourage people from entering the democratic, public sphere, public square again and again, and being like, well, what about this? And don't we really care about privacy? And don't we really care about democracy? And don't we really care about my rights? And I think that's worth saying at least 180 times, even if we find it terribly tedious and exhausting. So that's me with my, I'm wearing my American flag and doing that here. Two other things. I mean, one, I would just say, and this is me, everyone can feel free to roll their eyes. I mean, I think that what I've heard today is that there is a place for governance and also a place for government, whether that's local government or federal government, in these multi-sector, multinational kind of conversations about solutions here. I think that it's clear that government can help, but can't do it alone, has distinctive levers, sometimes levers that are weaker or stronger. But I hope that folks will take government as a partner in this work. And then lastly, I'll just make a final pitch for somewhat related to these governance documents, for what we try to accomplish with the AI Bill of Rights, which is a document that's comes out of engagement with the public and is for the public. It's not for us, as much as I was heartened that people here had read it. It is for the broad public. It's intended to be readable. It's intended to be pedagogical. It's intended to be approachable. And to resonate with people's lives. And I hope that as we continue to do this work and beautiful buildings on a beautiful day like this in the fall, that we will work both in our industry jobs and both in our ivory towers, but also like work out in the world, because I think, again, to Bishop Tighe's point, that the work that's going to really matter to transform the world is really going to be our engagement as experts in this space with others in the world. So thank you for this, John.
Thank you so much for that. And before we finish, I just want to also thank all my support people that have helped out so much today. Dr. Erjan Avki is now run off again, I'm sure doing something very, very helpful. Also, we had Andrew and Noah and Corinne in the back there, and John Hahn, who's been working the, working the cameras. And then Randall over here has been taking our pictures all day long. It's been fantastic. And all the staff has been putting out all the food all day. It's really been fantastic. And of course, we couldn't do this without them. And I also just want to thank all the speakers today and yesterday just for rising to that challenge of dialogue that is not always easy. And we often cross paths and we're talking about things that are very different, but all connected. And that's sort of how we see the Grefenstette Center. It's how I see it, as this like big tent organization trying to raise a lot of issues and make sort of a mess of them so that we can keep moving forward. You know, as I like to, you know, as I understand my own faith and my own sort of Christian theology, when in doubt, just turn towards the poor, turn towards the marginalized. And I heard a lot of that the last couple of days, and I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate everyone's commitment to dialogue. So thank you all very, very much for a wonderful last couple of days. And I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to working with you again soon. So thank you so much, everyone.